When the sign appeared in the sky above the Reliance sect, all of the disciples in the outer sect stared up in awe and shock, their minds buzzing. Their eyes filled with vacant looks, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Looking at the golden characters filling the sky, their hearts trembled. Fatty, who was filing his teeth with the fish-scale sword, made choking sounds, narrowly avoiding stabbing himself in the tongue as he gaped at the scene. Xianxia, who sat in secluded meditation, suddenly lifted up his head. When he saw what was happening, his body began to tremble, and his eyes shined with disbelief. His face changed, as if he had suddenly just thought of something incredibly frightening. He stood in a flash, and suddenly, a teleportation spell appeared that he had prepared years before. As fast as possible, he stepped into the spell, then disappeared. In the main temple hall on the East Mountain, as Meng Hao and the others appeared, He Luohua's face fell. Looking up into the sky, his face grew pale, and he staggered backwards a few paces. Grand Elder Ouyang raced out of the main temple, looking up into the sky, his face grim. "Did you touch anything in the Patriarch's meditation zone?" he asked, turning to look back at them. His expression was very solemn, as was his tone of voice. "When we were just about to leave, a stone stele appeared," said Chen Fan, sounding pained. "We were worried that if we brought it out with us, it could bring disaster to the sect. So instead, we made copies of it." He took out his jade slip, as did Meng Hao and Su Qing. They handed them to Grand Elder Ouyang. "This is—" Grand Elder Ouyang's brow furrowed, and then his eyes shone with disbelief. "There's no need to study it, it's fake," said He Luohua with a long sigh. "The stone stele as well as the sign in the sky. They're both fake." He looked down at the ground, then shook his head. "Other sects from the state of Zhao will be arriving soon. The Reliance sect will not be able to evade this disaster. They're here for the Patriarch." He flicked his sleeve, and a rumbling could be heard throughout the entire Reliance sect. A soft light arose, covering everything. "You three are inner sect disciples. Go wait in the main temple hall." Just as his voice sounded out, blurs of light whizzed through the sky from all directions, nearly 20 of them, accompanied by high-pitched whistling shrieks. The blurs approached the shield which surrounded the Reliance sect, and as they did, heaven and earth shook. The 4 mountain peaks trembled as if they might collapse. Silence suddenly filled the surrounding wild mountains. The wild beasts all trembled in fear, not daring to make even a single sound. Of the 20 or so people in the sky, there were 6 who formed the nucleus of the group. 4 were men and 2 were women, and they were all elderly. They wore luxurious gowns, and the power which emanated from their cultivation bases was petrifying. Each of these 6 people had 2 or 3 cultivators behind them, followers, each of whom had cultivation bases on par with Grand Elder Ouyang. These nearly 20 people were the most powerful people in all the state of Zhao, and here they were at the Reliance sect, bearing down on it like dark clouds. "Reliance sect!" A voice boomed out, billowing like thunder. The buildings which comprised the outer sect seemed as if they would collapse at any moment. Large amounts of outer sect disciples coughed up blood, fear covering their faces. "The Cold Wind sect is powerful," said He Luohua with a harumph. His voice rang out like a thunderclap as he stood there on the mountain's peak, suppressing the voice which had just spoken. He raised his right hand, and a hum sounded out as an invisible wind sprang up. It shot toward the person who had just spoken, surrounding him, suddenly turning black and transforming into a massive shapeless mouth that seemed about to swallow up the core formation stage Cold Wind sect eccentric. The man's face changed, and he retreated quickly without hesitation. "Enough, enough," said one of the powerful core formation experts, looking down at He Luohua. His voice was light but filled with suppressive power. He wore a long, purple robe embroidered with images of flutes. Frowning, he raised his hand, and the shapeless black wind dissipated. "Fellow Taoist He, the sign in the heavens came from your Reliance sect. Please hand it over to us." A deathly silence filled the outer sect, as the disciples felt the shadow of death looming over them. Within the main temple hall, Meng Hao, Chun Fan and Su Qing sat silently. They knew that any one of the people outside had cultivation bases so frightening they could annihilate all of them with the wave of a hand. Meng Hao's heart thundered as he looked at them. It was his first time seeing people so powerful. His thoughts suddenly filled with an intense desire to become more powerful. He Luohua stood on the peak of the East Mountain, looking up at the group of people. After some time passed, he sighed. "What do you want me to hand over? I have no idea where that sign came from." "Give in without a fight," said the man in the purple robe grimly. "Disperse the Reliance Sect's grand protective spell. Allow us to search freely. This is what we mean by handing it over. If you don't, then despite the fact that we are fellow cultivators of the state of Zhao, we will destroy your grand spell and then exterminate the Reliance Sect." "Exterminate the Reliance Sect?" He Luohua suddenly laughed, louder and louder. It echoed out throughout the Reliance Sect. As he laughed, he saw Grand Elder Ouyang standing there next to him, looking as if he were ready to fight to the death. He also saw the 3 inner sect disciples sitting grimly in the main temple hall. Then he glanced at the crowds of outer sect disciples, covered in blood. He knew that they were without hope, helpless. How could he fight back? How could he ensure that the outer sect disciples lived to see another day? How could he avoid this disaster? "As long as I am the sect leader of the Reliance Sect, I will not allow outsiders to bully and humiliate us. But there's really no way for me to protect everyone." His laughter carried sorrow within it, but also a tiny shred of hope. "Even if you don't exterminate the Reliance Sect, I fear that it cannot continue on for very long. Therefore, as of today, the Reliance Sect is disbanded. I have no further need of these trivial mountains." He flicked his sleeve and flew up into the air. Looking shocked, Grand Elder Ouyang followed him. They floated in the air, looking down at the Reliance Sect, at what had been their home for so many 60-year cycles. Their expressions were filled with grief. "Disciples, hear my order. The Reliance Sect is hereby disbanded. As of now, you are no longer its disciples. This world no longer contains any Reliance Sect." Veins of blood appeared in his eyes. The 20 or so experts from the state of Zhao began to laugh coldly as they listened to He Luohua's shocking words. "Are you satisfied?" he asked. "Any treasures or signs here have nothing to do with me, nor with these sectless pups beneath me. If you dare to hurt anyone, I will detonate the grand protective spell and then we can all perish together." His voice was resolute, and the bitterness in his words caused the state of Zhao experts' hearts to quaver a bit. "Fellow Taoist He, since you have made this decision, of course we will not make things difficult for you," said an old woman from among the 6 most powerful of the experts. "The Reliance Sect is disbanded. If you step aside, then we will not cause problems for any of the disciples. You can rest at ease." Her gaze was like lightning. As she looked over the Reliance Sect, she could tell that the object from which the sign had originated was located here, but was not being held by any of the people. Meng Hao looked up into the sky, and as He Luohua's words rang in his ears, he was reminded of the law of the jungle. Despite how powerful the sect leader was, he still had been forced to dissolve the sect. Chun Fan said nothing, but staggered back a few paces on unsteady legs. Su Qing lowered her head. Hearing the words of the fellow Taoist from Tianlao, "I feel at ease." He Luohua flicked his sleeve, and the grand protective spell dissipated. With that, he made to leave, followed by Grand Elder Ouyang. Some among the group of people floating in the sky watched He Luohua with glittering eyes, clearly unwilling to allow him to leave. And yet their attention was captured by the prospect of being able to search the Reliance Sect. Inside the main temple hall, Chun Fan's face was pale. He took a few more steps back, until he was leaning up against the statue of Patriarch Reliance. At that exact moment, a booming sound filled the sky and a multitude of lightning bolts approaching. A cold laughter rolled out, shocking all the cultivators to the core. Even the faces of the experts from the state of Zhao appeared shaken. "No one is permitted to leave," the voice roared. A massive shield suddenly swept over the entire Reliance Sect, covering everything within countless kilometers in every direction. No one could leave even if they wanted to. Luohua's face changed. He looked up into the sky and caught sight of a massive feng shui compass, roughly 300 meters in diameter. On top of it stood a beautiful woman wearing a luxurious, dark green robe. Her hair was bound by a phoenix hairpin. Dozens of cultivators surrounded her, most of whom were female, and all of whom were extremely beautiful. Their expressions were arrogant and cold as they looked down. Correct. No one is permitted to leave. Suddenly, the air seemed to split, and a large, armored man appeared, laughing. He carried an enormous golden sword slung over his shoulder, and was followed by dozens of people, all of them big and tall, their faces filled with killing intent. Zhao Shanling of the Golden Frost sect, Tao Protector, said the beautiful, middle-aged woman who stood in the center of the feng shui compass, her voice cold. You certainly have a sensitive nose. Her voice rippled out, filling the air. If the ladies of the Black Civ sect can come, replied Zhao Shanjun with a laugh, then why can't the men of the Golden Frost sect? Just then, a sigh rang out from outside the massive shield. A cold light shot down from the heavens, and as it approached, it pierced through the shining shield. In through the damaged section shot a flying sword nearly 300 meters in length. The primitive-looking, blue-colored sword flew in, surrounding by swirling, intense coldness which caused snowflakes to begin to fall in all the area surrounding the Reliance sect. Standing on top of the sword was a middle-aged man. He wore a long scholar's robe and held his hands clasped behind his back. He was the only person atop the massive sword, but he emanated the aura of a person who could stride among the heavens unhindered by anyone. The Solitary Sword Sect, said he Luohua, his face changing. He knew the identity of this scholar from the Solitary Sword Sect, the #1 sect in the southern domain. Their sect had a saying, only a solitary sword need leave the sect, and the heavens shall be rattled. So, it turns out it's fellow Taoist Zhou Yenyun, said the beautiful, middle-aged woman, greeting him with clasped hands. Even hulking Zhao Shanliang gave him a silent salute in greeting, a look of fear hidden in his face. Seeing all these sudden developments, Meng Hao's heart began to pound. This was the first time he had seen so many powerful people from so many sects. He was especially impressed by the appearance of the members of the 3 great sects from the colossal southern domain that Chun Fan had told him about. The southern domain. Meng Hao sucked in a deep breath. Su Qing stood next to him looking calm. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. In the back of the main temple hall, Chun Fan, pale-faced, sadly lifted his right hand up and pushed down on a hidden spot on the statue. Immediately, the entrance to Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone closed without a sound and disappeared. Actually, no one inside or outside of the sect caught any sense whatsoever that this was happening. Not even Zhou Yenyun and the others from the southern domain. Patriarch, Disciple Chun will keep you safe and sound, he said, his voice filled with righteousness. I will not allow any of these people to disturb your meditation. He was faithful and true to the sect, willing to protect it even at the greatest risk. When his plan succeeded, he let out a sigh, feeling not even the slightest regret. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber beneath the Reliance sect catacombs, Patriarch Reliance watched the proceedings triumphantly, filled with excitement. Soon, they will find my meditation zone entrance. Then they will charge in and break open my hidden chamber. At long last, I will no longer be stuck in here. Even as he excitedly spoke these words, his face suddenly changed. This, damn it, you, what are you doing? He watched as Chin Fan, with utmost caution, began to move. Patriarch Reliance watched on in a daze as the entrance to the meditation zone quietly disappeared without a trace. He couldn't believe it. Of course, the failsafe had been set up by him years ago as a backup in case a powerful adversary arrived. He had passed on the secret to his successors, and it had been handed down through the generations, the method to prevent outsiders from entering the meditation zone. Once it was activated, no one would be able to find the entrance, excepting for someone at the spirit-severing stage. At the time he had set it up, he had been filled with pride, for he knew that he would be perfectly safe. But he had never imagined that this day would arrive years later. He had actually forgotten about the whole arrangement, but there were others who had not. Damnation! I should have left orders not to accept any people of moral character into the sect. No righteous people, no good people. Kid, you. He sat there in a daze, muttering to himself, wanting to weep, but having no tears to shed. He thought of the stone steel of his carefully laid plans, of the blood he had sacrificed, and how it was all ruined by one person. Of course, this person's intentions were good, but as he thought about his unflinching bravery and faithful demeanor, Patriarch Reliance began to tremble. Just when he felt he was at the height of despair, Zhou Yenyun of the Solitary Sword sect arrived. He gazed over the sect, casting his senses across it, as did the beautiful woman from the Black Civ sect and hulking Zhao Shanliang. With their powerful senses, they pored over the Reliance sect, searching it in thorough detail. The experts from the state of Zhao watched on in fear, and then they too began to search about with their senses. After some time, Zhou Yenyun of the Solitary Sword sect frowned. He could sense the aura of the sublime spirit scripture within these mountains, but also knew that it was not in the possession of any of the Reliance sect disciples. He just couldn't find it. It was not just him. The beautiful woman as well as Zhao Shanliang also frowned. They descended to the ground and began to search about in person. The experts from the state of Zhao did the same, and soon people filled the Reliance sect. Meng Hao and the others were kicked out of the main temple hall, whereupon it was searched to the point of being wrecked. In the sky, the strange sign began to fade, and yet, no one had found even a single clue. People even descended into the underground areas to search, and yet, they came up empty-handed. They watched the sign slowly disperse, transforming into a crystalline glow that eventually disappeared. The aura of the sublime spirit scripture disappeared, too, as if it had come and gone with the sign. The Reliance sect slowly began to quiet down. No valuable treasures had been found. Even the dragon's cave in the Black Mountain had been searched. As for the corpse of the dragon, it had been removed some time ago by Wang Tingfei, leaving the cave empty. As dusk fell, the search reached its conclusion. The 3 members of the Southern Domain's great sects looked somewhat embarrassed. They had expended spirit stones to teleport here, and yet had come up empty-handed. They were left with the feeling of loss. "This kid isn't bad," said Zhou Yenyun, standing on his massive sword, floating in mid-air. His eyes swept across the land, falling onto Qin Fan. "If you are willing to become a disciple of the Solitary Sword sect, then come with me to the Southern Domain." During his search for the sublime spirit scripture, he had noticed Qin Fan's latent talent, and it had met with his approval. He especially took note of Qin Fan's righteous air, which fell in line with the cultivation practices of the Solitary Sword sect. As he spoke, he lifted a finger, and Qin Fan floated up into the air. In front of the eyes of Meng Hao, Su Qing, and all the outer sect disciples, he drifted toward Zhou Yenyun. The experts from the state of Zhao looked on in envy, knowing how lucky the young man was. He Luohua and Grand Elder Ouyang looked on silently, their feelings somewhat mixed. In the end, they knew that the Reliance sect was too small. They would be very happy if an inner sect disciple had the chance to walk a better path. "Disciple Qin Fan?" began Qin Fan, his face filled with conflicting emotions. He looked down at the Reliance sect, at He Luohua and Grand Elder as they silently nodded their approval. He looked at Meng Hao and Su Qing. Then, determination filled his face. "I offer my thanks to the goodwill of the senior generation," he said, lifted his head up as he looked at Zhou Yenyun. "But disciple is a member of the Reliance sect. In this life I cannot join another." He knew that if he agreed, he would have much better opportunities in the future. But there are some things that a man just cannot do. For him, there would be only one sect in his life. His words seemed to leave the experts from the state of Zhao quite moved. Disciples like this were a treasure to any sect, and yet, most of them also sported looks of pity on their face. Refusing the Solitary Sword sect in this manner was courting death. He Luohua said nothing. He looked at Qin Fan, feeling even more conflicted. He sighed inwardly, wondering how the young man could be so stubborn. There was no need. Zhou Yenyun's eyes glittered. He stared at Chen Fan for a while, then dryly said, "Do you know what the words solitary sword sect mean in the southern domain?" Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded. He had studied the ancient records, so of course he knew about the solitary sword sect, the number 1 sect in the southern domain. "Then you must know my status in the sect." Zhou Yenyun's expression was grim, and his eyes radiated killing intent. Even the sky around him grew dark, as if it were being torn by the power of his aura. "I know of the solitary sword sect, as well as you, Elder Zhou," said Chen Fan in a soft voice. "Everyone knows you. You are the current generation's Tao protector. Your cultivation base is profound, and your name has rocked the southern domain. So, you know me. Then you know what you are giving up by passing up this opportunity." His voice grew colder, as did the temperature of the air. "The solitary sword sect has a history tens of thousands of years old. Their cultivation shrines, their proliferation of powerful experts, the meteoric progress made by the sect's members. Chen Fan of the junior generation is well aware of all these things." He held his head high, unwilling to back down. His glistening eyes held no sign of regret. Zhou Yenyun looked at him, then suddenly began to laugh loudly. "Originally I planned to make you an ordinary outer sect disciple. But with a temperament like this, excellent, excellent. You will be my personal apprentice." Zhou Yenyun's smile was filled with admiration. With a flick of a sleeve, he pulled Chen Fan onto the massive sword and prepared to leave. Seeing the solitary sword sect's actions, the beautiful, middle-aged woman realized that taking a qualified disciple back with her was the only way to prevent this trip from turning out to be a complete loss. This girl isn't bad. The Black Civ sect wants her. She had long since taken notice of Su Qing. She approved of her beauty and coldness. Without waiting for Su Qing to speak, she bent her finger, pulling her up onto the feng shui compass. Everyone watched in envy as she began to transform into a diffraction of light. Fatty stood there, filing away at his teeth. In his eyes, the sect being disbanded meant that he was now free. He was filled with a confused happiness. He had only been gone a few years, which meant that when he got back to Yunjia County, the house and the bride that his father had prepared would still be waiting. Soon, he would be able to enjoy the life of a rich person. "Too bad I won't be able to see Meng Hao. Oh well. We're brothers, so I'll help him pay back the money he owes to Steward Zhou. Eventually, I will absorb the wealth of all the surrounding villages, and then the entire state of Zhao. Ha ha ha. I, Li Fugui, will be the richest person in the world." The more he thought about his plans, the more happier he was. He stood there, filing at his teeth and feeling the anticipation for the future. Right about then, hulking Zhao Shanling of the Golden Frost sect frowned. He was a bit late in acting. After seeing 2 of this tiny sect's inner sect disciples taken away, he glanced at Meng Hao. He was a bit taken aback as he noticed a faint trace of a demonic aura within him. Muttering to himself, his gaze swept the rest of the sect, whereupon he caught sight of Fatty standing in the crowd of outer sect disciples. He stared in astonishment as Fatty filed at his teeth with his flying sword. His eyes shone, and he completely forgot about Meng Hao and his demonic aura. How exactly is this Fatty practicing cultivation? He's managed to develop a set of spirit teeth. In our sect, the technique to develop spirit teeth has been lost for 800 years. With spirit teeth, you can crush spirit stones with your mouth, which is necessary to practice that technique. It seems this trip wasn't a waste after all. If we take this kid back with us, he will be a true treasure in our sect. His eyes glittering fiercely, Zhao Shanling lifted his right hand and snatched up the stupefied Fatty. "Kid, from now on, you are an inner sect disciple of the Southern Domain's Golden Frost sect." He tossed wide-eyed Fatty into a gray-colored sack. Fatty's shrill cries could be heard faintly as he disappeared inside. Zhao Shanling turned. Followed by his retinue, he headed toward the immaterial fissure. And thus he, along with Zhou Yenyun and the beautiful woman from the Black Civ sect, all prepared to take their leave. But then, Zhao Shanling suddenly remembered something. He turned back to look at the Reliance sect, and his gaze came to rest on Meng Hao. As he did, he stopped in his tracks, shocked. The beautiful woman from the Black Civ sect, as well as Zhou Yenyun, also stopped. Meng Hao began to tremble. As the hulking man looked at him, it seemed as if he could see through him completely, as if his vision could pierce to his deepest parts, even to the demonic core which rested in his core lake. This is... The hulking man's eyes narrowed, then began to shine. A moment ago, he hadn't cared at all about this weak-looking disciple and had only thought to take Fatty. But something caught his eye about Meng Hao. He turned and began to walk toward him. "I want this kid too," he said in a booming voice. Meng Hao's face turned cold, and he felt as if his body were about to shatter into pieces. His core lake seethed, and the demonic core felt as if it were about to be ripped out of his body by some invisible force. Pain filled him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He once again felt as if his body were being crushed, and he clenched his fists tightly. There was nothing he could do. At that exact moment, a booming sound rang out from within the Reliance sect. It was a voice so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. In the midst of moving upon Meng Hao, Zhou Yenyun and the beautiful middle-aged woman, as well as the hulking man, suddenly looked shocked. They turned their heads, their eyes filled with astonishment. "I have one heir left in the Reliance sect. Who dares to touch him?" Patriarch Reliance sat in his secret chamber in the Reliance sect catacombs. His hair disheveled, his eyes red. He looked as if he had gone mad. His plans were about to go awry. In moments, everyone would leave, and if that happened, they wouldn't come back. He watched in sorrow as the Golden Frost sect cultivator began to make a move towards his only remaining inner sect disciple. Fury rose in him, and without holding anything back from his cultivation base, he sent his voice thundering out. It shook the heavens and stirred up a gale-forced wind which swept back and forth. In the wild mountains surrounding the Reliance sect, trees were uprooted as the tempest battered the land. Many other trees were simply splintered into pieces until the tempest became a dark green color, filled with flashing lightning. The experts from the state of Zhao floated in midair looking on, dumb with amazement. Even Zhou Yenyun from the solitary sword sect looked confused. Carrying Chun Fan's unconscious form in his arm, he retreated. The massive sword began to hum, and then he was surrounded by multitudinous sword auras. The beautiful woman from the Black Civ sect also looked surprised. She retreated, reaching down to slap the surface of the feng shui compass. It suddenly expanded to twice its original size. As for Zhao Shanliang from the Golden Frost sect, he took a deep breath and retreated backward, his fingers moving in incantation patterns. The golden sword flew out from behind him, and his entire body glowed with a golden light, making him look like some sort of celestial general. The three of them stared around at the Reliance sect, as if they were facing a deadly opponent. Meng Hao, who still stood on the East Mountain, looked at this change of events, at the dark green tempest which filled the sky with its deafening roar, filled with unparalleled might. He found it difficult to breathe. His eyes wide, he moved backwards, his clothing whipping in the frenzied wind. He grabbed onto a boulder and held on, lest he be sucked up by the wind. And yet his eyes shined. Patriarch Reliance's words just now had reminded him of what he had read on the first page of the manual all those years ago when he had first arrived at the Reliance sect. He Luohua and Grand Elder Ouyang also looked surprised. This turn of events was too sudden, shocking them to the extent that it almost seemed as if their cultivation bases would crumble under the might of the tempest. "Let it be known, the Patriarch is still here," roared Patriarch Reliance, deep in the catacombs. "No one is permitted to touch the kid surnamed Meng. He is my only inner sect disciple left. If he dies, I will have no hope." Gritting his teeth, he slapped the top of his head, and his body shook. He spat out a mass of blood, then continued to hit himself over and over again, spitting out more and more blood. His body began to spin. A look of hatred appeared in his eyes. After hitting himself 7 or 8 times, a massive amount of blood had been spat out. It congealed together, then shot toward the stone wall with a resounding boom. It banged against the wall, and nearly half of it was gone by the time it was able to punch through. Having accomplished this, Patriarch Reliance's head tilted to the side and he slipped into unconsciousness. He almost seemed dead, as if only the refined blood contained his awareness. The refined blood burst out from the secret chamber and through the catacombs. Outside, in plain view of the awestruck bystanders, it spread out to cover the entire Reliance sect into a roiling red fog. Within the mists of the fog boomed the sound of lightning as it continued to expand. In an instant, it had covered the surrounding mountainous region for countless kilometers in every direction. From the outside, it appeared as if the entire area had turned into a red sea of fog. The fog churned and the roaring sound lifted into the skies. All of the cultivators present were stunned, and their shock was visible on their faces, even Zhou Yenyun and the others. Within the red fog, the Reliance outer sect disciples all lapsed into unconsciousness, uninjured. On the other hand, sect leader He Luohua and Grand Elder Ouyang were pushed away, out of the fog. Their faces went pale as they watched on in astonishment. The fog roiled ceaselessly, and the thunderous roar continued on until it seemed there was nothing in the world except its resonant booming. The land was like an ocean of fog, the sky colorless. Then, the fog began to move, forming together into a gigantic face. The size of the face left everyone filled with fear. The face was that of an old man, calm, powerful, and domineering. His eyes were closed, but as soon as He Luohua and Grand Elder Ouyang saw him, their heads began to spin. They recognized this as none other than Patriarch Reliance. Patriarch, said Grand Elder Ouyang, his eyes wide, filled with excitement. He's not dead after all. The experts from the state of Zhao cried out in alarm, their faces draining of blood. One after another, they fled, their hearts trembling. Suddenly, Patriarch Reliance's colossal red fog face opened its eyes a crack. They opened just a sliver, and yet they emitted a trembling power which seemed as if it could crack open the earth. He glanced up at the heavens, and they seemed to be bloodshot. As his gaze swept around, the dark green tempest smashed into the red fog, seemingly transforming into Patriarch Reliance's long, dark hair. As he watched this, Zhou Yenyun's face went pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As he retreated backwards, his massive sword suddenly split in two, leaving behind only a stump of a blade. His eyes filled with dread, and his heart pounded. His cultivation base was at the nascent soul stage, but caught underneath this gaze, his nascent soul began to wither. He retreated even faster, pulling out a blue-colored talisman, which he activated. It covered his body, as well as unconscious Chen Fan, as he sped off into the distance. A powerful voice seemed to echo in his heart, telling him that his opponent was not at the nascent soul stage, but rather the Almighty Spirit severing stage. As the beautiful woman from the Black Civ sect saw all of this happening, the feng shui compass beneath her suddenly began to emit popping sounds, and was riddled with cracks. Then it exploded into pieces. This woman had never been so afraid. Spitting out blood, she retreated with an unconscious Su Qing. The only thing that filled her mind was flee. As for tall, hulking Zhao Shanliang, his body seemed as if it were being attacked by a falling mountain. He retreated backwards, coughing up blood. The golden sword in front of him shattered into fragments. His face pale, he turned and dashed away, fleeing toward the immaterial crack. The experts from the state of Zhao all spit up blood. The Foundation establishment stage cultivators felt the spiritual energy in their body snapping, and they knew their longevity had been damaged. Their faces grew wan. On top of the East Mountain, the red fog curled around Meng Hao, circling around his waist. Face pale, he continued to grip the boulder. To the onlookers, however, Meng Hao's position was exactly in the middle of Patriarch Reliance's forehead. You forced my Reliance sect to disband, and you've attempted to slaughter my only heir. You truly have gall. His world-shaking voice boomed out in all directions, and as it did, 3 red beams of light shot out, shooting straight toward Zhou Yenyun, the beautiful woman and the hulking man from the Golden Frost sect. I, Zhou, am an elder of the solitary sword sect, a protector of the Tao. If Patriarch Reliance kills me, the solitary sword sect will destroy you. Patriarch Reliance, please cease your anger. Junior is a disciple of the Black Civ sect. My grandfather is Ping Sandao, your good friend. Junior was mistaken, Patriarch. Please calm your anger. Words poured out of the three people as the red light pursued them. Patriarch Reliance let out a cold snort. Beat it, you three. The three red beams disappeared. Go back and ask your sect elders if they've forgotten about the blood pact we made all those years ago. The state of Zhao is my realm. Anyone who dares step foot here cannot blame me for annihilating them. As for those three other disciples, take them away. I don't need them. Their faces pale, the three southern domain disciples disappeared. Seeing this, the state of Zhao cultivators froze in place, trembling. Seeing nascent soul stage cultivators act like that left them petrified. The most powerful among them was only at the foundation establishment stage. The 1,000-year-old legends about Patriarch Reliance had now come to being in front of their very eyes. As the powerful, domineering voice boomed out, the fog began to roil and spin, with Meng Hao as its center. The fog congealed in front of him to form a long spear. It was not red, but instead covered with talismanic inscribing of white, silver, and gold. It appeared to be incredibly extraordinary. The Reliance sect has been dissolved. So be it. But this kid is my only inner sect heir. If anyone dares to touch him... His attention turned to Meng Hao. In that case, Meng Hao, use this spear to exterminate that person. All of you, beat it. His voice echoed out across the land. The state of Zhao experts immediately fled. What they didn't seem to notice was that Patriarch Reliance's voice had grown noticeably weaker. It was barely noticeable, but if one paid careful attention, it was definitely weaker. The unconscious outer sect disciples suddenly lifted up into the air and flew away in all directions. Then, a turbulent, blood-red glow enveloped the entire Reliance sect. No onlooker would have been able to see it, but Meng Hao could. He Luohua and Grand Elder Ouyang watched on in a daze. Finally, shame appeared on He Luohua's face. He lowered his head and saluted respectfully toward the blood-red shield. Then he let out a light sigh, turned, and disappeared into the distance. Grand Elder Ouyang was silent. One by one, he took the outer sect disciples out into the wild mountains. Then he looked at the Reliance sect from a distance. With a sigh he departed. He and He Luohua both knew that with the Patriarch's acknowledgement of the dissolution of the sect, there was no longer such thing as the Reliance sect. Meng Hao stood within the blood-red glow, looking excited. He looked at the spear, which emitted a white, silver, and golden glow. Suddenly and inexplicably, the spear, completely of its own volition, shot forward, combining with the fog to transform into the image of an old man in a red robe. It was Patriarch Reliance. Clasping his hands in salute, Meng Hao said, "Disciple Meng Hao pays respects to the Patriarch." Without even thinking about it, he began a flood of eloquence. "You cast awe into the hearts of the people of the state of Zhao, and your name is even known in the southern domain. I have revered you ever since I joined the sect. Every day I pay homage to your words from the beginning of the manual. I have constantly reaped rewards. Very well, very well. You haven't done well in your studies. Let me tell you, kid, when I was your age, my flattery sounded much more natural than yours. Don't try to pull that stuff off on me." Patriarch Reliant glared at him, yet inwardly was a bit moved. Meng Hao looked at him with a sheepish smile. "Even though it's useless to flatter me, well, never mind. Listen up. I was only able to use a sliver of my consciousness, so it wasn't easy to scare off those damned nascent soul stage cultivators. I don't have much time at the moment before this form disappears." As he spoke, he began to grow more and more indistinct. "I need to rest for a year. When that year is up, you must use any means possible to attract every expert of the Foundation establishment stage or higher from the state of Zhao to come to my meditation zone. If you can accomplish this, then I will give you an incredible reward." He raised his hand and pointed a finger at Meng Hao. Instantly, information entered Meng Hao's mind. and he now knew how to open the entrance to the meditation zone. Kid, you are the only heir to my Reliance sect. Don't get yourself killed. If you get killed, I will have to find a concubine to bury with you. I find it annoying to have to. The sound of his voice continued to echo about, but his body had dissipated. Not a shadow remained. Meng Hao stared blankly for some time before recovering. It was at this point that he realized that everything which had happened had been Patriarch Reliance's attempt to scare away the outsiders. So he didn't kill those 3 people, but what happened to the spear he was going to give me? In the entire expansive Reliance sect, only Meng Hao remained, standing alone on the East Mountain. He watched the red light fade away, then lowered his head. The formerly bustling outer sect was now empty. Elder sister Su had been taken away. Elder brother Chen had gone to the southern domain. Even Fatty was gone. He had no idea when he would see them again. Would it be months? Years? His status as an inner sect disciple, his 3 years in the Reliance sect, they all became memories. The twisting autumn wind hit his face and lifted up his hair, blowing away the dust that had settled there. He quietly sat down on the boulder. A long time passed, and eventually the stars peeked out one by one. Then dawn came. Meng Hao sighed and lifted his head. They're all gone. And here I am, still in the state of Zhao. Suddenly, Meng Hao missed home. Even though he had gotten rid of his old ancestral house in Yunjia County, he still missed his old bed and dilapidated bowls. Even more so, he missed Mount Daqing. He missed his kind, smiling mother, and his father, who had always seemed afraid of his mother. It was all somewhat vague. Meng Hao shook his head, and as the rays of dawn crept out, he stood up. There was no need to search the Reliance sect. Everything worth taking was long gone, pillaged by the experts from the state of Zhao. It was empty. Meng Hao patted the dust off his clothes, then changed out of his inner sect silver robe, back into the scholar's gown he had worn all those years ago. It was a spacious robe, but as he put it on, it felt a bit small. He stared at the rising sun and let out a sigh. Deep within him, his golden core lake seemed to bubble, and within it, the demonic core emitted spiritual power that filled and replenished his body. I'm not too far from the 7th level of chi condensation. I can feel the bottleneck. He walked forward, slapping his bag of holding. 2 flying swords emerged and floated down to his feet. He glided down the mountain and left the Reliance sect. Using this technique with the flying swords granted him the ability of flight. But similar to Elder Sister Su with her wind pennant, it was only temporary flight, nothing long-term. Meng Hao moved ever more swiftly, speeding along throughout the mountain forests. Finally, he was able to leave the Reliance sect region, a place he hadn't left for 3 years. He flew throughout the seemingly endless wild mountains, eventually disappearing over the horizon. Time passed, and maintaining his original speed, Meng Hao eventually emerged from the mountainous region after 2 days. I'm not sure how long it took Elder Sister Su to bring me to the sect, he muttered to himself, looking back at the mountains. It was a few days, but I was unconscious. In any case, I think her speed at that time would have been similar to my own now. To cultivators, the state of Zhao is not very large. But to mortals, it is actually quite a vast region. In his studies, he had read about its geography, and though he had never personally traveled about in it, he was nevertheless somewhat familiar with the area. As of now, I'm in the north of the state of Zhao. I shouldn't be too far from Yunjia County. Off in the distance, he could see what looked almost like a mirror laying on the flat land. That would be what was referred to as the North Sea. Now that I think about it, with a wind pennant and being at the 7th level of chi condensation, Elder Sister Su could fly temporarily, but it would drain her spiritual power relatively quickly. She couldn't have flown very far away. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with longing. He had been away from Yunjia County for 3 years, and his desire to return was growing stronger. He knew that after crossing the North Sea, he would be about a half-day's walk from Mount Daqing. Breathing in deeply, he proceeded onward, eventually arriving at the shore of the North Sea. He looked down, and on the surface of the calm lake, he could see his reflection in the water. He was no longer a youth. He looked to be about 20 years of age. His face appeared steadfast and resolute, completely different from the ignorant, immature Meng Hao of the past. Amidst the silence, a warm, hearty laugh rang out, breaking Meng Hao's train of thought. "Hello, young sir. Do you wish to cross the sea?" A small boat slid across the water, guided toward Meng Hao by an old man wearing a woven rush raincoat. His face was covered with the evidence of a life of hardship, but he spoke with a smile. "I do not wish to trouble you, old sir," said Meng Hao, looking surprised. He hadn't been called young sir for 3 years now. "It's no trouble," said the old man. "I've been ferrying people across the ocean for many years. I really admire young, talented scholars like yourself." He pushed the boat up next to Meng Hao, who leaped easily onto the deck, offering his thanks. There was a young girl inside the boat, 7 or 8 years old, her hair done up in 2 pigtails. She squatted in front of a little oven, tanning its flames as she boiled water. Steam wafted up. Inside the pot of water was a bottle of alcohol. "This is my granddaughter," said the old man as he turned the boat around. "Too bad she's a girl. If she were a boy, I would have sent her off to be a scholar." "Young sir," he said with a smile, "where are you from?" The boat headed out toward the center of the lake. As the wind sprang up, the old man sat down next to the oven. The little girl looked up at Meng Hao, her wide eyes innocent and charming. "I am a young scholar from Yunjia County," Meng Hao said with a smile. "Below Mount Daqing." This type of mortal life caused him to think of his life from before, 3 years ago. Yunjia County, that's a good place. Great men lend their glory to a location. Many years ago, an auspicious sign appeared there. It even arose the notice of the officials. The old man picked up the bottle of alcohol. "This weather is turning cold and my body can't take it. Here, have a drink." He extended the bottle toward Meng Hao. "Can you drink?" Meng Hao knew the auspicious sign to which he referred. It had been 10 years before, the day before his parents went missing. When he thought of this, his heart grew a bit melancholy. He hesitated for a moment, looking at the bottle. He had never drank alcohol before. Back in Yunjia County, he had lived in poverty, and there had been no alcohol in the Reliance sect. He lifted up a glass and allowed the man to fill it, then took a drink. A spicy warmth suddenly filled his heart, then slowly spread out through his body. "Old sir, your conversation topics are somewhat out of the ordinary. Have you been running a ferry here for a long time?" Meng Hao gazed at the rippling green waves, then took another drink of alcohol. The alcohol burned its way down, and he thought of the Reliance sect of elder sister Su, elder brother Chun, and Fatty. 20 years, replied the old man with a laugh. "In my life, I've ferried many people across this North Sea. I've seen a lot of things, and of course I've learned a lot about how people tend to have conversations. Please don't laugh at me. Who knows how many years this lake has been here? It's seen a lot of people too. People remember it, and it remembers the people." The old man lifted his glass and took a drink. Meng Hao stared at him for a moment. This was the first time he had ever heard someone speak in such a fashion. He looked back at the lake, muttering to himself, seemingly lost in thought. "This is obviously a lake," he said suddenly. "Why do people call it the North Sea?" The old man thought for a moment, then smiled. "Lakes can dry up, grow quiet, and become still. If that happened, no living things would remain. But seas last forever, and can contain the water of countless rivers and lakes. Maybe people just didn't want the lake to ever go away, so they named it that way. When all is said and done, if you believe it's a lake, then it's a lake. If you believe it's a sea, then it's a sea." When he heard the old man's words, Meng Hao's mind suddenly trembled. The hand holding the glass of alcohol began to quiver, and he stared out at the lake water, almost in a trance. He seemed to lose track of time. Time passed, and the boat reached the shore. Meng Hao pulled out some silver that he had acquired from one of the disciples back at the Reliance sect and paid the fare. He gave the old man a deep bow of respect, then watched as the boat drifted off. His eyes shined with a strange light. He didn't leave, but instead sat down cross-legged on the lakeshore, looking out at the waters, and the lone boat disappearing into the distance. He could hear the old man laughing. If you believe it's a lake, then it's a lake. If you believe it's a sea, then it's a sea. The old man's voice echoed across the distance. It seemed as if he were not disappearing into the distance, but rather merging into it. Meng Hao sat there in a trance, taking it all in. He sat for 3 days straight. He didn't move at all during that time, instead staring silently at the lake, the old man's words echoing in his mind. Lakes can dry up, grow quiet, become still. If that happened, no living things would remain. But seas last forever, and can contain the water of countless rivers and lakes. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. The golden core lake within him seemed boundless, but in his eyes it was still a lake. If I believe it's a lake, then it's a lake. If I believe it's a sea, then from now on, let it be a sea. A thunderous sound filled him, and the core lake began to seethe and churn. Without the aid of any medicinal pills whatsoever, it suddenly expanded. Meng Hao wasn't aware of any of this. His eyes were closed tightly. He had entered a strange state. The old man's words filled his mind. He didn't notice it, but around him, the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth had begun to gurgle up, surrounding his body and then entering it. Waves broke out across the North Sea, and within its churning arose a massive amount of spiritual energy, which rushed forth and surrounded Meng Hao. The North Sea was revealing the Tao. If, at this moment, a core formation cultivator could see what was happening, he would be thoroughly shocked. This type of Tao enlightenment was only possible for someone at the spirit-severing stage. In addition, it required a huge amount of fortune and luck. Yet here was Meng Hao already reaching out to the threshold. The reason he could succeed in this was in large part due to the demonic core within him. It was the core of a flying rain dragon, an ancient beast whose tail could transform into a demon. Actually, that year in which he had dreamed of the flying rain dragon, Meng Hao had already reached Tao enlightenment. 3 days passed, and finally Meng Hao opened his eyes. They glowed with a golden light. Within him, his core lake had increased by a shocking double. As he examined it, Meng Hao realized that this was no lake. This was a core sea. He believed it to be a sea, therefore, it was a sea. The seawater roared, and waves whipped about. The demonic core, as stable as ever in the depths, emitted spiritual energy which filled Meng Hao's entire body. Using the techniques he had learned from the Sublime Spirit Scripture, he circulated the energy. His body began to glow with a golden light, as if something had suddenly broken out within him. The golden light emanated around him for 9 meters in every direction. Amidst the roaring, Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly climbed upwards, breaking through the 6th level bottleneck directly into the 7th level of qi condensation. Even though he had just broken through to the 7th level, his power was the same as if he had already reached its peak. This was because in his Dantian region was not a core lake, but a core sea. Earlier, the spiritual energy which had built up in the North Sea for countless years had suddenly surged forth as if to help Meng Hao make his breakthrough. Gradually, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth which surrounded him began to dissipate, as did the North Sea's spiritual energy. Slowly, the golden glow which emanated from Meng Hao also began to fade, and slowly he returned to his usual appearance. He sat there cross-legged. The golden light eventually left his eyes, although they continued to sparkle brightly. He slowly stood up and looked out at the North Sea. With clasped hands, he saluted the sea deeply. His mind was filled with descriptions he had read about in the Reliance Sect's magic pavilion, of the various demonic creatures of the Nanshan continent. Wherever demons existed, there would be demons that appeared as mountains, demons that appeared as rivers, and demons that appeared as plants and animals. Today, the North Sea revealed the Tao. One day when my cultivation base is high enough, I will return here and help you become a sea. He gazed out at the North Sea. He wasn't sure whether or not this lake, which desired to be a sea, might be like the descriptions he had read about, something with life, a demonic life. Regardless, it had helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation base, helped him turn his core lake into a core sea. He must repay the kindness. There was only one way, to help this lake become a sea. After some time passed, Meng Hao turned and strode toward Mount Daqing. Autumn wind curled around Mount Daqing in the north of the state of Zhao. Most of the rattan vines had dried and withered, and leaves floated down from the mountain into the river below. Perhaps they, like that gourd bottle from years ago, would eventually reach the Milky Way Sea and then float on to the Great Tang in the eastern lands. Beneath Mount Daqing lay 3 counties. Xianxia County was the most flourishing of the 3. It wasn't very large, but it bustled with people. When market day came, people from the whole mountain region gathered there, and a hubbub of voices would fill the air. On this day, a young man wearing a clean, blue scholar's robe walked into Xianxia, seemingly restless with emotion. Though he was a stranger, his face looked familiar. It was, of course, Meng Hao. He walked down the familiar streets, passing houses and shops. As he strolled through the mortal world, he recalled many things from the past. This place contained his memories from childhood, the lonely bitterness of his youth, and his stubborn attachment to his studies. So many unforgettable events. Passing a large courtyard, he said, "That would be where Miss Sun lives." The walls, which had seemed so tall in the past, now looked somewhat short. Past the walls were Miss Sun's bedchambers, a place that had been the subject of many fantasies in the past. He had often imagined that Steward Sun would take a liking to him, and then offer him Lady Sun's hand in marriage. She was rumored to be as beautiful as a goddess. 3 years had passed, not a very long time, but to Meng Hao, it seemed as if an entire generation had come and gone. Shaking his head emotionally, he was about to move on, when suddenly the main doors of the Sun Mansion opened and a sedan chair emerged. Meng Hao stopped. How often in the past had he looked into the courtyard, hoping to catch a glimpse into Lady Sun's bedchamber. His eyes flickered as he gazed at the sedan chair. The wind suddenly lifted the screen curtain of the sedan and he saw an extremely fat girl inside, her face covered with dark spots. She was young. Meng Hao's jaw dropped. If he hadn't recognized the serving girl next to her, he would never have believed that the young woman was actually Miss Sunday. The sedan chair disappeared into the distance, and Meng Hao continued walking, feeling a bit regretful. "I just destroyed the image of my dream lover," he said, shaking his head. Well, the sages were right. Avert the gaze from inappropriateness. I shouldn't have looked. A look of pity appeared on his face as he walked away. Around noon, Meng Hao found himself staring blankly at a large house off in the distance. It was worn out and dilapidated, and there were clearly people living inside. He could hear noise drifting out from inside. It sounded like the occupants were arguing. This was Meng Hao's ancestral residence. Years ago, he had been destitute and was forced to sell it. Inside that house were many beautiful and happy memories from the past, as well as the bitter, yet empowering memories from the time after his parents went missing. Image after image appeared in Meng Hao's mind. He stood there until dusk began to fall. Silently, he approached the door, raised his hand, and knocked. The knock silenced the din of argument that had continued unceasingly throughout the afternoon. After a moment, the door opened. A middle-aged man stood there, frowning. His face was covered with lines from a lifetime of hardships. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Uncle Li," said Meng Hao quietly, looking at the man in front of him. "You?" The middle-aged man stared in surprise. He looked closely at Meng Hao, and then a look of disbelief filled his eyes. "Meng Hao? Where have you been? Come in." With a look of pleasant surprise, the man dragged Meng Hao into the house. "Wife, come see who it is." A middle-aged woman sat inside, tears in her eyes. When she heard her husband's words and saw Meng Hao, she gaped for a moment, then rose to her feet, her eyes beaming with joy. "It really is Meng Hao," said the man. "Child, everyone said you just up and left that year. Let Auntie have a look at you." She stood in front of him, looking him up and down, her eyes filled with happiness. She seemed to have forgotten the afternoon spent arguing. "I haven't seen you for years. You've grown taller, but, you're so skinny. You must have endured a lot over the years. Here, have a seat. Auntie will cook a few dishes for you. You just got back, stay a while. You may have sold this place to your Uncle Li." but it's still your home. She gave a kind, happy smile to Meng Hao, then glared at the man and went into the kitchen. Soon the table was filled with food. Looking at the couple in front of him, and the kindness in their eyes, it reminded him of the times after his parents had gone missing. Without the help of Uncle and Aunt Li, things would have been much more difficult for him. "The harvests haven't been good these years," said Aunt Li, serving some food to Meng Hao. "We gave our house to our son so that he could get married. Since this place was empty, we moved here." She gave him a kind look. "Where have you been all these years? We looked all over for you, but were never able to find you." Meng Hao listened to them talk and felt their kindness in his heart. He told them a somewhat vague story of traveling to a different part of the nation to study. After the meal was finished, he gave the couple a deep bow. "Uncle Li, Aunt Li, I would like to repurchase my ancestral home. After all, my mother and father left it for me. Here are some pieces of silver. You two can continue living here and help take care of the place." He pulled out some pieces of silver from within his robe and put them down. "This?" Uncle Li hesitated, looking at his wife. Aunt Li said nothing, but after a moment passed, nodded. "You're right," she said resolutely. "This house is yours, left to you by your father and mother. Your Uncle Li and I are getting old, so as you suggest, we will stay here. But we don't need the silver. We looked after you as you grew up. You're like our own child. How could we take your money?" She put the silver pieces back into Meng Hao's hand. Meng Hao didn't say anything, instead clasping his hands and bowing deeply to them once again. He didn't stay for the night. Instead, he gathered together some things from the house that contained memories, then made his farewells and slipped off into the darkness of the night. He didn't take the silver with him. He left it on the bed. Later, he sat cross-legged on a bed in an inn, looking out at the night sky. He sighed. "I'm no longer part of the mortal world, and yet, it's hard to sever all the ties." He closed his eyes. "Well, if they can't be severed, then I shall just let them remain." At dawn the next morning, Meng Hao found the Wang family carpenter shop. There, he saw an aged Uncle Wang, his face full of wrinkles, sitting in the shop staring at nothing. In front of him was a wood carving that looked just like Wang Yukai. Uncle Wang's face seemed to be filled with an indelible sorrow. Meng Hao thought for a moment. He wasn't sure whether or not Wang Yukai was dead. After being promoted to the inner sect, he had sought out Little Tiger, then gone to inspect the area where Wang Yukai had fallen off the cliff. He hadn't been able to find any clues regarding what had happened. With a sigh, Meng Hao walked into the carpenter shop. Sensing that someone had arrived, Uncle Wang lifted his head. When he saw Meng Hao, he stared in surprise. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up, trembling. You're Meng Hao." "Uncle Wang, it's me." Meng Hao reached out to support the old man. "Where is Yukai?" he asked. It seemed he hadn't forgotten the details about what happened that year. Looking at Meng Hao, he suddenly seemed excited. "You both went missing at the same time that year. Where is he?" "Yukai wasn't able to return, so he asked me to send a message for him," said Meng Hao with a smile. "He'll be back in a few years. You can rest at ease, sir. Yukai is living very well." He helped Uncle Wang into his chair, then sat with him for a while chatting. He told him that they had gone off to study, and Yukai was so talented that he wanted to continue studying for some time before returning. Tears of excitement rolled down Uncle Wang's face. He listened to Meng Hao's story, nodding, and it seemed as if some of the wrinkles on his face disappeared. Meng Hao continued to tell some interesting anecdotes, and the old man smiled. "That kid was always smart. He never wanted to study carpentry from me. He would spend all day thinking about other things. Good. If he can go out to study, it's a good thing." Uncle Wang's smile widened. Around noon, Meng Hao left, escorted to the door personally by Uncle Wang. Little Tiger and Fatty weren't from Xianxia County, but rather the other two surrounding counties. Meng Hao wasn't very familiar with Little Tiger, but felt confident that he could take care of himself. On the other hand, he definitely had to go pay a visit to Fatty's family to let them know he was doing well. Fatty was most likely in the southern domain. Meng Hao sighed inwardly. That afternoon he went looking for Steward Zhou, but couldn't find him. After asking around, he learned that Steward Zhou had moved his household away about half a year ago. People said he'd moved to the capital city of the state of Zhao. Learning this, Meng Hao made no further inquiries and left Yunjia County. There were many memories here, but Meng Hao knew that as soon as he had entered the Reliance sect, his path lay in the direction of the state of Zhao and the southern domain. He left in silence, taking with him only a few items which he stored in his bag of holding. Some pots and bowls and some bed quilts. The pots and bowls had been given to him by his father as a gift, and the bed quilts had been quilted by his mother. To Meng Hao, these things were priceless. There were 3 counties below Mount Daqing. In addition to Yunjia County, there was Yunhai County and Yunkai County. Fatty's home was in Yunkai. It was smaller than Yunjia, and although it was not as bustling, it was surrounded by vast tracts of land and was therefore quite a wealthy place. This was especially true of the handful of great families, who controlled sizable properties and wealth. Fatty's father was the famous Moneybags Li of Yunkai County. From what Fatty had told him in the past, his family employed several hundred workers, and you could spend an entire day walking through the family compound, which was filled with menservants and maidservants. He had said his chamber pot was made of silver, his quilts purchased from the capital city of the state of Zhao, and that from childhood, maidservants would heat his bed for him before he slept. That arrangement had continued as he grew up, and he said he couldn't even remember how many maidservants he'd touched in his life. In any case, he had never lacked for want of anything, all the way down until the time his marriage had been arranged. His fiancée was an extremely beautiful young woman from a family of famous scholars in Yunkai. His father had put a lot of thought and money into successfully arranging the matter. As he thought back to Fatty's expression when he talked about it, Meng Hao smiled. He walked into Yunkai County. Meng Hao had been to Yunkai County a few times before. Usually it was when he needed to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Perhaps because the excessive wealth in the village prompted a demand for scholarly embellishments, the price of writing supplies was cheaper than average. Even though 3 years had passed, the place looked just like before. As Meng Hao walked down the streets, he couldn't help but notice that outside of many of the shops hung lanterns, upon which the character Li was written in sweeping calligraphy. From what Fatty had said, his father was the richest person in Yunkai and actually owned about half of the county. And it wasn't just land they owned, but business, all of which were marked with the character Li. After asking around, he determined the location of Fatty's house and headed in that direction. The sun was beginning to sink over the horizon, turning the sky dark and covering the land with a soft glow. It didn't take long for him to reach the east end of Yunkai County, where he saw a massive estate, filled with a veritable forest of grand buildings. Above the main door, which was guarded by retainers, was a board inscribed with the words, Li Mansion. The lively sound of singing and dancing could be heard from within. Meng Hao's body flashed and he was inside. The mansion was a large, surrounding an inner courtyard where singers and dancers were currently putting on a show. Meng Hao caught sight of an extremely fat, middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe. He closely resembled Fatty. This was obviously his father. Sitting next to him was a young man whose face was covered with a prudent expression. He seemed wildly arrogant and wore expensive garments, yet his body looked a bit frail, as if he had worn himself out with too much wine and women. He held a wine cup in his hand, and a somewhat indecent expression shone in his eyes as he looked over the singers and dancers. "Still not here yet?" said the young man, frowning. His tone of voice was both cold and bored. Any moment," said Fatty's father, looking extremely embarrassed, but forcing an obsequious smile onto his face. "Young Lord Zhao, please just wait a bit longer. My daughter-in-law tends to take things slowly." Even as the words came out of his mouth, several maidservants appeared in the distance. Walking behind them was a young woman. She wore a long, gauzy garment, and her hair was put up with phoenix hairpins. Her appearance was pure and beautiful, and yet there was a look of fear on her face. As she approached, she seemed to shiver as if she were cold. "Father," she said as she approached. She bowed in greeting, Xianxia, this is the young lord from the house of Zhao in Yunhai County, said Fatty's father softly. Why don't you toast him? He looked at his daughter-in-law apologetically. Even though his son had been missing for years, she continued to wait for him to return, never complaining. She treated her father-in-law with utmost filial piety. Greetings, young Lord Zhao, said the girl softly, lowering her head. She was afraid, but she knew that the family was not in a good position at the moment. She lifted up the wine pot and poured some wine into a cup, which she extended to him with both hands. He looked at her, his eyes shining brightly. He swallowed hard. The girl was shockingly beautiful, and in his heart, he was already prepared to make some trouble. A lecherous smile appeared on his face. He accepted the wine up and then tried to grab her hand. The girl stepped back, frightened, causing the cup to tumble to the floor. "How dare you!" shouted young Lord Zhao, his eyes blazing. He kicked over the table, sending wine and food scattering about. He pointed at Fatty's father. "You listen to me, Li Dafu. My younger brother is back, and he's an immortal now. He wants your property, not your lives. I felt pity for you and spoke kindly of you to him, but then you humiliate me like this?" Young Lord Zhao, this... Fatty's father hastily tried to speak. "Shut the hell up. Let me tell you, this matter isn't finished. If you know what's good for you, you'll have your daughter-in-law spend the night with me. If she pleases me, then I'll say some more nice things about you to my younger brother." He laughed coldly, his eyes fixed on the girl, whose face had grown pale white. A dirty look once again appeared on his face. Fatty's father's face grew ashen. At first, the young man had only mentioned toasting, which he had agreed to, but this was excessive. He gritted his teeth. His son was missing, and he couldn't even protect his own daughter-in-law. What was the point of living? "Beat it," he roared. "Get the hell out of here. Men, kick this man out. Even if the Li family goes bankrupt, I won't tolerate insults from the house of Zhao." "How impressive," laughed young Lord Zhao. He spun and left, his eyes filled with murder. Watching the feast being cleared away, the young girl bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She lowered her head and looked as if she were about to say something. "Don't worry about this matter," said Fatty's father calmly. "Law still exists in this world. Please, take the young miss back." Servants appeared to escort the young woman away. Everything was quiet. Fatty's father began to tremble. He staggered, suddenly seeming to grow older. Then he shook his head and began to walk. Before long, he reached a building. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was a luxurious room, but seemed as if it would look better if everything weren't covered with bite marks. "Fugue, where are you?" murmured Fatty's father as he sat down into a chair. "Why haven't you returned?" He looked even older than before. He gently rubbed at a bite mark on the table. "He's doing well," said a voice, breaking the silence. Fatty's father lifted his head, and his eyes filled with fear as he realized that somehow another person was standing in the room, next to the window. He had no idea when or how he had come to be standing there. He wore a long blue robe and looked like a scholar. It was none other than Meng Hao. "You?" Li Dafu stood up, looking alarmed. He took a few steps back. "I'm Li Fugue's friend from the sect, Meng Hao, from Yunjia County." Meng Hao turned. His eyes moved from some bite marks on the windowsill to rest on Li Dafu. "Meng Hao," said Li Dafu, shocked. He recognized the name. When he had checked into the disappearance of his son all those years ago, he'd learned that 3 other boys had gone missing at the same time. One of them was named Meng Hao. Fugue, Li Dafu's body began to tremble. Inside, he felt hesitation. "He's not in the state of Zhao at the moment, but I think he'll be able to return before too long." Meng Hao walked forward and sat down in a chair. "I saw what happened in the courtyard just now," he said coolly. "I'll stay here for a few days to take care of the matter." He took a piece of paper out and placed it down onto the table. "Please forge me 3 spears according to these specifications. 1 iron, 1 silver, and 1 gold spear." With that, he closed his eyes. Li Dafu hesitated. but then nodded his head. Regardless of how unbelievable the situation might seem, he would rather believe what Meng Hao had just said. Without a word, he picked up the paper and hurried off. As for young Lord Zhao, he left the Li household, and Yunkai County, his face grim. Accompanied by his retainers, he made his way back to Yunhai County in the darkness of night, gnashing his teeth. As he walked, he slapped himself hard in the face, leaving behind a clear palm print. Soon, he arrived at a large courtyard, and the expression on his face suddenly turned to one of respect, even awe. His voice low, he spoke. "Little brother, are you awake?" "What's the matter?" said a cold voice. The voice was a bit shrill, as if its owner was a boy just beginning to go through puberty. "Not only does the House of Li refuse to listen to your suggestions, they also humiliated me. They even slapped me." Young Lord Zhao tried to put on his most humiliated expression. The door slowly opened, and a young man walked out. He appeared to be about 12 or 13, and wore a richly embroidered gown. He had finely chiseled features and looked almost beautiful. Were Meng Hao here, this young man would instantly begin to act like a toady. He was one of the disciples saved by Grand Elder Ouyang the day the Reliance sect was disbanded. He was Meng Hao's servant Zhao Hai. He had the same idea as Fatty to become a great landowner. With Fatty gone, he had returned to this area and began plundering the properties of the local rich families. He had actually begun to plan how to deal with Li Dafu back when he was still in the Reliance sect. Unfortunately, after returning, he'd learned that the Li family forbade its members from revealing information about family assets. "You good-for-nothing fool," said Zhao Hai with a cold snort. "Do you really think I'm as stupid as you? The angle of that palm print is all wrong. You obviously hit yourself." An expression of disgust appeared on his face. But this person was his older brother. He frowned. "Never mind. I'm about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation base. In 7 days, I'll go with you to the House of Li." He turned and went back into the room, slamming the door behind him. Young Lord Zhao looked pleased. His heart burned as he imagined the young girl's plaintive cries coming from underneath him. 7 days from now. 7 days passed. Zhao Hai walked out of the House of Li in Yunhai County, his hands clasped behind his back, followed by young Lord Zhao. They brought a group of family retainers with them, their eyes filled with killing intent as they headed straight for Yunkai County. In Yunkai County, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in Fatty's room, meditating in silence. Around noontime, a light knock could be heard on the door. Meng Hao slowly opened his eyes to see Li Dafu entering the room. Behind him were 10 family retainers. 3 groups of 3 men each carried a spear, 1 iron, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Networks of fine lines were carved onto their surfaces, making them appear both primitive and luxurious at the same time. Meng Hao raised his hand, and the iron spear flew through the air toward him. Li Dafu and his servants gaped in astonishment and shock. The iron spear was extremely heavy. To see Meng Hao snatch it from such a distance frightened them. Li Dafu's body shook, and his eyes shone. Before, he had surmised that Meng Hao was not an ordinary person. Despite only half trusting him, he had still complied with the request to craft the 3 spears. But now he thoroughly believed his previous words. This person was clearly not ordinary. Meng Hao nodded, retrieving the silver and gold spears. He tested them out, then deposited them into his bag of holding with the flick of a sleeve. When this happened, flopping sounds sounded out as the servants dropped to their knees and bowed to him, their expressions filled with shock. An immortal! Li Dafu seemed to be frozen in place, trembling violently. He looked as if he too might drop to his knees. Before, he had assumed this person was extraordinary in some way, but had never imagined that he could be an immortal. Then he suddenly became even more excited as he remembered the man had said that his son was a friend from his sect. Don't tell me that useless kid is now an immortal? He was about to ask when Meng Hao lifted his head and looked out the window. The sound of a commotion drifted in from outside, then a series of cracks as the main gate was broken open. Li Dafu, get the hell out here. My younger brother is an immortal, and he's here to visit you. Come out here and bow to him." Li Dafu looked up. Meng Hao stood and walked toward the door. Li Dafu followed hurriedly, and they soon arrived in the outer courtyard of the mansion. Pieces of the door lay scattered about everywhere, along with a multitude of moaning family retainers. The cocky young lord stood there, and behind him a young man, one hand held behind his back, the other held up in front of him. Encircling his hand was a finger-sized flame serpent. The young man looked proud and unyielding, and his flame serpent caused the surrounding onlookers to slowly move away from him, gasping with fear and astonishment. "Kid brother, this is Li Dafu," said the young Lord Zhao, ignoring Meng Hao, who stood behind him. "So you are." "Ha!" Zhao Hai lifted his chin as he started to speak, then suddenly caught sight of Meng Hao. His body immediately began to shake, and his eyes filled with disbelief. The flame serpent instantly disappeared, and the blood drained from his horrified face. Unconsciously, as by instinct, an ingratiating look appeared on his face. "Li Dafu," shouted the swaggering young Lord Zhao, clearly unaware of Zhao Hai's change in expression. "You dare to not kneel before my brother? Let me tell you, he's an immortal. Do you understand what that means? He could exterminate your whole family with a wave of his hand. You still haven't brought the girl out? Prepare a good room immediately. If she takes care of me well and I'm happy, then maybe if you beg, I can provide you with an heir. Otherwise, your name will die out." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Behind him, however, Zhao Hai's face was deathly pale. He trembled as he looked at Meng Hao, his head spinning. And then his brother's words hit his ears, and his heart filled with dread. "If you don't," continued the young lord, "then you're dead, along with that scholar standing next to you. Hey, who's he? Your adopted son? You dare to stare at me? Are you looking to die? My brother is an immortal." Before he even finished speaking, his words reached Zhao Hai's ears like a thunderclap, causing him to leap into the air. Fury filling his eyes, he slapped his older brother across the face. "Shut the hell up!" he screamed, sounding as if he was about to weep. He knew Meng Hao too well. He remembered his status when he was in the inner sect, his victory over Wang Tingfei. Nobody in the outer sect was ignorant of Meng Hao, nor his 6th-level cultivation base. Meng Hao was like a lofty mountain that could crush Zhao Hai to death with little effort. Even as his brother cried out in pain, Zhao Hai dropped to his knees, body quivering. "Servant Zhao Hai extends greetings. Greetings to elder brother Meng." His brother stood next to him, gaping in surprise, covering his face with a hand. He blurted, "Brother, what did you call him? Elder brother Meng? Ha ha ha. So he's family. Ah, the girl must have caught his fancy too. Well, just give Meng." "Shut up!" screamed Zhao Hai. He looked as if he were so scared he would drop dead. His body shook violently as his mind replayed all the things he'd heard about Meng Hao from the outer sect disciples. Utterly discomfited, he leaped to his feet and slapped his brother in the face again. Li Dafu watched on in amazement. He sucked in a breath, then looked numbly at Meng Hao. He had guessed that Meng Hao was an immortal, but he'd never imagined that upon seeing him, the powerful immortal from the house of Zhao would be so terrified that he would break out trembling. It wasn't just him. The surrounding servants all watched on in a daze, their eyes filling with veneration as they looked at Meng Hao. "Elder brother Meng," said Zhao Hai, kneeling again, his eyes filled with intense fear, his face somber. Meng Hao looked at Zhao Hai coldly, wordlessly. Zhao Hai's heart thumped, and he clenched his jaw. He caught sight of his older brother standing next to him, and his eyes filled with rage. He didn't dare to complain to Meng Hao, so he decided to vent his anger on his brother. He waved his right hand, and once again the finger-sized flame serpent appeared. It slammed into the young Lord Zhao, who immediately began to scream shrilly. He fell to the ground, rolling back and forth. Within moments, he had turned into a twitching, charred corpse. "I beg elder brother Meng to spare my life," said Zhao Hai, ignoring his brother, kneeling before Meng Hao and kowtowing over and over again. "It seems you are reluctant to leave the mortal world behind," said Meng Hao coolly. "Therefore, from today on, you can set your mind at rest and live as a mortal." He lifted a finger, and instantly, Zhao Hai's face went pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His dantian shattered, and his second-level cultivation base was destroyed. He was no longer a cultivator, but a mortal. He staggered up, saluting Meng Hao with clasped hands. Then he turned and left in anguish, supported by his men. He gradually disappeared into the distance. "I didn't discipline him well enough," said Meng Hao, not watching as Zhao Hai left. "He was my servant who ran away from the sect. He caused trouble for you, Uncle Li." He bowed to Li Dafu with cupped fists. "No harm was done, all is well," said Li Dafu, shaking his head. "My thanks to you, Immortal." He bent at the waist in a bow. His head was still spinning as he thought about the Immortal of the House of Zhao being Meng Hao's servant. "No need for that, Uncle Li," smiled Meng Hao. "Fatty, Li Fugue is my closest friend in the sect. I came here in his place to visit, so of course I would not turn a blind eye to a situation such as this." He took a step back, cupping his fists again in salute. "I shall take my leave." He departed in a flash. Within a few steps he was gone, leaving Li Dafu looking a bit melancholy. He was thinking of his son. Then, he broke out in another smile, his eyes filling with pride and anticipation. "My son has done well. He's an immortal. I will go burn some incense in the ancestral hall. This matter has brought glory to our family and ancestors." Meng Hao left Yunkai County. It was afternoon now, and his robe rippled in the autumn wind. The mountain wind grew stronger and stronger as he approached Mount Daqing. He stood on the same place on the mountaintop where he had stood in a daze 3 years before. Emotion filled his face. 3 years had passed so quickly. His face was no longer young and naive. He had matured, but Mount Daqing was the same as always. It would never change, nor would the great river which flowed ceaselessly beneath it. Looking down at the river, Meng Hao thought of the gourd bottle he had thrown into it that year. He thought about how he had encountered elder sister Su, Fatty, Wang Yukai, and Little Tiger. Silently, he leaped into the air and onto a flying sword. He flew down the mountain to the fissure in the cliff. He entered. It was exactly the same as it had been before. Meng Hao stood inside, looking around. That year, elder sister Su had been at the 7th level of qi condensation. And now, he was a cultivator of the 7th level. It was as if the 3 years had been a giant circle, with this as the starting point and the ending point. But if the 3 years really were a circle, then perhaps returning here means that I've reached a new starting point. It's like the sages said, if you don't take a first step, you will never know which direction the road leads. He closed his eyes for a while, then opened them. I've already taken my first new steps. That year I lacked money, and now I lack spirit stones. It doesn't seem much has changed. Meng Hao shook his head, thinking about the scant amount of spirit stones in his bag of holding. He couldn't help but feel a bit of pain as he turned and left the cave. Atop his flying sword, he shot down in the direction of the river. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he lifted up his head. Up on Mount Daqing, in the same position he had just been standing in, was a man wearing a golden-colored robe. He gazed down coldly at Meng Hao. "So, you did come back here," he said in a sinister voice which seemed to make the setting sun grow even darker, leaving behind only his eyes, filled with murder and greed. It was Xianxia. The day the sect had been dissolved, he was the first person to flee. After a few days had passed, he reappeared. After some asking around, he learned about the dissolution of the sect, as well as how Patriarch Reliance had cast terror into the hearts of the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao. So, covering his tracks, he left, deciding that it was time to go harvest some medicinal plants that he had planted in secret some time ago. On the way, however, he had passed Mount Daqing, which caused him to think about the time he had investigated Meng Hao. He knew that this was where Su Qing had found him, so he decided to stick around for a few days in the hopes of encountering him. Killing intent shone in Meng Hao's eyes. He was currently at the 7th level of qi condensation, so he was able to detect the levels of other cultivators. Xianxia was at the 9th level. Although his cultivation base was not complete, it was close. With luck, he would soon be able to successfully reach foundation establishment, which would make him one of the most powerful experts in the state of Zhao. Meng Hao knew that he was no match for him, even if he had a lot of magical items on hand. Right now, though, his bag of holding had not been replenished, and he had almost no spirit stones. It was not a good time to fight. Without a word, he shot off into the distance, his body turning into a blur. As he sped off, Xianxia gave off a cold laugh. Within the sect, he had feared Grand Elder Ouyang, and hadn't dared to make a move against an inner sect disciple. But that was in the past. His desire to kill Meng Hao and take his treasures burned brightly. His body flashed, and a talisman appeared in front of him, picked him up, and he shot in pursuit of Meng Hao. This time, there's no special promotion training. How can you escape my hands? A sinister smile covered Xianxia's face. He was determined to succeed. This is a series of 5 special chapters sponsored by John Ale, Jingping Lai, Eric Gordon, Christian Dela Cruz, Sai Paklapat, Marco Pacheco Dera, Chris Sherman, Sheila Mugan, Tandra Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, Alan Porter, Daniel Delaney, Stephen Melendez, Abdul Azim Nasira Diana, and Austin Minette. Thunder rolled out in the evening sky. Rosy clouds drifted about, and the autumn wind rustled, picking up the fallen leaves and sending them floating. It should have been a beautiful, rainy autumn evening, but the peacefulness was interrupted by 2 figures who occasionally dropped to the ground, but then immediately shot back up into the air. They soared along, engaged in a life-and-death pursuit. Meng Hao was in front, his eyes glistening. After reaching the 7th level of qi condensation, he could maintain top speed on his flying sword for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. At that rate, he could not shake off Xianxia. After some time passed, he was forced to drop to the ground, run as fast as possible for a while, and then resume gliding. Xianxia pursued him doggedly. He knew that he couldn't let him escape. If he did, Meng Hao could easily hide somewhere in the massive state of Zhao, and that would be very troublesome. At the moment, he was extremely confident. A critical juncture had arrived. He knew that Meng Hao possessed some treasured item. He wasn't exactly sure what it did, but he was determined to acquire it. Meng Hao, you can't escape me. My aim has always been the southern domain. The only reason I haven't ascended to the foundation establishment stage yet is because I didn't want to. You're like an ant to me. You will be my stepping stone into foundation establishment. Xianxia was of the 9th level of qi condensation. Even though he was very close to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his level of power was still far from that level. That having been said, even though Meng Hao was in the same stage as him, their cultivation bases were still 2 levels apart. This meant that not only was Xianxia faster, but because of his status as an elder in the Reliance sect, he'd had access to higher-level magical items. The talisman whistled through the air, propelling him forward with extraordinary power. He flicked his wide sleeve, snapping a jade slip. A green mist shot out, which coagulated into a green bottle, about half the height of an average person. He shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he slapped his bag of holding. 10 flying swords appeared, shooting toward the magical bottle. As soon as they collided, the 10 flying swords exploded into pieces, which mushroomed out in all directions. The bottle shattered, but Xianxia simply increased his speed and leaped over the cloud, intent on decreasing the distance between him and Meng Hao. At that moment, Meng Hao suddenly turned, his hands flickering in incantation patterns. Wind blades appeared, 3 of them. However, they didn't shoot toward Xianxia, but instead flew in circular patterns, faster and faster, creating a gravitational force which pulled in the shattered remnants of his flying swords. Soon, they had formed a spinning vortex. A booming sound rang out, but Meng Hao didn't look back. The vortex behind Xianxia suddenly exploded, sending shrapnel shooting out. Xianxia was knocked forward, shredding much of his clothing. His eyes burned with fury. So you've reached the 7th level of qi condensation. Xianxia glared as Meng Hao sped off into the distance. He continued his pursuit, albeit more cautiously. He knew that Meng Hao was incredibly crafty and could not be underestimated. He must use all his power. When he thought about the technique Meng Hao had just used, gathering the fragmented pieces of the swords together, Xianxia was a bit taken aback. If Meng Hao's cultivation base were higher, then the attack just now, while it might not have killed him, would have seriously injured him. He's so young, yet so sinister. Exploding the swords was just a diversion. Damn it! He increased his speed, turning into a ray of light as he pursued Meng Hao. Two people shot through the evening as the sky grew dark. The bright moon looked down, its gaze illuminating them. Meng Hao's face was grim. He consumed some demonic cores. Even though the North Sea had shown him the Tao, and he had broken through to the next level, his current situation did not bode well. He was at the 7th level of Qi condensation, but had no way to lose his pursuer. He was in somewhat of a crisis. There will come a day when I will slay this man, thought Meng Hao. As he considered the inexplicable enmity between them, he came to the realization that it was all because of his opponent's greed. Over and over again, it was extremely annoying. Looking back at Xianxia, Meng Hao gritted his teeth. As his flying sword sputtered out of power, he leaped to the ground, racing toward the wild mountains. He was heading, not toward the Reliance sect, but rather the east of Mount Daqing, where a chain of mountains rose and fell off toward the flatlands and the capital city of the state of Zhao. The mountains here were numerous, even more so than the regions around the Reliance sect. This mountain chain was the largest in the state of Zhao, and had come to be known as the State Shield Mountain Range. From a distance, you couldn't see past them, and in the night, they rose up like the undulating spine of a slumbering dragon, emanating a lofty air. Meng Hao lowered his head, speeding deep into the State Shield Mountains. This was not the first time he had fled for his life in the past 3 years. From his experience that year on the Black Mountain, Meng Hao knew how to seize opportunities. He flew as fast as he could, heading deeper and deeper into the mountains. Xianxia did not slow in his pursuit. No matter where Meng Hao went, he would follow. His mind was set. He would kill Meng Hao and take his treasures. And yet he knew he didn't have much time. The medicinal plant that he had been growing was ripe and ready to be harvested. If he was too slow, it would wither, which would wreck his future plans. In his estimation, it should take more than 1 or 2 days to take care of Meng Hao. That much of a delay was acceptable. So without hesitation, he continued into the barren mountains in pursuit. About 500 kilometers away from the point where Meng Hao and Xianxia entered the state of Zhao State Shield Mountains, there arose a lofty mountain. The mountain's peak pierced the clouds, and was visible from a vast distance away. Everything from halfway up the mountain all the way to its peak was covered with white snow. It was huge, much bigger than any of the surrounding mountains, and its very top seemed to emanate rays of light that covered the mountain like flowing water. Next to this mountain was another mountain, whose top appeared to have been sliced off, forming a round, plateau-like platform. Assembled on the platform were nearly 100 cultivators wearing long, white robes. They were young, the youngest of the group being 11 or 12 years old, the oldest 17 or 18. There were boys and girls, and all of them wore expressions of keen anticipation. Some of them seemed to be keeping their cultivation base concealed, and their faces looked proud and unyielding. Some of the group were at the 7th or 8th level of Qi condensation, and a few were even at the 9th. The weakest were at the 5th or 6th levels. There was no sect in the state of Zhao who had disciples like this. Clearly, whoever had gathered this group of youths was a major sect from the southern domain. Their clothing was all uniform, and they radiated an imposing air, as if they had the power to affect everything around them. Some of them had outstanding latent talent, and all of them were filled with vigor. Clearly, they belonged in the cultivation world. "These are some of my outer sect disciples," said a voice with a complacent laugh. "What do you think, eccentric song?" At the front of the group, near the edge of the platform, 2 old men sat cross-legged, a go-board spread out between them. The person who had laughed was one of these old men. He had white hair, wore a white robe, and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His eyes flashed like lightning and were filled with pride. He continued to laugh. Sitting across from him was eccentric Song, wearing a long black robe that seemed to shimmer with iridescence. His long gray hair hung in disarray, and he wore an enigmatic smile on his face. Excellent, excellent. Your Violet Fate sect is definitely worthy to be called one of the 5 great sects of the Southern Domain. There are clearly some promising subjects among your outer sect disciples. Wu Dingqiu. Eccentric Song smiled, and a cold wind seemed to spring up. The onlooking disciples' minds seemed to shiver. Very well, let us carry out our wager, said the white-robed man with a smile, his eyes flashing. His hand made a snatching motion, and suddenly a large stone appeared, about the size of a human head. It slammed down onto the ground next to him. It was dark and opaque, and yet a black glow could be seen flickering inside it. A multitude of flickering twinkles could be seen within, as if it were composed of a vast number of gems. This is what I'm putting up. A heaven crystal. The white-robed man's eyes sparkled as he looked at eccentric Song. No problem, said eccentric Song, flicking his sleeve. This is the star fragment you've had your eye on. A large lump of iron appeared, about the size of a fist. It emanated a black glow, as if it could swallow up everything in sight. It was clearly anything but ordinary. See the flag on the peak of the mountain? If your disciples can topple that flag, then you win. But, if your Violet Fate sect disciples aren't skilled enough to ascend the mountain, then your heaven crystal is mine. He laughed contentedly. Fear not, said the white-robed man with a confident sneer. My disciples can definitely snap your paltry flagpole. They will also clear the mountain of all its treasures and slay all the demonic beasts you've raised. Don't go back on your word when that happens. I have roamed heaven and earth for 400 years and have never gone back on my word. Yes, I have filled this mountain with many treasures and spirit stones, as well as numerous unique spirit beasts that I have carefully raised. But mark my words, once the mountain is opened, anyone under the foundation establishment stage can enter, for 7 days. This includes your Violet Fate sect disciples, as well as disciples of any other sect. Anyone with skill can acquire the treasures. Even if someone comes along who can clear them all out, I won't even so much as frown, let alone go back on my word. If I do, then I'm not surnamed Song. Eccentric Song spoke all these words with head held high, looking unyielding, his voice decisive. However, anyone without skill who does not acquire treasures, and cannot ascend to the top of the mountain, will become food for my spirit beasts. This is simply their destiny. Having said this, his smile grew even colder, and his eyes filled with a sneer. All of my Violet Fate sect disciples are outstanding among their peers, said Wu Dingqiu with a glare, his voice booming out. Clearing out your mountain will be as easy for them as turning over a hand. For 100 kilometers surrounding my treasure mountain, spirit beasts roam freely. I've fertilized the land with soil from the bottom of the Eastern Sea, which hasn't seen the light of day for 10,000 years. I even transported the top of Mount Tianshan from the southern domain to be this mountain's highest peak, spending an entire 60-year cycle refining it and assimilating it into mountain. There is nothing like it in the world. Each spirit beast here is an exquisite specimen personally acquired by myself. They are fiendish and unusual, mutated beasts that I painstakingly collected from everywhere under heaven. I think the 100 or so disciples you have brought are not enough food for my spirit beasts. Eccentric Song glared, slowly rubbing his beard. My Violet Fate sect is one of the great sects of the southern domain. These may be just outer sect disciples, but even to enter the sect, each and every one of them passed 9 difficult tests. Every month, they immerse their bodies in a spirit spring. They possess inexhaustible amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All of them have extraordinary latent talent, rarely seen in any sect. These disciples could flatten your crappy mountain with the wave of a hand. As for your demonic creatures, they aren't even fit to be eaten by my disciples. They're not mutated beasts, they're mutt beasts. Wu Dingqiu glared with wide eyes. The disciples behind him lowered their heads in embarrassment, glancing at eccentric Song. Eccentric Song stared for a moment, surprised. He flicked his sleeve and was about to say something when Wu Dingqiu suddenly leaped up and turned to face his disciples. "Violet Fate Sect disciples," he roared. "This might be your first time to venture outside of the sect, but this mountain, where life and death is predestined, is a promotion training ground for the inner sect. Anyone who steps onto the mountain and reaches the halfway point shall be remembered. Anyone who reaches the mountain top even more so, and whoever manages to snap that crappy flagpole will be my personal apprentice and receive immediate promotion into the Violet Fate inner sect. What are you gaping for? Get moving." Upon hearing this, the faces of the white-robed disciples filled with inspiration and their eyes shined. This was their first time outside of the sect. Some thirsted to become a member of the inner sect. Others desired to acquire treasures. According to the rumors they had heard in the sect, vast amounts of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical items were hidden in this state of Zhao Treasure Mountain. Nearly 100 bodies flashed toward the mountain, a shocking sight. The peak of the mountain was extremely high, and the mountain itself was surrounded by forest. Almost immediately, thunderous noises arose from within the trees. The roars of the wild beasts shattered the quietness of the still night. 2 hours passed in which miserable shrieks continuously rang out from Demon Beast Forest, especially the border regions. Suddenly, 7 or 8 Violet Fate sect disciples fled out from the forest, their faces filled with fear. They were being pursued by 3 mighty beasts who had the heads of dragons and the bodies of tigers. The ground shook beneath their feet as they charged forth. The life force of these 3 beasts seemed boundless, their might extraordinary. Their fur was long and thick, causing them to look completely different from the average demonic beast, savage and fierce to the extreme. When they breathed, their auras transformed into mist serpents which coiled around their bodies, leaving the inexperienced, novice disciples frightened to death. Their faces paled, and they ran away at top speed. Once they stepped foot outside the trees, the demonic beasts ceased their pursuit. They glared viciously at the 7 or 8 disciples, then turned and disappeared back into the forest. On the flat plateau, Eccentric Song laughed heartily. "Look, Wu Dingqiu, these are the spirit beasts I have raised. What do you think? Even if your disciples grew up inside a spirit spring, it wouldn't do any good. Forget about the even more powerful spirit beasts on the treasure mountain. Your Violet Fate Sect disciples can't even get past the Spirit Beast Forest." Wu Dingqiu sat there in his white robe, an unpleasant look on his face. He stared angrily at the 7 or 8 cultivators. And yet, his tone of voice was as arrogant as always as he calmly said, "Those disciples are merely at the 5th or 6th level of chi condensation. The truly chosen in my sect are all still in the forest. It won't be long before they step foot onto your crappy mountain. Then they will clear out all the junk you have hidden there." Time passed by, another 2 hours. So far, no one had been able to get past the demonic beast forest to step foot onto the mountain itself. Currently, miserable shrieks and wails drifted out from the trees, and before long, a commotion broke out at the edge of the forest as 10 or more Violet Fate sect disciples fled out in terror. Dread filled their faces, and some of them were injured. This was their first time outside of the sect, and they were like flowers grown indoors who had never faced wind and rain. They were being pursued by a group of 5 howling demonic beasts. One was a fierce, pitch-black tiger. Another was a giant peacock, nearly 6 meters tall. The rest were hard to identify, but were clearly out of the ordinary. On the plateau, Eccentric Song once again let out a complacent laugh. He appeared to be in very high spirits. He grew even happier when he saw Wu Dingqiu's increasingly somber face. "Wu Dingqiu, are these really the most outstanding disciples in your Violet Fate sect? It seems that being raised inside a spirit spring really doesn't cut it. I'm afraid that even if they ate meals made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it still wouldn't do them any good. My treasure mountain is filled with unusual items rarely seen in the southern domain. I've spent all my energy in the past years on this project. After years of allowing my creatures to grow in strength, my mountain is ready. I've been waiting for quite some time for your Violet Fate sect to come for this trial by fire. Wu Dingxiu's face grew so grim that it seemed it might explode at any moment, like a volcano. In a stiff voice, he said, "It's just a crappy mountain. Nothing worth bragging about. I could level the whole thing with the wave of a hand. All the disciples that have come back out are useless. The true chosen ones are." Even as the words came out of his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. A handful of disciples had just come running out of the edge of the demonic forest. He leaped to his feet. With a roar he said, "Get back in there. If anyone dares to run away, I shall expel you from the sect." His roar reverberated across the land, but not very far. He limited it to a radius of about 50 kilometers. When they heard it, the disciples who had just fled out of the forest grew pale and began to tremble. They didn't dare to flee. Gritting their teeth, they turned and headed back. The demonic beasts that had been pursuing them were also frightened and dared not attack. As for the 20 or more disciples who had already fled the demonic forest, their faces grew even paler, and they hesitated. They weren't sure if they should go back in or not. Be it the Violet Fate sect's disciples or another sect's disciple, during these 7 days, anyone can enter my spirit beast forest, said Eccentric Song with a hearty laugh. Anyone with the skill to step foot on my treasure mountain can have the chance to take away the treasures. I will neither stop them, nor even frown. Even the flag on the mountain peak is fair game. There I have placed a bag of the cosmos which can hold mountains and rivers inside. Upon hearing his laughter, Wu Dingxiu's face grew more unsightly. He was beginning to feel that this Eccentric Song was too spiteful. He had filled the mountain with treasures, and seemed to have complete confidence that they wouldn't be touched. Wu Dingxiu flicked his sleeve and made to leave. He had already suffered too much humiliation, and would not stand for any more. But before he could go, Eccentric Song stood and blocked his way. "Fellow Taoist Wu, we had an arrangement. Before we finish our game of Go, neither of us may leave. You're an elder from one of the great sects of the southern domain. You're not going to go back on your word, are you?" As he laughed, his beard floated up a bit. His face was filled with utter pride, and it seemed he had no intention of letting Wu Dingxiu leave. At that moment, Meng Hao was several thousand kilometers away, flying quickly through the mountain forest. Around him, autumn leaves floated in the air, and behind him, Xianxia was in hot pursuit, killing intent radiating out from him. "This state shield mountain range goes on forever, Meng Hao," said Xianxia, his voice sinister. "Its depths are filled with miasma. Going in this direction is the same as picking the road to death." "Pipe down," said Meng Hao coldly. He frowned. It was the first thing he had said this entire time. He was really getting annoyed with Xianxia. As far as he was concerned, it was fine if he wanted to chase him, but the ceaseless chatter was unnecessary. Xianxia's eyes glittered, and he lifted up his hands in front of him, then slapped them together. Meng Hao suddenly felt a stab of pain in his chest that coincided with the slapping sound. It felt as if a sharp sword were slicing through into his heart. His face filled with pain, and he coughed up a spray of blood. "You finally speak. Welp, you fell for my trick. That was a special magic from my family that is designed to damage the heart and blood vessels." With a sinister smile, he increased his speed. He lifted his right hand, and a 5-colored pearl appeared. He flung it forward, and it shot toward Meng Hao. Before it reached him, it suddenly exploded, transforming into several 5-colored streams of mist, which then merged into the shape of a hideous evil spirit. It howled as it pounced toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked back with a grim expression. Having no time even to spit the blood from his mouth, his hands flickered in incantation gestures, and his body sped forward with increased speed. As the 5-colored mist spirit approached, a head-sized water globe formed in his left hand. From his right had emerged a roaring flame python 30 meters in length. The water globe shot forth first, exploding to form a rain of water arrows. The flame python flew forward, then exploded in mid-air, sending scorching heat roiling out into the night air. This caused the water droplets to transform into a mist. Guided by the aura from Meng Hao's cultivation base, it surrounded the area, sending the five-colored mist spirit into confusion. It no longer could identify Meng Hao's position. Even Xianxia's vision was obscured, leaving him shocked. As soon as the mist appeared, before he had a chance to recover from his surprise, two cold, noiseless beams shot toward him. A booming sound rang out, and Meng Hao let out a light sigh. Without hesitation, he changed his direction and kept moving forward, swallowing a demonic core to replenish himself. Behind him, a furious roar could be heard, and the fog was instantly dispersed by a sweeping whirlwind. Xianxia moved forward, an angry look on his face, blood dripping from a wound on his right hand. The mist spirit was nowhere in sight. As he thought back to what had just happened, his eyes narrowed. Were it not for his quick reaction in detonating the mist spirit to block the two wooden swords, he would have lost his right hand. Even still, his hand had been cut open. Even more alarming, he felt the spiritual energy within his body slowly leaking out through the wound. Furthermore, the wound was not healing as fast as normal. He could stop the flow of blood, but not the leakage of spiritual energy. This swine is just too crafty. He has some low-level techniques, but he uses them in a multitude of tricky ways. It's really difficult to deal with. Xianxia frowned, but he continued on with his dogged pursuit. The two of them moved on, and time passed. Before long, dawn had arrived. After a night of chasing and fleeing, both of them were exhausted. As for Meng Hao, he had it a bit better off. Even though he did not have any chance to rest, he had experienced this sort of pursuit in the Black Mountain. The only difference was that, sadly, these wild mountains didn't seem to contain any demonic beasts. If they did, then it would have been a bit easier to deal with Xianxia. As for Xianxia, this was his first time dealing with a cultivator like Meng Hao, who released an endless stream of tricky methods. The two wooden swords were especially astonishing. He had originally planned to chase Meng Hao until his spiritual energy ran out. Instead, he seemed to be as lively and full of energy as a dragon or tiger. Did he have an infinite supply of medicinal pills? If he's this difficult to deal with at the 7th level of qi condensation, how terrible would he be at a higher level? Xianxia clenched his jaw, swallowed a medicinal pill, then continued in his pursuit. He was of the 9th level of the qi condensation stage, the same stage as Meng Hao. Despite his slightly superior speed, he could still do little more than chase. Of course, he didn't know that even though Meng Hao was at the 7th level, his cultivation method was not the ordinary method used in the Reliance sect, but rather that of the qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. Even though Meng Hao had not studied any special texts related to attack techniques, in matters related to spiritual energy, he could persist for much longer periods of time than the average cultivator. With the added help of some demonic cores, then there was no way that Xianxia could catch him in any short period of time. By the time dawn broke, the two of them had traveled a very long distance. In front of Meng Hao appeared an incredibly high mountain, its peak stretching up into the skies, its top half wreathed in snow. At a single glance, one could tell that this was not an ordinary place. As soon as he caught sight of the mountain ahead of him, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. It was clearly beyond the ordinary, and perhaps even contained some demonic beasts. In any case, he didn't have much time to think about it. His body flashed as he shot directly toward the mountainous forest which lay at its foot. Behind him, Xianxia's expression changed. His cultivation base was higher than Meng Hao's. He had tread the cultivation world for many years, and had seen many things. He could tell that something was fishy about this mountain. But as he saw Meng Hao charge forward, he put aside his doubts, gritted his teeth, and followed. Meanwhile, on the plateau, white-robed Wu Dingqiu and eccentric Song sat, seemingly playing Go, but in reality focused on the fighting going on below them. From their vantage point, it was clear that the Violet Fate sect disciples were stuck in the mountain forest, and after an entire night could not step foot onto the mountain. One by one, they were rebuffed by the demonic beasts. The Violet Fate sect disciples truly are beyond ordinary, said eccentric Song, laughing. To be able to stay in the spirit beast forest for an entire night is excellent. Wu Dingqiu, you really should be proud. He looked extremely complacent, and even happier when he saw the dark look on Wu Dingqiu's face. Wu Dingqiu's face sank even deeper as he saw the sorry state of his disciples within the forest. He let out a cold harumph. Wu Dingqiu, you should really proud. Last time the Golden Frost sect came to me to engage in trial by fire, they were all defeated by my spirit beasts. Not a single one could make it to my treasure mountain to see the truly powerful spirit beasts. I felt really sad about that. I really hope that your Violet Fate sect disciples can make a good showing. This spirit forest is filled with spirit beasts that I meticulously selected. For example, that one. He proudly pointed a finger toward a white-colored ape. Its entire body, even its eyes, were as white as snow, and its appearance was incredibly fierce. With a single swipe of its claws, it slashed the arm of one of the Violet Fate sect disciples, sending blood spraying everywhere. It moved with incredible speed, like a white wind. It had already injured about 7 or 8 surrounding Violet Fate sect disciples. That is a Snow Peak mutated beast, rarely seen in the world. I got my hands on it about 10 years ago. It's extremely rare. Look at its fur. As pure white as snow and as smooth as silk. I should be able to sell it for a hefty price one day. Eccentric Song laughed, pleased with himself. White-robed Wu Dingqiu looked even more grim. He'd never imagined that after all these years, Eccentric Song's treasure mountain would have so many powerful demonic beasts. Even as Eccentric Song spoke, a figure appeared near the edge of the forest near the white ape. It was Meng Hao with Xianxia hot on his tail. Eccentric Song laughed. So, some outsiders have decided to intrude. Wu Dingqiu, please observe what it means to keep one's promise. I will not prevent any cultivator of the qi condensation stage from entering this area. Anyone can enter. Although they will surely die, I will not block them. Wu Dingqiu let out a cold snort, not paying the least bit of attention to Meng Hao and Xianxia. Instead, he stared at the white ape, which had just encountered another Violet Fate sect disciple. He appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old. His hands flickered in incantation patterns, and suddenly the image of an ancient scroll unfurled behind him. An aura billowed out, pushing down onto the white ape. It shrieked. A fine mutated ape, said Wu Dingqiu Eccentric Song. No matter how incredible that beast is, it's going to become my disciple's pet. His name is Shi Yan. Upon entering the sect, he acquired that ancient scroll, which at the 7th level of qi condensation, can capture demonic beasts. Inside, Wu Dingqiu's heart pounded, but his expression was cool and indifferent, somewhat proud. Considering his status and cultivation base, he shouldn't allow such an expression onto his face. But Eccentric Song made it impossible for him to hold back, especially after the humiliation of the previous night. However, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, a piteous wail could be heard. Blood showered from Shi Yan's chest, and his ancient scroll collapsed into pieces. He retreated backwards, fear in his eyes. The white ape's body began to expand, until it was nearly 18 meters tall. It beat its chest, seeming to brim with power. Eccentric Song laughed loudly. Wu Dingqiu stared at the white ape, his face twisted, fighting the impulse to charge forward and crush the thing to death. It was at that moment that Meng Hao shot out of the forest. As soon as he caught sight of the roaring ape, his eyes glittered brightly. He also saw the frightened young man off in the distance, but didn't have time to consider the situation. With people present, Meng Hao wouldn't reveal the copper mirror. His eyes flashed as the white ape took notice of him. The beast charged him, howling ferociously. Meng Hao lifted his right hand, and suddenly an iron spear appeared. The one fatty's father had created according to his specifications. The young cultivator named Shi Yan watched as the spear appeared. Of course, in addition to the long spear, the copper mirror also emerged, concealed within Meng Hao's sleeve. The sleeve was so wide that any observers would not be able to see it, especially considering how their eyes would be drawn to the long spear. The spear was made of common iron, but its surface was covered with various complicated designs, all of which Meng Hao had designed. At a glance, it appeared to be extraordinary in nature. Brandishing the spear, he moved forward, pointing it toward the charging ape. Suddenly, the white ape's large mouth exploded violently, blood and flesh flying around. Wretched screams immediately sounded out. The ape fell down onto the ground, looking at Meng Hao in astonishment. Perhaps when the mirror shines onto a beast with lots of fur, it causes some kind of disorder in the qi within its body, making it swell. Demonic beasts are even bigger and stronger, so it will attempt to escape from any weak point in the body, not just the rear end, thus leading to these explosive injuries. Of course, all of this was just speculation, but Meng Hao seemed to understand the mirror a bit better after seeing what happened to the white ape. After having the copper mirror for 3 years, he felt this was pretty close to the truth. Now was not the time for contemplation, however. Not giving the miserable white ape another glance, he shot off with the iron spear in hand. He was gone in an instant. Just then, Xianxia arrived. He looked at the white ape in shock. The white ape was also surprised. And then it noticed that Xianxia also happened to be carrying a spear, and its fury exploded. Pounced toward Xianxia. Back on the plateau, eccentric Song's laughter had ceased. Next to him, Wu Dingqiu also watched on in surprise. They stared at Meng Hao and his iron spear, their eyes filled with amazement. Meng Hao sped through the demonic beast forest, listening to the howls of the white ape and the roars of Xianxia. His eyes flickered, and he harumphed coldly. Not too much time passed before he heard another commotion coming from up ahead. Soon, he saw 4 or 5 cultivators wearing white robes, engaged in vicious combat with 3 demonic beasts, each of them 6 meters tall. One was a large black tiger. The other was a peacock whose body emanated a glowing violet light. The last was an enormous giant rat, fierce and cruel in appearance, seemingly unable to be killed. As soon as Meng Hao appeared in the midst of the fight, a vicious light appeared in the peacock's eyes, and it charged like an insane gale, straight toward Meng Hao. Looking as calm as ever, Meng Hao kept moving forward, pointing the iron spear forward. Suddenly, the giant peacock's body trembled, and it shrieked miserably. Then, its head exploded, and it fell to the ground, dead, surrounded by blood and gore. The black tiger and the giant rat were shocked. As they stared dumbly, Meng Hao's body turned into a streak of light, and he shot off into the distance. As for the Violet Fate sect disciples, they watched, dumbfounded, as Meng Hao disappeared. His iron spear had left them awestruck. Not pausing for even a moment, Meng Hao continued on. At this moment, Xianxia had resumed his furious pursuit. A grim smile appeared on Meng Hao's face. He increased his speed, charging forward. Every time he encountered a demonic beast, he would wave his spear at it, and it would retreat, crying out miserably. Not a single beast could block his path. In contrast, Xianxia was blocked at every turn. His enraged roars sounded further and further away from Meng Hao. Meng Hao also encountered more and more young, white-robed cultivators along his way, all of them locked in deadly battles with demonic beasts. As he passed, he would cause these seemingly unmatchable, fierce creatures to flinch back with blood-curdling screams. The cultivators would look at Meng Hao's retreating figure with awe. Who was that? That long spear is some kind of magical item. It's so powerful. How vicious. Damn it, if I had a spear like that, I could run amok through this demonic beast forest. Conversation buzzed among the Violet Fate sect disciples, caused by Meng Hao's shocking passage. On top of the plateau, Wu Dingqiu's eyes glittered, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His laughter rang out, filled with joy as well as a pleased anger. So these are mutated beasts, he said. Excellent, excellent. They are all amazing beasts. Let me have a look. Some are missing eyes. Others have had their heads ripped off. There are some whose entire bodies are covered with blood. One even had its butt exploded. Eccentric Song, didn't you say that this demonic beast forest was fertilized with soil from the East Sea? And didn't you say that these mutated beasts were all amazing? It seems they are having a bit of a rough time today. An unsightly expression filled Eccentric Song's face as he watched Meng Hao make his way through the demonic creature forest. He watched all his precious demonic beasts retreating with blood-curdling cries, covered with blood. When he saw the death of the peacock, his heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a knife. This type of peacock was called a snow phoenix and was extremely rare. He had paid quite an exorbitant price for it several years ago, and had cared for it like a treasured jewel. And yet the iron spear had exploded its head in an instant. Even though it was dead, its powerful life force caused the corpse to twitch and writhe. Eccentric Song felt extreme regret, but his eyes shone forth with an air of indifference. "Who cares?" he said. "There are a multitude of spirit beasts in my spirit beast forest. There's no harm in it. In any case, this kid isn't one of your Violet Fate sect disciples. So what are you looking so happy for?" He spoke in a light tone, but inside, his heart was beginning to pound. "Even though this kid isn't a disciple of my Violet Fate sect, you said anyone could enter this area. Seeing him run wild in your crappy mountain forest makes me feel good. I'm happy. So what?" Wu Dingqiu laughed, obviously feeling quite pleased. He had been reining himself in all night, and now he knew that even though Eccentric Song spoke casually, he was hiding his discomfiture. Feeling quite pleasant, Wu Dingqiu looked down below at Meng Hao. "That magic item of his can really dominate the spirit beasts," said Eccentric Song. "His cultivation base is low, though. He won't be able to make it out of the spirit beast forest. This forest is planted with trees I harvested from all the lands of South Heaven. It is watered with spirit water from the Milky Way Sea. Not only do the trees grow tall and strong, but they emit spiritual energy which the spirit beasts can assimilate through breathing exercises. In my spirit beast forest, there is also—" His voice came to a sudden, screeching stop. Meng Hao shot forward, attracting the attention of the surrounding demonic beasts. He was nearing the foot of the spirit mountain. It was several hundred meters away. He was about to enter the region that none of the Violet Fate disciples had made it to. Even though Meng Hao didn't know why this area had so many white-robed disciples, he could sense that there was something odd going on. But with Shangguan Xiu on his tail, there wasn't much time to think about it. He continued to move forward through the forest. Suddenly, an enormous demonic beast, nearly 12 meters tall, burst out in front of him. It was a gigantic woolly mammoth, with red eyes and sharp, gleaming tusks. Its body was like a small mountain, and the earth shook as it charged with shocking power. "The kid is dead this time," Eccentric Song said casually. "This is my mutated mammoth, which I captured in the life-wasting cave, one of the most dangerous places in the southern domain. I raised it with medicinal pills, and it is one of the 3 most powerful spirit beasts protecting this area. It has limitless power and incredibly thick skin. Ordinary flying swords can't even scratch it. It is also proficient in a variety of magic techniques. Even someone of the 9th level of Qi condensation would have trouble dealing with it. It can stop anyone under the Foundation establishment stage." Eccentric Song's eyes had almost popped out of his head when he saw Meng Hao about to make it out of the beast forest. But now he let out a sigh of relief. Wu Dingqiu stopped smiling for the moment. He could see that this mammoth was no ordinary creature. The Violet Fate sect didn't possess many mutated beasts, but after hearing Eccentric Song blather on about it, he couldn't help but frown and mutter to himself that the man really was strange. He didn't care much at all for cultivation, but loved seeking out demonic beasts to raise, especially ones as strange as this. Then Wu Dingqiu's eyes began to shine. Eccentric Song's expression suddenly changed, and he shot to his feet, a horrified expression on his face. Within the demonic forest, the demonic mammoth charged at Meng Hao. Meng Hao took in a deep breath and retreated a bit, groaning inwardly about how many demonic beasts were in this place. He raised the iron spear and pointed it. The charging demonic mammoth stopped and began to quiver. Then suddenly, its trunk exploded with a bang. Half of it flew through the air to land onto a nearby tree, which collapsed under its weight. Enraged with pain, the mammoth continued to charge. Meng Hao waved his spear, and a boom sounded out. The mammoth's back exploded, then its mouth. Finally, its right front leg completely shattered, and it fell to the ground, skidding to a halt some distance away. Horrific shrieks filled the beast forest. Meng Hao looked a bit pale-faced. He glanced around, then charged forward, leaving the demonic forest behind and entering the treasure mountain. Some distance behind, Xianxia was in a tight spot, unable to free himself from the surrounding, red-eyed demonic beasts. He could only watch as Meng Hao disappeared, his fury billowing up to the heavens. Meng Hao left the forest, leaving behind a long trail of blood, as well as the miserable cries of the various demonic beasts. It looked like some kind of judgment day had just passed. The white-robed disciples stared in shock, panting and murmuring about the viciousness. Meng Hao continued on up the treasure mountain, hoping that, if he could pass over it, maybe he could finally shake off Xianxia. He moved forward at rapid speed, and soon reached the foot of the mountain. As soon as he stepped foot onto it, he suddenly stopped and stared in astonishment. Up ahead, lying beneath a boulder, was a pill bottle. Multicolored strands of light wafted about it. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Meng Hao picked it up and opened it. Immediately, a fragrant medicinal smell wafted out. Inside was a medicinal pill the size of a thumb. Looking shaken, Meng Hao placed the bottle into his bag of holding. Now he knew what all the white-robed disciples were doing in the area. They were trying to reach this mountain. That's a universe spirit pill, extremely useful to anyone in the qi condensation stage. Wu Dingqiu laughed as he looked at the trail Meng Hao had left through the demonic forest. Next to him, eccentric Song had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. And yet, he let out a cold laugh. My treasure mountain has many medicinal pills and spirit stones in it. This kid can grab a medicinal pill, but if he thinks he can reach the top, he's dreaming. The spirit beasts on my treasure mountain are 1 in a million. Only the best of the best have the requisite latent talent to be placed on the mountain itself. He spoke as lightly as ever, and yet the pain in his heart grew more and more intense. Look there, said eccentric Song, pointing at a demonic beast that rose up ahead of Meng Hao. That is a fierce beast which I raised myself. It has the body of a deer and the head of a python. It is extremely fast, and if it's injured, becomes even fiercer. It will never stop fighting until it dies, and once it catches the scent of blood, it goes crazy. A qi condensation cultivator who faces it will surely perish. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, miserable shrieks drifted down the side of the mountain. Upon seeing all the blood, eccentric Song appeared as if he might begin to go crazy. The demonic beast which would never give up until dying gaped in astonishment, then fled at top speed. Its tail was destroyed and an eye was badly mangled. Worst of all, it only had 2 legs left. And yet, it still moved quickly just as eccentric Song had said. It fled at top speed. Meng Hao continued forward, having passed through another demonic beast's territory. He now encountered a pile of several hundred spirit stones. Looking excited, he continued on up the mountain. Contented laughter rang out from Wu Dingqiu's mouth. In fact, you could say that from Meng Hao's appearance until now, he hadn't stopped laughing. Wow, it really could move fast. Wouldn't give up until it died. No matter. There are many treasures on the mountain. This kid can grab some, but he won't be able to leave with them. After all, he has to come back down the mountain to do that. The words "no matter" left his lips, and he looked calm. But he pulled out a concentration pill from his bag and put it into his mouth. A crazed look had appeared in his eyes, and he felt a dark premonition in his heart. An hour later, Meng Hao had already reached the halfway point up the mountain. The entire time, no matter what demonic beast came his way, he would send it away screaming. There were a few dangerous situations, but with a wave and point of his iron spear, the danger would melt away. Then, heart beating, he would collect up spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical items. To Meng Hao, this entire mountain was a treasure trove. Right now, he was retrieving a scroll painting from behind a big boulder. It emanated a gentle glow along with abundant spiritual energy. It was clearly extraordinary. Excited, he put it into his bag of holding. Below him in the demonic forest, more than a few Violet Fate sect disciples lifted their heads up and caught sight of him, leaving them shocked. As eccentric Song watched all of this happening, his face grew darker and darker, and his body began to tremble. He stared at Meng Hao's bag of holding, inside of which were his spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical treasures, especially the scroll painting. His heart hurt. The scroll painting was a treasure he had acquired many years ago. Sealed within were the spirits of quite a few beasts. When his most beloved demonic beast of all had died some years ago, he had sealed it within. And now Meng Hao had taken it. Eccentric Song's body shook even more violently. So he produced 2 more concentration pills and swallowed them down. He still struggled to maintain an unconcerned expression, but the ringing sound of Wu Dingqiu's laughter continued to pierce his eardrums. "My treasure mountain has many treasures," he forced himself to say. "So what if a few of them get taken? He will not be able to escape the mountain. I've carefully collected these spirit beasts from everywhere in the world. There are too many, he won't be able to escape them easily." 2 hours later, Meng Hao had almost reached the snowy area past the mountain's halfway point. He wore an excited expression as he sped forward with even greater speed. Down in the demonic forest, more than half of the Violet Fate sect disciples engaged in this trial of fire could see him up there on the mountain. Expressions of surprise and envy covered their faces, especially when he stooped over to pick up things from the ground. Each and every one of them wished they could be in his place. Xianxia stood, fists clenched, jaw clenched, completely helpless. He did not dare to go up the mountain. He was already in enough danger in the demonic forest. Furthermore, he had overheard some of the white-robed disciples' conversations, and knew that this was a trial by fire for the disciples of the Violet Fate sect from the southern domain. He felt conflict at heart, and seemed to have no other option than to give up. Only his intense hatred of Meng Hao caused him to reconsider. As Eccentric Song watched Meng Hao injure the head of yet another of his precious demonic beasts, he took out 3 concentration pills and swallowed them, continuing to pretend that he didn't care. "I carefully collected that snow from the tops of auspicious clouds," he said slowly through his teeth. "It is the most suitable environment for my most treasured spirit beasts. One of them, the sky-rending condor, is well known. Its talons can shatter metal and stone. Its wings can kick up a violent wind. It is incredibly fierce, perhaps the most dangerous spirit beast on the mountain. Even with that crappy spear, this kid is dead for sure when he enters its territory." 3 hours later, one talon was shattered, half a wing was gone, and the giant condor coughed up blood. Wailing mournfully, it hid itself in the snow, crying out endlessly. Meng Hao was almost at the peak of the mountain. All of the Violet Fate set disciples were staring at him. They didn't care any more about fighting with the demonic beasts. They stared in awe at his glittering, shining iron spear, and their eyes burned. "Who is this person? He intruded into our trial by fire and took away our rewards. It's too cruel. That iron spear is definitely a treasure from the heavens. It's so ferocious." Eccentric Song trembled in distress. He watched as Meng Hao, approaching the mountain's peak, snatched up a black net. He could no longer feign calm. He stood up and took a step forward, ready to go teach Meng Hao a lesson. Once he could endure. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, even 5 times he could continue to endure. By the 6th time, however, he was shamed into a rage and could endure no longer. The heaven-entangling net was even more precious to him than the scroll painting. It could instantly entangle an opponent, and had been among his treasured items for years. The higher your cultivation base, the more effective it became. He had placed it on the treasure mountain to show off its splendor, so that people would see it and covet it. He had assumed it would be safe, and had never imagined that anyone would actually be able to take it. As of now, he had already begun to go crazy, and wished nothing more than to beat Meng Hao to death and take back the oil painting and heaven-entangling net. But then Wu Dingqiu, laughing smugly, flicked his wide sleeve and stood in front of Eccentric Song, blocking his way. "Fellow Taoist Song is an illustrious cultivator from the southern domain. What are you doing, exactly? Earlier, you said that for 7 days anyone could come here, and that all of the treasures of the treasure mountain were available for the taking. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your word? You carried the peak over here yourself from Mount Tianshan. The land was fertilized with soil from the bottom of the East Sea which hadn't seen the light of day for 10,000 years. I remember someone saying that any cultivator of the qi condensation stage could prevail, as long as they were skilled enough. Eccentric song. Acting like this really shows a lack of demeanor. If word gets out, you'll definitely lose face. Wu Dingqiu continued to laugh, clearly having no intention of allowing Eccentric Song to go anywhere. Eccentric Song's expression looked worse than ever, filled with bitter suffering. Before, he had spoken with utmost complacency, but now, everything he had said was being thrown back in his face. After a long moment, he slapped his bag of holding, pulled out 2 large concentration pills and swallowed them. Then he let out a long breath. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he cast his consciousness out toward Meng Hao, intending to get some information about his iron spear. At first, he hadn't paid the slightest attention to Meng Hao, focused as he was on what the iron spear was doing. As soon as his consciousness emerged, Wu Dingqiu laughed and flicked his sleeve. A glowing shield immediately covered the entire plateau, blocking Eccentric Song's consciousness. Using your consciousness to inspect a lower generation qi condensation cultivator? Eccentric Song, are you purposely trying to lose face? Wu Dingqiu obviously was not willing to let Eccentric Song have his way in anything. He laughed. Eccentric Song, looking more put off than ever, could do nothing except flick his own sleeve. Another shield appeared just beyond the first shield. That kid's iron spear is extraordinary, he said. If you won't allow me to inspect it with my consciousness, then I won't let you do so either. 4 hours later, Meng Hao had reached the mountain's peak, iron spear in hand. He walked up, looked around, finally noticing the large flag stuck into the ground. Underneath the flag was a bag. Its surface was a mass of rioting colors. Looking at it made you feel as if it could suck your mind out. Everything around it seemed to ripple and grow blurry. When Meng Hao laid eyes on it, he palpitated with eagerness and started panting. He grabbed the multicolored bag, and when he did, the flag fell to the ground. Conversations had buzzed among the onlookers in the demonic forest as they watched Meng Hao calmly walked up the mountain, collecting huge amounts of spirit stones and medicinal pills. When the flag toppled, more conversations broke out. They gazed at Meng Hao with shock and envy, and then watched as he disappeared over the other side of the mountain. Xianxia glared at Meng Hao murderously as he vanished. He didn't dare to pursue him. There were too many things about him he didn't know. Even though Xianxia's desire to kill him was stronger than ever, he also knew that it was almost too late to reach his medicinal plant. Gnashing his teeth, he stamped his foot onto the ground, looking very pitiful indeed. But anger pushed away his depression. He would have killed Meng Hao already, if he could only have thought of a way. As he watched Meng Hao disappear onto the other side of the mountain, Wu Dingqiu's laughter rang out over the plateau. Eccentric Song stared with wide eyes as Meng Hao took his bag of the cosmos. The blood drained from his face, and he seemed heartbroken. Now more than ever he regretted putting his bag of the cosmos onto the mountain. He just couldn't believe what had happened. This time he really couldn't endure any longer. He flicked his sleeve and prepared to pursue the damnable Meng Hao. But, before he could leave, Wu Dingqiu once again blocked his way. "Wu Dingqiu, you still dare to block me?" shouted heartbroken Eccentric Song. "The flag is fallen. You didn't win our bet and I didn't lose. The trial by fire is over. If you continue to obstruct my way, you can't blame me for attacking you. Fellow Daoist Song, we agreed ahead of time that neither of us would leave before we finished this game of Go. You are a grand, illustrious cultivator of the southern domain. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your word? When I made to leave earlier, you wouldn't let me. Yet you wish to leave before finishing our game." Wu Dingqiu laughed as he used Eccentric Song's own words against him. Not a trace of a frown remained on his face, which was now filled with a wide smile. He clearly would not allow the other man to leave. Seeing the bag of the cosmos taken away had filled his heart with joy. Eccentric Song had waved that bag in front of him mockingly for hundreds of years. To see him hoisted on his own petard was wondrous to the extreme. "You?" Eccentric Song glared murderously at Wu Dingqiu and didn't say anything for a long moment. Then he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot down, shaking the mountain so hard it seemed it would collapse. But considering his status and prestige, he could do nothing more than sit back down and begin playing Go again. Of course, Wu Dingqiu wouldn't let him have his way so simply. He stroked his beard as he looked at eccentric Song's unsightly expression. Laughing, he very slowly picked up a Go piece and then purposefully put a very thoughtful expression onto his face. After a very, very long time, he slowly put the piece onto the board, his face solemn, as if he intended to make this game last for months. "Leave the mountain," said Wu Dingqiu, transmitting his voice to all of his white-robed disciples. "After I finish this game of Go, I will accompany you back to the sect. In the meantime, the next stage of your trial by fire is to find the man you just saw on the mountain peak. I've taken a fancy to that treasured spear he has. Bring that spear back to me, and you will be promoted to the inner sect." Each and every one of the disciples perked up at hearing this. Is the dignified Violet Fate sect of the Southern Domain really going to kill people to take treasures? Said eccentric Song. He was incredibly depressed, stuck in place because of his own words. But even though he hated Meng Hao, he couldn't pass up an opportunity to cause trouble for Wu Dingqiu. Glaring at eccentric Song, Wu Dingqiu said, "Listen well. You must not cause problems for that person. You must trade with him, not rob him. Anyone who violates this command will be expelled from the sect." His next move in the Go game was even slower than the previous. The Violet Fate sect disciples scattered in all directions. Some of them circled around the treasure mountain in pursuit of Meng Hao. Others went as fast as possible in different directions, hoping to intercept him. Their trial by fire had been an utter defeat, something they were not reconciled to. However, they didn't hold any ill will against Meng Hao, but rather admired him. After all, they had all witnessed the blood-soaked events of moments ago. All of them were determined to get the iron spear from Meng Hao. They would trade anything to get it, and if he was unwilling to trade, would have to think of some tricks to get it. In any case, they all had clearly heard Elder Wu's words. They were to trade for the item, not rob it. Although, he had never said they couldn't use force. As the white-robed disciples scattered, Meng Hao raced down the treasure mountain, collecting more spirit stones and medicinal pills as he went. Even though he never saw eccentric Song and Wu Dingqiu, he had guessed that this place was most likely a trial by fire region set up by some sect. Even though Xianxia was no longer chasing him, he knew that whoever's trial by fire he had charged into might not be too happy about his interference. So he maintained top speed, his heart pounding and his face filled with eagerness. His bags of holding were all full. He had acquired more this time than on any other occasion since entering the cultivation world, with the exception of the cave of the flying rain dragon. He casually packed away the spirit stones and medicinal pills. Of course, the more things he picked up, the faster he tried to move. Gritting his teeth and continuously consuming demonic cores, he moved as fast as possible for 3 days, until he finally emerged from the mountain range. He looked both exhausted and energetic. In the past several days, he hadn't had a chance to organize his treasures, and now all he wanted to do was find a place where he could safely examine everything. As he moved forward, he noticed that far in the distance was what appeared to be a walled city. He was in the east of the state of Zhao, and this city appeared to be magnificent and beyond ordinary. It was surrounded by a gentle glowing light, a shield which mortals wouldn't be able to see, and only cultivators could sense. This place, it doesn't seem like a city of mortals. Could it be a city of cultivators? He stared in surprise, recalling a map of the state of Zhao he had seen. The map had not shown any city in this place. Yet there, at the gate of the city, people were coming in and out, almost all of them cultivators of the qi condensation stage. His assumption had been correct. He decided not to enter the city. Instead, he found a cave in the nearby mountains. Concealing himself inside, he took a deep breath and then began to take everything out of his bags of holding and sort them. What medicinal pill is this? It's incredibly fragrant, even stronger than a dry spirit pill. And this bottle, it has 3 pills inside, each one as transparent as crystal. They are definitely treasured pills. Licking his lips, He emptied the contents of 2 bags of holding, and after counting everything, he found that he had 78 pills. There were many different types, each one seemingly stronger than a dry spirit pill. Meng Hao's hands shook. It took a long time for him to collect himself. Stifling his excitement, he pulled out 10 more bags of holding. There were so many spirit stones on that treasure mountain. I just picked up the ones I noticed, and I wasn't really even paying attention. Yet I acquired so many. He began breathing hard again as he looked at all the spirit stones. When he put them together and counted, he found that he had 8,764. I'm rich, rich, he murmured. He pulled out another bag of holding, inside of which were flying swords, pearls, 2 flags, a scroll painting, a black net. All of them were magical items. His smile nearly split his face as he took the items out. This was especially true when he took out the scroll painting and the black net. They emitted powerful spiritual power, causing his heart to beat rapidly. He slowly unrolled the scroll painting, and a bright light shined out, filling the cave with its brightness and illuminating Meng Hao's face. Inside, he could see a depiction of mountains and waters, within which existed a multitude of fantastic creatures. They had been painted, and yet somehow also seemed alive. When he opened the scroll, he seemed to hear the roars of tens of thousands of beasts echoing faintly in his ears. His heart shook, and he dropped the painting to the ground. After some time passed, he recovered from his shock. His eyes shining, he calmed his aura and picked up the painting again to examine it. It was clearly an incredibly valuable treasure. Meng Hao's heart beat even faster. A treasure! What a true treasure! He said, breathing deeply. Then he pulled out the black net. Walking out of the cave, he poured some spiritual energy into it, then tossed it into the air. The black net instantly expanded, growing larger and larger, and flying up higher into the sky. It seemed big enough to be able to envelop the whole mountain, like some powerful black cloud. The mountain began to shake, and cracks appeared on its surface as if it were about to collapse. The suppressive power increased, causing Meng Hao's heart to tremble. Astonished, he lifted his hand, sending out his spiritual energy, causing the black cloud to slowly shrink. It transformed into a black beam which shot back toward him and then became a small black net. He grabbed the net, his mouth dry. He breathed for a while, composing himself. His eyes glowed. This is better than even the best treasures from the Reliance sect, he thought, his heart pounding. Then he pulled out the last item, the multicolored bag. This looks kind of like a bag of holding, but a bit better. Meng Hao moved it back and forth in his hands, then used his spiritual power to feel it out a bit. Suddenly, his body began to tremble, as if it had been struck by invisible lightning. His eyes widened, revealing complete astonishment. After a long time passed, he lowered his head and looked into the bag. "It's so big," he murmured. It was a bag of holding, but was so large inside that it seemed as if it could contain heaven and earth. The insides were misty, and so boundless that Meng Hao's heart immediately shook. It appeared as if entire mountains and rivers could be stored inside. Even though it was empty, its massive capacity was enough to call the bag itself a precious treasure. Meng Hao's mouth and tongue were dry. The spirit stones had made him happy. The medicinal pills had made him quiver with eagerness. And then there were the magical items. The scroll painting had shocked him, and the spiritual might of the black-colored net had left him shaken. But this bag left his head buzzing. It took a long time to pull himself together. "I'm rich. This is true wealth," Meng Hao muttered to himself, gripping the multicolored bag tightly. But then the expression on his face suddenly changed. If that was truly some great sex trial by fire, it wouldn't be a big deal if I interfered. But they surely won't let me get away with so many treasures, medicinal pills and spirit stones. His heart began to thump, and a conflicted look appeared on his head. However, he was determined not to give up the treasures he had acquired. He organized everything carefully, then breathed in deeply and looked out at the evening. He emerged from the cave and left the mountains, looking thoughtfully at the walled city off in the distance. "I have a lot of medicinal pills," he muttered to himself as he gazed at the city with glittering eyes. But I don't recognize any of them, therefore I can't safely consume any of them. He began to walk toward the city. He moved quickly, and soon approached the city gate, above which were written 3 characters. Eastern Refinement City. The characters had an ancient feel to them, and had clearly been there for more than just a few years. Their faded surfaces made one feel as if they had seen ages come and go. Refinement is similar to cultivation, and this is the East. The meaning of this city's name is relatively straightforward. As soon as Meng Hao stepped foot into the city gate, he saw 2 disciples standing there chatting. Their gaze settled onto Meng Hao. They wore light blue robes and were both at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Fellow Taoist, please pay your tax before entering the city. His smile disappeared as he felt the pressure of Meng Hao's cultivation base. Fellow Taoists, I can tell from a glance that you are from a great sect. I myself am from a small sect, and I just came off the mountain. This being my first time here, could I trouble you 2 fellow Taoists to give me some information about this place? Meng Hao was innately scholarly, and spoke in a very polite manner. The 2 low-level cultivators were instantly impressed, and the young man who had just spoken laughed. Well spoken, well spoken. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation base is quite refined. If this is your first time out of the sect, then I suspect your name will become quite well known in the future. The young man smiled as he spoke. For someone with such a profound cultivation base to treat him so politely left him feeling quite pleased. This is Eastern Refinement City, founded by the 3 great sect alliance of the state of Zhao, and one of the great cultivation cities in the state of Zhao. In order to enter, you have to pay a tax of 1 spirit stone. The cost is actually 3 spirit stones, but for you, just 1 will do. Please note, fighting is forbidden within the city limits. Violators will be punished severely by the 3 sects. You must not forget this point. He held out a wooden tablet to Meng Hao. Meng Hao thanked him hurriedly and paid his 1 spirit stone. Then he saluted with clasped hands and passed through the city gate. He felt a bit of regret about the spirit stone. It was only 1, but it was still money as far as Meng Hao was concerned. He might have over 8,000 more in his bag, but he was very familiar with the copper mirror's appetite for spirit stones, and knew that it wasn't actually very much at all. What an expensive tax. If I didn't absolutely have to come here, I wouldn't pay it. He walked quickly through the city, looking around. Dusk was falling, but the city still bustled, with people walking to and fro everywhere. The streets were filled with shops, most of which emitted brightly glowing lights. A single look confirmed that this was no ordinary place. Everyone was a cultivator. As he walked through the city, he didn't see a single mortal. However, all of these cultivators were of the qi condensation stage. Scanning the crowds, Meng Hao only saw about 3 people who, like him, were at the 7th level. Most were at the 6th or lower. Meng Hao walked down the broad streets, looking for shops that sold medicinal pills. He didn't buy any, but rather asked questions. 3 days passed, during which time Meng Hao traversed the entire city, visiting over 30 medicinal pill shops. Even still, he only could find out information about 7 or 8 of the dozens of types of medicinal pills in his bag of holding. And yet, Meng Hao was excited. Of the pills he had learned about, each and every one was considerably expensive. One of them was a spirit establishment pill worth 50 spirit stones, only useful at the 7th level of qi condensation. In his bag of holding, he had 8 of them altogether. Too bad there are so many pills that I still don't know anything about. On the 3rd day, Meng Hao hesitated, then finally walked into an extremely luxurious building in the western district of the city. It was 3 stories tall and emitted a glowing light. Even from a long distance, one could see its shine. Before, Meng Hao noticed that almost everyone who entered was of the 6th level of qi condensation. There were even some of the 8th or 9th levels, and it seemed this was the only building they were willing to enter. When he saw the name on the building, he was even more resolved to enter. 100 Treasures Pavilion. The inside was filled with carved balustrades and marble steps. Everything seemed to be made of jade, and as soon as he stepped inside, Meng Hao instantly felt a dense spiritual force brush against his face. A dazzling assortment of displayed items met his eyes. Medicinal pill bottles, flying swords, pearls, banners, and other items could be seen everywhere. There weren't a lot of cultivators present, so it was relatively quiet. They walked around separately in groups of 4 or 5, each one accompanied by a young woman wearing a long pink dress. The girls' voices were light and airy, and they humbly answered all queries about the various items. None of that was of very much interest to Meng Hao, though. What really captured his attention was some distance away on the second floor. Next to the staircase was an enormous pill furnace. Wisps of smoke curled around it, and sitting next to it was a middle-aged man in a long black robe. He sat there cross-legged, back straight, expressionless, doing breathing exercises with his eyes closed. He emanated a trace amount of power, but it was difficult to sense, as if he were keeping most of it hidden. If he didn't, the entire pavilion would probably begin to collapse. A Foundation establishment cultivator. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. This middle-aged man emitted the same type of aura as Grand Elder Ouyang, making it immediately obvious to Meng Hao that his cultivation base was at the Foundation establishment stage, far above everyone else's. I wonder if the day will ever come in which I have a chance to be a Foundation establishment cultivator. After all the things he had experienced in the Reliance sect, his heart was filled with the desire to become powerful. Right now, his head was lowered, but his eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness. His resolve was even stronger than ever. By using the cultivation method of the Sublime Spirit Scripture, when reach Foundation establishment, it will be a flawless foundation, much more powerful than cracked or fragmented. I will be strong even among Foundation establishment stage cultivators. He took in a deep breath and raised his head. A young woman in a pink dress approached him. She was beautiful, and wore a relaxed smile on her face. She greeted Meng Hao with a slight bow. As she did, the front of her dress dropped, revealing an abundance of milky tenderness. "Taoist brother, do you need any assistance?" she asked. Meng Hao's face immediately turned scarlet, and he murmured to himself that he shouldn't look at inappropriate things. Despite his determination, he couldn't help but glance down, and his heart began to race. Even though he had been in the Reliance sect for 3 years, he hadn't spent time with any female disciples other than Elder Sister Su. As for what he was looking at now, he hadn't seen anything like it in his entire life. His face was a bit dark, but at the moment you couldn't tell at all. "Do you have any jade slips which describe medicinal pills?" he asked with a dry cough, trying to cover up his embarrassment. The girl was young, but her demeanor suggested she was quite experienced. She could instantly sense Meng Hao's awkwardness, and was quite amused. Throughout her years, she had seen many customers, but few like Meng Hao. Holding back a laugh, she smiled and leaned closer toward him so that he would catch a scent of her perfume. When the fragrant scent reached his face, Meng Hao's face grew even redder. His eyes, however, contained no lasciviousness. Instead, they were wide and clear. He was fundamentally not given to lust. He was just inexperienced with women, thus his flushed face. "Of course we have jade slips regarding medicinal pills," she said with a wink. "Please follow me, Taoist brother." She found his increasing awkwardness to be very cute. She turned, her waist swaying, her curves entrancing. Meng Hao couldn't help but look, and again his heart began to race. With a bitter smile, he gave a light cough and hurried to follow her. She led him to a lattice shelf off to the side which was filled with various pieces of jade. Amongst them, on a white tray, were 3 slips of jade, inscribed with the characters 3 jade slip. These jade slips introduce most of the medicinal pills that can be found in the state of Zhao. However, this is a copy, so the contents are somewhat unclear. When she saw Meng Hao raising his hand to take them, she smiled. "You can't look unless you buy. The 3 jade slip costs 100 spirit stones." When she smiled, 2 beautiful dimples appeared. As she looked at Meng Hao, she thought that even though his face was a bit dark, it contained a scholarly and youthful charm. As her perfume wafted around Meng Hao, he pulled his hand back and focused himself. He looked thoughtfully at the 3 jade piece. It seemed just a bit too expensive, and he was hesitant to part with that many spirit stones. "Is there anything that provides even more information than this?" he asked after a while, clenching his jaw. His whole purpose in coming here had been to buy a jade slip such as this. "Of course," replied the girl with another wink. "Follow me." She led Meng Hao to another corner, then pointed to a jade slip on a shelf. It was covered with small cracks. "This is not a copy. It's an ancient jade slip which contains records of the various medicinal pills of the southern domain. It even details information about poison pills and their antidotes. Furthermore, it contains very realistic artistic depictions of the pills. Unfortunately, it is cracked and will eventually shatter. You will only be able to read it 4 or 5 times." Upon hearing her words, Meng Hao's heart quivered. He needed it not for long-term use but to solve the problem of his current situation. "Taoist brother, I hope you don't mind," she said with a smile, leaning close and lowering her voice. "The cost of this item is 200 spirit stones. You should understand that if it wasn't cracked, it would be worth over 1,000. If you really want it, I can help you apply for a cost reduction. But how will you thank me? I'm just a scholar." Meng Hao gaped, his mouth wide, unsure of how to respond. When he had bought things back in Yunjia County, he had never encountered a situation like this. To have a beautiful girl smiling sweetly at him, looking so charming, caused the red flush to suddenly fill his face once again. Seeing Meng Hao's embarrassed expression, the young woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. She turned, her waist swaying enchantingly as she walked over to the pill oven. She lowered her head to speak to the middle-aged man who sat there in meditation. When she returned, she winked at Meng Hao. "How about 170 spirit stones?" "Many thanks, fellow Taoist," said Meng Hao, sucking in a breath. Looking pleased at having saved a few spirit stones, he quickly saluted with clasped fists. "You can call me Big Sis," she said, holding the jade slips out to Meng Hao. He accepted them, then cast some spiritual power into them. Immediately a vast tableau appeared in his mind. Glancing over it eagerly, he already noticed 3 of the pills that were contained in his bag of holding. He pulled out the 170 spirit stones and gave them to the girl, then cupped his hands together as he made to leave. The girl sighed and escorted him all the way to the door. "My name is Xiao Ling," she said, her eyes filled with an interesting look. "Remember to ask for me next time you come." She looked him up and down as she spoke, her eyes charming and filled with poise. Meng Hao, face scarlet, saluted her and retreated as quickly as possible. His heart pounded as he left, and didn't calm down for quite some time. He looked back at the 100 Treasures Pavilion and caught sight of Xiao Ling standing there smiling softly at him. He felt even more embarrassed. She had taken liberties with him. He had never experienced a feeling such as this before. It wasn't a bad feeling, and he actually enjoyed it a bit. Coughing again, he lowered his head and continued walking. About this time, a group of people emerged from the 2nd floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. There were about 7 or 8 of them, including men and women. As they walked, they chatted with each other. Among them was a young man wearing a light blue robe, walking in the back. He didn't look like he belonged, as if he were an attendant. As the group left the pavilion, the young man happened to lift his head and catch sight of Meng Hao. "Meng Hao!" he cried, staring. This caught the attention of the other men and women, as well as Meng Hao, who stopped walking and looked back to see all of them looking at him. His expression did not change, but in his heart he felt conflicting emotions. The young man was none other than Zhou Kai, former disciple of the Reliance Outer Sect. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of Qi condensation. On the day of the sect's dissolution, he had been rolled out by the red fog, and here he was today. He seemed to be somewhat down and out, following a group of people dressed in expensive, brocaded garments. Most of them had threatening demeanors, and one of them was at the 7th level of Qi condensation. The rest appeared to be at the 6th. They were clearly members of the great sects of the state of Zhao. Obviously, Zhou Kai had joined them after the dissolution of the Reliance sect. For him to be with groups such as this, He obviously could only claim the status of an attendant. Meng Hao nodded to him but didn't say anything. He turned and made to leave. "Who is this?" said a young man who stood next to Zhou Kai. He spoke lightly, but his tone was one of pride and arrogance. He wore a resplendent robe and held a fan in his hand. He was at the 7th level of qi condensation, and the others standing around them began to whisper among themselves and watch. "Elder brother son, this is a fellow member of my former sect," said Zhou Kai hesitatingly, not mentioning Meng Hao's name or his status in the sect. "Meng Hao? That name sounds familiar." "I remember," said one of the women in the group with a laugh. "He's the only remaining member of the Reliance inner sect. He looks a lot like the drawing." The eyes of all the onlookers suddenly began to shine. 2 people dashed ahead to block Meng Hao's path. In recent days in the cultivation world of the state of Zhao, rumors of a shocking matter had been circulating. The Reliance sect had disbanded, but Patriarch Reliance wasn't dead. He had put on a display of power all for the sake of a single inner sect disciple. He had frightened the most powerful experts of the state of Zhao, causing a huge sensation. After the experts had returned from the scene, these rumors had spread across the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao. Even more hotly discussed was how Founder Reliance had given his inner sect disciple a precious treasure, something powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth and kill any and all cultivators. These rumors spread fast and wide, and as inquiries were made of the former Reliance sect disciples, this person's name was soon revealed: Meng Hao. If things had just ended in this fashion, then the matter would soon have come to rest. However, after returning from the Reliance sect, the state of Zhao experts gradually realized something. Toward the end, it had seemed as if Patriarch Reliance's power had begun to wane slightly. Furthermore, considering Patriarch Reliance's famous temper, how could it be that they all were able to escape, without a single one of them being killed? Speculation naturally blossomed, and many people began to pay more and more attention to the inner sect disciple Meng Hao. The 3 great sects had issued orders that all disciples sent out of the sect pay close attention and attempt to find Meng Hao. His picture had been distributed along with the order. Now, people weren't certain. Even if Patriarch Reliance was alive, was his cultivation base as powerful as before? Filled with misgivings about the matter, the 3 great sects had proclaimed rewards would be given to any disciple who, upon encountering Meng Hao, could get information about the power of the treasure he carried. Meng Hao stood there, looking coldly at the 2 people blocking his way. He heard footsteps behind him as 4 others blocked his path of retreat. His left and right paths also contained people. It seemed he was completely surrounded. Within the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiao Ling looked down with a frown. "May I help you, sirs and ladies?" said Meng Hao coolly, his gaze sweeping around. His expression seemed indifferent, as calm as still water. He seemed completely confident, yet also cautious. "No," said the extravagantly dressed young man with a smile, fanning himself. "We've just heard that Meng Hao has a gift bestowed upon him by Patriarch Reliance. Having happened to run into you, we were hoping to take a look." Within his smile glinted an icy coldness. And yet, his heart was circumspect. Any treasured gift given by Patriarch Reliance should be treated with utmost caution. But these were disciples of the 3 great sects, which granted them extremely high status. Therefore, despite Meng Hao being at the 7th level of qi condensation, they still felt themselves above him. "That's right," said another of the people surrounding him. He laughed. "Fellow Taoist Meng does have the treasure. Why not take it out for us to have a look?" He clearly viewed Meng Hao as being completely boxed in, with no way out. Meng Hao looked as calm as ever, his eyes shining with a cold light. His mouth twisted mockingly, and he suddenly slapped his bag of holding, causing the people surrounding him to dodge to the side. Some of them even pulled out magical items. A beam of light flashed, and suddenly, Meng Hao's iron spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed it down into the ground, imbuing it with some spiritual energy so that it appeared to be a mighty weapon. It hummed, the sound reverberating about, causing the surrounding people to unconsciously take a step back, their gazes fixed on the spear. "Whoever wishes to die can come up for a closer look," said Meng Hao coolly, taking 2 steps back and flicking his wide sleeve. He appeared supremely confident, especially his mocking eyes and smile, as if he knew beyond doubt that anyone who attempted to look closely at the spear would be killed by it. Actually, Meng Hao had taken 2 steps back because it brought him closer to the city gate. As soon as the surrounding people walked forward to look at the spear, he would attack, then take advantage of the chaos to flee. After all, this city was controlled by the 3 great sects, and he knew that he could not get involved in any trouble here. Everything was quiet as the onlookers gazed at the iron spear. At first glance, it did appear to be a bit beyond ordinary. It was covered with sweeping, decorative patterns, incredibly complex, dazzling even. The more people looked at it, the more amazing it seemed. It glowed, its tip emitting beams of light which pierced the eyes like lightning. Even Xiao Ling, up in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, couldn't help but gaze at it. More girls appeared around her, all of them staring down. After looking at it for a while, the several disciples from the great sects frowned. It doesn't look like anything special. There are just some fancy markings on it. It doesn't seem to have any incantations on it at all. The fancy young man with the fan also frowned. That's the treasure given to him by Patriarch Reliance? After examining it, he laughed, then beckoned for Zhou Kai to step forward. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the east gate, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and then he frowned. Clustered outside the east gate was a group of 10 or more cultivators wearing white robes. Some of them looked familiar, and when he saw the color of their robes, he knew that these were the disciples from whatever great sect had been holding the trial by fire. As he saw them entering through the east gate, he realized that his path of escape was now blocked. His frown deepened, and his hand slowly lowered to his bag of holding. The fancy young man with the fan looked at the white-robed cultivators, and his eyes gleamed. His face filled with reverence. He cupped his hands in salute and said, "Elder brothers from the Violet Fate sect, I am humble Sun Hua from the Winding Stream sect. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Hearing this, looks of awe appeared on the faces of the surrounding cultivators. They followed along with the first man as he saluted the white-robed cultivators. They were famous figures from various sects, and normally held a high position within the state of Zhao. But to meet disciples from a truly great sect from the southern domain, they were instantly lowered down. Their expressions were suddenly that of longing and courtesy. Recently, they had all received jade slips from their respective sects reminding them that if they ran into any white-robed disciples from the Violet Fate sect of the southern domain, they were not to provoke them. As the white-robed cultivators entered the city, they saw the state of Zhao disciples, but completely ignored them. Hearing their identities called out caused a couple of them to frown. Their eyes swept the surroundings, then came to rest on the iron spear stuck into the ground. They stopped in their tracks. Other disciples who were watching the scene looked astonished. Their excited eyes flickered to stare at the state of Zhao cultivators. A dark look flashed through Meng Hao's eyes. He was surrounded by disciples of various sects from the state of Zhao, and the white-robed cultivators were approaching from the east gate. If he aroused the attention of the various eccentrics from the 3 sects within the city, then his chances of getting away would be very slim. When the disciples of the state of Zhao sects saw the Violet Fate sect disciples walking up, excited expressions lit their faces. To be able to make friends with them would increase their standing in their own respective sects, and would provide great advantages in further development. Most of them had assumed the Violet Fate sect disciples would ignore all of them, but it turned out they really were approaching them. Elder brother Sun is very well known. That must be why they're coming over. Yeah, he's a blood relative of one of the elders of the Winding Stream sect. His cultivation base is extraordinary. The Violet Fate sect disciples must be coming over to give him some face. One by one, ingratiating smiles appeared on the faces of the surrounding state of Zhao disciples, especially the young man in the expensive clothes. He was growing more and more excited. Hearing the whispers of the bystanders, his heart filled with pride. It seemed he was fairly well known after all, enough so to cause the Violet Fate sect disciples to walk over. This matter would surely be talked about near and far, and his standing in the sect would change immediately. His name would be known throughout the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao. It seemed that to Meng Hao what was happening was no big deal. He smiled, looking like he didn't care at all. As the young man in expensive clothes moved forward to greet the white-robed cultivators, the state of Zhao disciples followed. The female disciples among them looked especially excited. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He pulled the iron spear out of the ground, and then turned to leave. Taoist brothers from the Violet Fate sect, I, son, shall treat you to a feast in the Phoenix Heaven restaurant, said Sun Hua, his expression one of extreme excitement and pride. Fellow state of Zhao disciples, please join me in receiving the brothers from the Violet Fate sect. The collection of cultivators behind him made the image even more distinct. Coupled with his excited expression, it was clear that he was taking the lead among the state of Zhao disciples. Even as the words left his mouth, and he bowed with cupped hands, the Violet Fate sect disciples walked past him, not even looking at him. En masse, they passed the entire group without a glance, hurrying quickly forward. Sun Hua's mouth dropped open as he watched this happen, as did the other state of Zhao disciples who were following him. At the same time, the person in the lead position of the Violet Fate sect disciples let out a hearty laugh. Fellow Taoist, please stay, he said. Brother, did you just return from the treasure mountain? You have an outstanding demeanor. All of us who witnessed your actions on the mountain hold you in the highest regard. I am Qian Shuihen of the Violet Fate sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I respectfully ask your esteemed name? Fellow Taoist, we've been looking for you, said another. We never imagined that we would run into you here. Ha ha ha. If the fellow Taoist has time, I will send someone to arrange a banquet. I am Lu Song of the Violet Fate sect. Please, allow me to treat you to a feast. Among the 10 or more Violet Fate sect disciples, these two had the highest cultivation bases. They were at the 8th level of qi condensation. Faces filled with smiles, they hurried in front of Meng Hao, blocking his way. They spoke with utmost politeness, and when they approached, they saluted with clasped hands. When the state of Zhao disciples saw this happening, their faces filled with awe and veneration. An almost imperceptible frown appeared on Meng Hao's face, but quickly disappeared. He smiled and returned a polite salute. He mumbled his name unclearly, although he knew that even though he didn't say it clearly, these people could search him easily if they wanted to. The state of Zhao cultivators watched on in disbelief. Their heads spun as they watched the Violet Fate sect disciples chatting in this way to Meng Hao. This was especially true of Sun Hua, whose face went through a series of different expressions. He was insulted, of course, and watched Meng Hao with a look of disbelief. He knew that the white-robed cultivators were from the Violet Fate sect in the southern domain. They were proud and arrogant, considering themselves to be unmatched in the world. And yet, they were incredibly polite to Meng Hao, and their eyes were filled with veneration. Although he wasn't quite sure what had just happened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he saw them being so polite. He realized that if he had made a move just now to test out the spear, he would most likely have lost a lot of face. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Zhou Kai looked on, dumbfounded. Originally, he had regretted calling out Meng Hao's name, but watching this scene unfold, his eyes filled with admiration. Elder brother Meng really did deserve to be an inner sect disciple. It's a good thing I gave him those spirit stones back then. The sect was dissolved, and we were kicked away like stray dogs, but he's still out stirring up trouble. And somehow he's got the disciples from one of the great sects of the southern domain to treat him so well. Zhou Kai sighed inwardly. Up in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiao Ling blinked a few times, watching in disbelief as the Violet Fate sect disciples surrounded Meng Hao. When she saw him speaking calmly with them, she couldn't forget what had happened moments ago between her and Meng Hao. Her interest in him was piqued even more. Elder brother Meng, said Qian Shuihen, shifting the conversation topic to the spear in Meng Hao's hand. Is this the treasured holy spear you used to rebuke the demonic beasts on the treasure mountain? He had looked the spear over just now, but it didn't seem to have any extraordinary qualities. And yet he clearly remembered how Meng Hao had wielded it to bloody so many demonic beasts. "Of course it is," said Lu Song, laughing. "Your actions on the mountain that day left me in complete veneration of you. Elder brother Meng, there's no reason to deny it." A strange look appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, but only for a moment. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, this is the spear I used that day on the mountain," he said candidly. "This spear can only be called a great treasure," said Lu Song. "I saw you use it to injure many demonic beasts. Countless, in fact. Elder brother Meng's mighty actions have replayed themselves constantly in my mind." He glanced at the spear, his eyes burning. Then he looked over coldly at Qian Shuihen, and the two of them locked gazes. They clearly didn't like each other, and both of them knew that the other was determined to come out on top. When the state of Zhao cultivators heard all of this, their gazes were drawn to the iron spear. Their original intention had been to examine this treasure of Meng Hao's. As of now, they didn't need to. If the Violet Fate sect disciples were convinced of its power, then it must be true. Sun Hua's eyes gleamed, and he walked forward a few steps, staring at the iron spear. "Although I do have to say," laughed Lu Song with a shake of his head, "Elder brother Meng, you really threw our trial by fire into chaos. You took so many medicinal pills, spirit stones, and magical items from the treasure mountain." From his expression, it seemed he didn't mind. "Oh, that." Meng Hao laughed, taking a few steps back. "It's no matter," said Qian Shuihen, taking a few steps forward, eyes on the spear. "That treasure mountain belongs to eccentric Song," and he shot his mouth off, saying that anyone with the skills could take whatever they want. Actually, Elder Brother Meng's actions left me feeling immensely satisfied. But, Elder Brother Meng, regarding this spear, would you be willing to offer it up for sale? The Violet Fate sect would be willing to offer a fair price for it. Because Meng Hao held it in his hand, Qian Shuihen had no way to thoroughly inspect it. Because he was not at the foundation establishment stage, he didn't have spiritual sense, and therefore no way to sense the minute details. "Well," Meng Hao looked hesitant. "Elder brother Meng," said Lu Song, his eyes glittering. "This spear is really very important to us. Please, allow yourself to part with it." He knew that the first objective was to force Meng Hao into agreeing. Then he and Qian Shuihen would have to battle it out. He took a step forward as he spoke, an overbearing air filling his eyes. "Eccentric Song treats people wickedly and mercilessly. You took away many of his most prized treasures. If our Violet Fate sect's Elder Wu hadn't held him back, Elder Brother Meng would be in quite a bit of danger right now." Qian Shuihen advanced further, his bearing extremely overbearing. At this point, he made no effort to conceal his power and might as he spoke. The other Violet Fate sect disciples slowly moved forward, forming a circle around them. Their eyes gleamed with the desire to lay hands on the spear. "This spear is just an ordinary item," said Meng Hao, looking around at the circle of people. Then turning back to Lu Song and Qian Shuihen with a frown. "Elder brother Meng, there's no need for jokes," said Lu Song with a laugh, his eyes moving over the haft of the spear. "I know I'm not mistaken. This is the spear that you used. That notch in the side, I saw it clearly that day." Meng Hao stared blankly. It seemed this person had looked at the spear even more closely than he had. He hadn't noticed any notch before, but now that he looked, sure enough, there it was. When Lu Song saw his expression, it only served to further his certainty. Though he wore a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. He wasn't allowed to kill Meng Hao to earn a spot in the inner sect, but could use other means, and he wouldn't hold back. "Even if it's only an ordinary object, we still wish to buy it," said Qian Shuihen threateningly, his voice even colder than before. "We are determined to have this spear. Please, Elder Brother Meng, don't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, we will be very displeased, and you will be too. You might have the spear in hand, but the Violet Fate sect is one of the 5 great sects of the Southern Domain. Even this far away, our power is greater than you can imagine, fellow Taoist. Furthermore, it's not we who want the spear, but rather sect Elder Wu. Upon hearing this, the state of Zhao cultivators all exchanged glances. Their faces lit up with sneers for Meng Hao, but they maintained their silence. Sun Hua's smile was especially wide. Gaining the help of these people to get information about the spear was a good thing. Regardless of what happened in the end, he should be able to take advantage of the situation to make a move. Furthermore, despite Meng Hao having a treasured spear, he wouldn't dare to offend a great sect from the southern domain. "If I don't agree, will you force me?" asked Meng Hao, his gaze growing grim. "Our sect doesn't steal treasures from people," said Lu Song with a laugh. "But elder brother Meng should think things through carefully. What good will it do you to offend us? Furthermore, if we really wanted to steal the spear, we could get other people to do it for us. We wouldn't have to do anything." He glanced over at the state of Zhao disciples standing a short distance away and nodded. Sun Hua and the others suddenly looked very excited. "Elder brother Meng, I, Qian, very much admire your performance on the treasure mountain. But let's not beat around the bush. Whether or not you want to sell the spear, you will." His eyes were grim, and his words cold. Meng Hao's heart groaned. If these people wanted to bring trouble upon themselves, he wouldn't stop them. A variety of expressions crossed his face, and he retreated a few more steps back, muttering to himself. Then, gritting his teeth, he lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot. "Esteemed Violet Fate sect disciples, if you truly wish to purchase my spear, please, name your price." Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, stabbing the spear into the ground. His face seemed to be grim and filled with pain. When Meng Hao spoke, everything went quiet. Everyone's eyes focused on the iron spear sticking out of the ground. Qian Shuihen laughed loudly, cupping hands in salute to Meng Hao. "So, elder brother Meng is willing to part with his treasure. I, Qian, will not allow you to suffer a loss." He pulled out a bag of holding and tossed it to the ground. "Here are 500 spirit stones." Clinking sounds rang out as 500 spirit stones appeared, forming a small mountain. Off to the side, the state of Zhao disciples watched, gloating over Meng Hao's misfortune. 500 spirit stones was not a small amount, but also not a very large amount. If he sold a treasured item for that amount, he would become a laughingstock. They weren't the only ones to think about the price. Meng Hao frowned. The difference was, his thinking was different from that of the state of Zhao disciples. In his estimation, the iron spear was probably worth 2 pieces of silver. To trade it for 500 spirit stones meant that he was actually making a tidy profit. "Are you kidding me?" said Lu Song. "Don't try to bully elder brother Meng. You think you can buy a treasure like that with just 500 spirit stones? I will buy it for 1,500 spirit stones." With a cold harumph and the flick of a sleeve, he produced a bag of holding. More clinking sounds rang out as 1,500 shining spirit stones emerged, producing a pile much higher than Qian Shuihen's. It was a grand sight which left everyone nervous with anticipation. The state of Zhao disciples' hearts pounded. To them, 1,500 spirit stones was a lot. Even though they were disciples of the 3 great sects, it would still be difficult to accumulate so many. They panted as they watched. Even Sun Hua seemed to quiver with eagerness. Zhou Kai stood behind him, dumbfounded. His admiration for Meng Hao grew even stronger, and he felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have called out Meng Hao's name just now. He sighed, realizing that it was his fault that Meng Hao was being forced to sell his treasure. "Junior brother Song really does have gall," said Qian Shuihen, giving Lu Song a cold look. He was determined to win the treasure. As far as he was concerned, it was his ticket into the inner sect, and he would not give up no matter what price he had to pay. As of now, his true opponent was Lu Song. The two of them could clearly not discuss acquiring the spear together. "All of you, give me your spirit stones," said Qian Shuihen, turning to looking at the 5 or 6 disciples behind him. "When we return to the sect, I will find a way to repay you." Without hesitation, they opened their bags of holding and produced all of their spirit stones. 2,100 spirit stones, Qian Shuihen said coolly, looking as if he didn't care in the slightest. "Elder brother Meng, These are all the items that I possess. He gave a cold look to Lu Song. Lu Song's face twisted. The 1,500 spirit stones he'd offered had been borrowed from the handful of fellow disciples behind him. Seeing how many Qian Shuihen had produced, as well as Meng Hao's apparent hesitation, he suddenly slapped his bag of holding. Elder brother Meng, I have no more spirit stones, but I have medicinal pills. A bottle appeared in his hand. Here are 3 heavenly water pills, suitable for any cultivator of the 8th level of qi condensation or lower. It is one of the best pills produced by the pill cultivation workshop of our Violet Fate sect. Each pill is worth 500 spirit stones. The burning look in the eyes of the state of Zhao disciples grew more intense. They knew how valuable heavenly water pills were. Sun Hua's breathing grew heavier. He had heard the elders of his sect speak of heavenly water pills, and knew that they were one of the 3 most effective types of pills within the southern domain for 8th level qi condensation cultivators. Even within the Violet Fate sect, prominent members of the outer sect would have a hard time getting their hands on one. Qian Shuihen frowned, his eyes fixed on Lu Song. Clenching his jaw, he slapped his bag of holding and produced his own pill bottle. I have no heavenly water pills, said Qian Shuihen dramatically. But, seeing that elder brother Meng is of the 7th level of qi condensation, please accept these 7 earthly spirit pills. They were awarded to me for meritorious service within the sect. They are perfectly suited for the 7th level of qi condensation. I have some piddling earthly spirit pills too, said Lu Song with a cold laugh. He looked back at the disciples behind him. They gritted their teeth and produced their bags of holding, handing over 10 earthly spirit pills. They looked with reddened eyes at Qian Shuihen and his group. Elder brother Qian, look, said Meng Hao shyly. His heart beat rapidly. Qian Shuihen's face changed as he realized that his offerings didn't match up to Lu Song's. But this was his opportunity to enter the inner sect. He would not let it pass. Junior brother Lu, you are determined to have it out with me today, aren't you? Fine. His eyes flashing fiercely, he slapped his bag of holding, and immediately, a black beam shot out, transforming into a black spike. It glittered like lightning, producing multiple afterimages. The afterimages all came to rest on Qian Shuihen's hand, and everything grew quiet. It was pitch black and carried an air of indescribable sharpness. Elder brother Meng, this is a magical item bestowed upon me by the sect. It is called the Hell-Fighting Spike. Cold and dark, if it wounds an opponent, the wound will freeze over and an intense coldness will enter their body. Qian Shuihen forced himself to ignore his heartache as he spoke. When the spike appeared, the faces of the disciples behind Qian Shuihen filled with envy. Lu Song's expression changed, and he looked distressed. He had never imagined that Qian Shuihen would take out the black spike. Meng Hao's eyes widened and his heart raced even faster. It wasn't just him. A buzz of conversation arose among the nearby state of Zhao disciples. That's a hell-fighting spike from the Violet Fate sect. I've heard the elders speak of it. Only the Violet Fate sect possesses them. It said there are only 108 in existence. Each one is shockingly powerful. Sun Hua's mouth grew dry, and he stared fixated at the spike. He wished beyond anything that he could be Meng Hao, then he could have this treasure. Lu Song's face continued to twist. Grinding his teeth angrily, he thought about the chance to join the inner sect, and how there was only one spot available. He would not retreat from this opportunity. Enduring the disappointment, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a treasure. It was a feather fan, composed of a total of 16 multicolored feathers. As soon as it appeared, it emanated a shocking spiritual power which struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Elder brother Meng, this is my most valuable treasure. It is a Milky Way fan. You don't need to practice with it at all, you can use it immediately. It allows the user to soar and can change size. The 16 feathers can also fly out in an attack, or circle around you to form a shield. It can be used in both attack and defense. It is not a treasure of our sect, but rather something I acquired by luck. Allow me to present it to you in trade, fellow Taoist. An unsightly expression filled his face, and his heart fairly dripped with blood. But in contending with Qian Shuihen for a spot in the inner sect, he charged forth without regard to rhyme or reason. When the fan appeared, Qian Shuihen's facial expression changed. He took 2 steps back, his eyes filling with lines of blood. He knew that this was an extremely valuable treasure. To offer this up was almost like risking one's life. As for the state of Zhao disciples, they looked shocked, and their heads hummed. They might not be familiar with the fan, but it was obviously a spectacularly extraordinary item. It emitted fierce spiritual power which left their hearts pounding in shock. Sun Hua's eyes grew wide, and his body trembled as it filled with a fierce envy. Meng Hao took in a deep breath. At the moment, he actually wasn't very happy, but instead apprehensive. He had already offended eccentric Song, and the thought of deeply offending the Violet Fate sect caused a cold sweat to break out over his entire body. But it seemed that whether or not he wanted to trade, he would have to. His current appearance, his frown, and the dark look in his eyes, all made the onlookers think that he didn't view the treasures in front of him as valuable enough to trade. Elder Brother Meng, I also have a plateau charging pill, useful at the 9th level of qi condensation. Ignoring the pain in his heart, Qian Shuihen slapped his bag of holding and produced a pill bottle. It is very precious. Any cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation would go crazy upon seeing just one. Even though it can't compare to a Foundation establishment pill, it's still very valuable. As he spoke, he didn't even look at Meng Hao, but rather Lu Song. This spear? Meng Hao felt even more conflicted at heart, and he was about to speak further when suddenly Lu Song raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. He lifted up his hand and pulled a brocaded pouch out of his robe. He turned it over, and a thick, round pill fell out. It was black, and did not emit even a shred of spiritual power. But, seeing how Lu Song treated it with utmost care, it was obviously some sort of treasure. Elder Brother Meng, this pill is not reusable. In fact, it is a rare magical pill. When you crush it, it will turn into a hypertoxic black scorpion that can injure a cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation, perhaps even kill him. This magical pill was bestowed upon me by my clan. Here, take it. Lu Song's eyes were red, but they weren't looking at Meng Hao, but rather Qian Shuihen. He held the magical pill up in trade, but he was actually using it to threaten Qian Shuihen, as if this were the tiebreaker. Qian Shuihen's expression changed, and his eyes flashed, filling with killing intent. But he quickly got himself under control and then casually said, "Perhaps we should both trade for the treasure, then take it back to Elder Wu and let him decide what to do." Lu Song didn't respond. He didn't actually want to attack. If it were in a remote place where no one could see, perhaps he would. But things were complicated with so many people watching. He had only wanted to threaten Qian Shuihen. Upon hearing the suggestion, he nodded. Even though it hurt a bit, when he looked at the plateau charging pill in Qian Shuihen's hand, he could only clench his jaw and put his magical pill down in front of him. Seeing this, Qian Shuihen relaxed a bit. Without asking Meng Hao, he grabbed the iron spear and sped off. Lu Song went with him, also holding the spear. They shot toward the city gate, each of them eyeing the other suspiciously. The other Violet Fate sect disciples immediately charged after them, instantly disappearing through the city gate and off into the distance. They appeared to be heading in the direction of the State Shield mountain chain. Meng Hao's heart raced. Without hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, collecting all of the various objects. Then he turned and sped off as fast as possible. The eyes of the disciples of the state of Zhao glittered brightly, especially Sun Hua's. His eyes filled with fervor, and he moved to pursue and attack Meng Hao. But Meng Hao waved his right hand and the fan flew out to land beneath his feet. His speed increased rapidly, and he shot off into the distance. At the same time, the middle-aged man sitting next to the pill furnace in the 100 Treasures pavilion cracked open his eyes. They flashed like lightning as he watched Meng Hao disappearing. "These Violet Fate sect disciples get worse and worse with each generation," he said coolly. "They are idiots. Even though they don't have the spiritual sense of the Foundation establishment stage, they should still be able to tell that thing is useless." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling and the other girls, who had just watched everything happen, looked incredulous. "It's just an iron spear," the man said quietly. "That young member of the junior generation, surnamed Meng, he said it himself." He closed his eyes again. Meng Hao felt quite conflicted. He stood on the treasured fan he had just acquired, using as much spiritual power as he could muster to flee at top speed. He feared that if he was even the least bit slow, he would be attacked and robbed. "First I offended eccentric Song," sighed Meng Hao, "and then the Violet Fate sect, but it's not my fault. They forced me to trade." In his mind, he was innocent. At the time, he had no choice but to trade the spear. Sighing repeatedly, he pushed himself to go faster, getting closer and closer to the State Shield mountain range. "I need to find a place to hide for a while. If someone catches up with me, I'll be in great danger." Meng Hao frowned. The power of the treasured fan faded, and he dropped to the ground, tucking the fan away and starting to run. "When will I be able to reach Foundation establishment? Then I'll be able to really fly." 2 days passed, during which time Meng Hao didn't rest at all. He just kept running, thinking about how he hadn't rested at all since Shangguanxiu began to chase him on Mount Daqing. But he had no choice. The thought of what would happen if he didn't was too ghastly to contemplate. Meanwhile, deep in the State Shield mountain chain, atop the plateau next to the treasure mountain, Wu Dingqiu held up a go piece, smiling broadly. After thinking for no less than 1 hour, he slowly put the piece onto the board. Eccentric Song's face was like iron. With a cold snort, he slammed a piece down onto the board. "Eccentric Song, your cultivation base is so refined. You shouldn't allow yourself to be in such a mood." Wu Dingqiu stroked his beard and laughed. He looked as calm as a cool wind. "Cultivators of our generation should be able to settle our qi and calm our minds. Even with mountains crumbling around us, our expressions shouldn't change. But look at you. Are you really so ill at ease because of some nobody from the junior generation? If our positions were switched, you would be the same," said Eccentric Song sourly. "Absolutely not. If I, Wu, were in this position, I would only offer praise, and would certainly not feel anger. In the Violet Fate sect, we cultivate our disposition, and would not allow something like this to arouse our anger. No offense, Eccentric Song, but as far as this type of cultivation goes, you really have something to learn from the Violet Fate sect." Wu Dingqiu laughed, obviously quite pleased with himself. "How about this?" he continued. "After we finish this game of Go, you can come with me to the Violet Fate sect. I will allow you to peruse our moral cultivation manual, and then you will understand what it means to settle the qi and calm the mind." Wu Dingqiu's smile was so wide that wrinkles appeared on his face. Eccentric Song harumphed, refusing to respond and simply looking off into the distance. Wu Dingqiu's smile grew stronger, and he too looked off into the distance. Shortly, 2 figures could be seen racing toward them through the forest. It was Qian Shuihen and Lu Song. They gripped an iron spear between the 2 of them as they made a beeline for the plateau. They were followed by a small group of other Violet Fate sect disciples. Qian Shuihen and Lu Song stepped foot onto the plateau and both began to speak at the same time. "Greetings, Elder Wu. Disciple has accomplished the task. I have acquired the treasured item through trade." "Greetings, Elder Wu. Fortunately, I have not failed in my mission. I was able to trade for the spear." Eccentric Song's face was grim as Wu Dingqiu's laughter rang out. "Excellent. Good job, you two." He laughed. "I will take it upon myself to promote both of you to the inner sect. You didn't cause any problems for that kid, did you?" "I am pleased to report that we made a fair trade," said Qian Shuihen hastily. Next to him, Lu Song nodded fervently, looking excited. "We didn't cause any problems for him. Eccentric Song, come. Let's take a look at this treasured, divine spear." Wu Dingqiu laughed. He flicked his sleeve, and the iron spear flew toward him. The instant it touched his hand, Wu Dingqiu's expression changed. His eyes flashed as he examined the spear closer. Grim-faced Eccentric Song also took a close look, whereupon his eyes began to shine. He stared open-mouthed, then suddenly smiled. Wu Dingqiu's expression grew more and more unsightly. No matter from which aspect he looked at the spear, it was ordinary in nature. Refusing to believe that it was true, he pointed the spear at a random demonic beast further down the mountain. The creature didn't even notice. The expression on his face was unsightly to the extreme. He slowly raised his head, looking coldly at Qian Shuihen and Lu Song. When they saw the look in Wu Dingqiu's eyes, their excitement faded, and they began to tremble. Blank expressions filled their eyes. "What did you trade for this spear?" asked Wu Dingqiu, one word at a time. Looking nervous, Qian Shuihen said, "Disciple gave 2,000 spirit stones, 7 earthly spirit pills, one of the sect's hell-fighting spikes, and a plateau-charging pill." Wu Dingqiu's face grew dark. Next, Lu Song spoke. "Disciple gave 1,500 spirit stones, 3 heavenly spirit pills, a treasured fan, and a magical pill." Eccentric Song burst out laughing. It was the laughter of release, as if all of his pent-up depression from the past few days had suddenly disappeared. Wu Dingqiu was mad enough, but when he heard the price the 2 disciples had paid, along with Eccentric Song's peals of laughter, his rage exploded. He suddenly let out a furious roar. "Good-for-nothing fools! This iron spear is a fake." It echoed out like thunder, shattering the go-board. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain beneath his feet. Qian Shuihen and Lu Song tumbled to the ground, blood spraying out of their mouths. Their heads spun as Wu Dingqiu's single word echoed in their hearts. "Fake!" They were stunned. This word thundered out in all directions along with his roar, filling nearly half of the entire state Shield mountain range and reaching even Eastern Refinement City. It eventually reached the ears of Sun Hua, filling him with confusion. After a moment, his expression changed, and a look of shock filled his face. The spear was a fake? He looked at his companions, and looks of realization appeared on their faces as well. It couldn't be that the iron spear that was a fake, could it? Inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiao Ling was in the midst of introducing a magical item to a cultivator when she heard the noise outside. Amazed, she thought back to Meng Hao's iron spear, and a strange look appeared on her face. Next to the pill furnace, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, and they flickered with a mocking expression. Without a word, he closed them again. Far away from the plateau in the State Shield Mountains, Meng Hao lowered his head and ran even faster. Eccentric Song's splitting laughter undulated throughout the mountains. Wu Dingqiu's face couldn't look more horrible. He, an elder of the Violet Fate sect, had been hoodwinked by a cultivator of the Qi condensation stage. Even though it didn't directly involve him, he would definitely lose face when word spread. He wanted to track Meng Hao down immediately. He turned to look at Qian Shuihen and Lu Song, who stood there terrified. He was disgusted, but in his heart he sighed. These disciples had spent all their days within the sect, and didn't have any experience dealing with outsiders. They were flowers raised indoors, inexperienced and incapable of dealing with schemes. With a cold harumph, he tossed the iron spear to the ground and took a few steps forward, casting his senses about in search of Meng Hao. But then, Eccentric Song stepped forward to block his way, laughing complacently. "Fellow Taoist Wu, please don't lose your temper," he said. "Your Violet Fate sect stresses the need to settle the qi and calm the mind, to cultivating one's disposition. Don't allow a small matter like this to arouse your ire. When it comes to this type of cultivation, you should really do a bit more research into your sect's moral cultivation manual." Eccentric Song laughed heartily. Earlier, he had been prevented from leaving no matter what he said, so of course now he would do the same thing to Wu Dingqiu. "You?" Wu Dingqiu's face grew dark, and he stared fixedly at Eccentric Song. But he didn't say anything. "You broke the go board, so now we can't finish," said Eccentric Song with a smile. "How about this? You were going to take me to your Violet Fate sect, right? Well, let's go. We can chat and play Go for a few months." The depression had faded completely from his heart. Seeing Wu Dingqiu like this made him incredibly happy. As far as the treasures Meng Hao had taken, he didn't care anymore. What was most important to him was the look of outrage and insult on Wu Dingxiu's face. He pulled at Wu Dingxiu, clearly having no intention of allowing him to resist. Wu Dingxiu's heart was filled with gloom. He glared at eccentric Song, then let out a long sigh. He knew that the man wouldn't let him pursue Meng Hao. He stamped his foot angrily, then allowed eccentric Song to pull him up into the air. "You useless imbeciles won't be able to keep up," said Wu Dingxiu, looking down at trembling Qian Shuihen and Lu Song. "The inner sect promotion is a failure. Return to the sect and immediately go into secluded meditation." The other disciples watched on, pale-faced. "Damn you, Meng Hao," said Lu Song, lowering his head, his face twisted with rage. "I will never forget this, you shameless bastard." He ground his teeth when he recalled Meng Hao's bashful expression, and it looked as if his eyes might erupt with flames. He had never met anyone so impudent in his entire life. The spear was obviously a fake. His face filled with pain when he thought of how much he had paid for it. When he thought about the lost chance to enter the inner sect, he was so angry that he almost spat up blood. "Shameless! Despicable!" said Qian Shuihen, thinking about his precious items. He picked up the iron spear. "Meng Hao, you are a complete scoundrel." As he thought about the failure of the inner sect promotion, he really seemed about to go crazy. And then he thought about all the medicinal pills and magical items, and his hatred for Meng Hao ascended to skies. The two of them looked at each other, sharing a look of pain. "We will place the spear up inside the sect to remind us that we must kill Meng Hao." Fierce killing intent filled their eyes, and yet, the trial by fire was over, and they were required to return to the sect. Their rancor and murderous thoughts could only be concealed in their hearts, never to be erased. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was both scared witless and also felt that he was being accused wrongly. Sighing, he increased his speed, running as fast as he could for 7 days straight. Eventually, he found an immortal's cave in the deep mountains. Exhausted, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate and do breathing exercises. Was it worth it? He sighed to himself. He was tired from the days of running, but had simply been too frightened of being caught. Now he was on his last legs. 2 days later at dawn, he opened his eyes and began running again. For half a month, he didn't dare to let anyone see him. Finally, deep in the remote mountains, when he felt it was safe, he used a flying sword to carve out a cave, then sealed himself inside to meditate. 2 months passed. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the Immortal's cave in the deep mountains. Suddenly, a thunderous noise rang out, sending the nearby animals scattering. The large stone slab he had sliced out to seal the cave suddenly shattered into pieces. Stone fragments showered out in all directions as Meng Hao emerged from the Immortal's cave. His hair hung down like a cloak around his scholar's robe. His eyes glittered like lightning, and a shocking aura emanated from him, as well as a pleasant, fragrant aroma. A look of joy filled his face. After having been in secluded meditation for such a long time, he let out a laugh which echoed out and sent the wild beasts running. "The 8th level of qi condensation," he said, his fists clenched. His eyes shone, which would have been even more obvious were it nighttime. The 2 months of meditation had begun with a sense of nervousness and imminent danger. Those feelings disappeared slowly as he practiced cultivation. He used over 10,000 spirit stones to duplicate medicinal pills, which he used in his meditation. He did not want to be in a position of danger ever again. He needed to become strong so that he could surpass the people who threatened him. "I need to become powerful. There is no other reason. I must become powerful." He stood outside of the Immortal's cave, breathing the fresh mountain air, his eyes filled with resolve. He was a simple scholar, a student of Confucianism. But the past 3 years had caused him to become a bit more inwardly focused. After everything that he had experienced, his personality was very different than it had been. His stubbornness was now much more obvious. He had been stubborn in his refusal to give up even after failing in the imperial examinations. He had been stubborn in his struggles in the Reliance sect. He had been stubborn when he stood up to Wang Tingfei. And now he was stubborn in his hopes for the future. Becoming powerful is much the same as becoming rich. It is a dream that does not require a reason. If a reason is required, perhaps it is fear of being poor or weak. That is what Meng Hao believed. Life is an ever-burning flame, filled with exuberance. In life, one must be strong, and never lower one's head. He looked up into the sky, thinking about the Reliance sect. He thought about the arrogant conceit of the experts from the state of Zhao. He thought of the coldness of the people who had tried to kill him. He thought of the gaze of that middle-aged Dao protector who had stood next to Wang Tingfei that night. My mother and father disappeared when I was young. If I hadn't struggled to improve myself, I wouldn't have lived down to this day. Instead, I would have resigned myself to the hopelessness. If I hadn't struggled to grow stronger during my time in the Reliance sect, I would never have become a member of the inner sect. Stubborn insistence on self-improvement. That is my path into the future. He let out a very long breath. Then he lifted his hand and flicked his sleeve. A black beam appeared which solidified into a black spike. Emanating a black glow, it shot toward a nearby boulder. A boom rang out, and the boulder, which was over 18 meters tall, collapsed into chunks, interspersed with pieces of black ice. They fell to the ground, emanating an intense coldness. With a look of satisfaction, Meng Hao waved his hand, and the black spike flew back to him. He moved his hand again, and this time a multicolored beam swirled around him. The 16-feathered fan appeared, flying back and forth as it followed the movements of his fingers. Suddenly, there was bang as the feathers separated. 16 beams of light circled around. The 16 feathers had become like flying swords, swift and fierce. They followed the movements of his hand, moving to spin rapidly around him, making an impenetrable shield, empowered by his spiritual power. Then the feathers reformed into a fan and settled onto his hand. It's too bad I didn't have enough spirit stones. The copper mirror really eats them up. Duplicating one earthly spirit pill required 100 spirit stones. Not a bad price. The heavenly spirit pill, useful upon reaching the 8th level of chi condensation, required 500. Just a bit too expensive. Thinking about spirit stones, he frowned. Of the 10,000 spirit stones he'd had, not many were left. During the 2 months he had spent breaking through from the 7th level to the 8th level, he had consumed over 80 earthly spirit pills. That was nearly 2 per day before he had broken through to the 8th level of chi condensation. In the future, he muttered to himself, I will require even more spiritual power to practice cultivation. A glance inside his bag of holding confirmed that he only had 5 heavenly spirit pills. He had already consumed one, and had calculated that to reach the 9th level of chi condensation he would need roughly 150. I know I need a lot of spiritual power, but could it be that my excessive consumption of demonic cores has caused my body to begin to reject medicinal pills? He hesitated, unsure of how to confirm his theory. If he was right, then he might need even more heavenly spirit pills, or perhaps other types of medicinal pills. 150 heavenly spirit pills. That's equal to 70,000 spirit stones. Without them, it will take me a long time to accumulate that much spiritual energy. Plus, my latent talent is only ordinary, so that means it will take even longer. He sighed as he thought about the emptiness of his bag of holding. He had 3 more of the extraordinarily large spirit stones, but he didn't dare to use them. The more advanced he became in his cultivation, the more he realized how rash he had been to duplicate the wooden sword all those years ago. The large spirit stones were clearly extraordinarily special, otherwise he would not have been able to duplicate the Vorpal jade blood crystals. I won't use these large spirit stones unless it's absolutely necessary, he said resolutely. Maybe they will have some other use in the future. The fan beneath his feet began to shine brightly, and his body transformed into a ray of light which shot off into the distance. He was quiet as he traveled, circulating his spiritual energy. Eventually, the treasured fan began to fade and take on a more ordinary appearance. As he moved farther and farther away, he began to grow more at ease. After all these months, the Violet Fate sect disciples will surely have moved on. He was careful as he traveled, eventually emerging from the mountains. He looked off into the distance. If he was right, this area was close to the capital city of the state of Zhao. Once upon a time, he had yearned day and night to go to the capital city. This desire was second only to his dream of visiting the Great Tang in the eastern lands. He sighed emotionally as he thought of his 3 years of examinations and 3 years of failures. He had never even made it to the final examinations in the capital city. Another 3 years had passed, and now he finally arrived, not as a scholar, but as a cultivator. As he approached the capital city, he stopped gliding and began to walk along the public road. He tied up his hair, and this, coupled with his scholar's robe, made him look just like the old scholar that he used to be. Although, while he had then been somewhat short, after years of cultivation, he was now tall and slender. His skin was still a bit dark, yet vigorous, emanating a strong air. He walked along absent-mindedly. It was March now, which was often a time for snowfall in the state of Zhao. As Meng Hao walked, the darkness of evening began to settle around him, and snowflakes began to slowly fall. Soon, the ground was covered with whiteness, like a feathered quilt. The wind blew snow onto Meng Hao's hair. It didn't melt, but rather began to collect together. Everything was still and quiet. As he grew closer and closer to the capital city, a horse-drawn carriage approached from behind him, speeding forward at top speed. It seemed whoever was inside was afraid the city gates would be closing soon. Past Meng Hao, kicking up billows of snowflakes in its wake. As it passed, the wind blew open the carriage's curtain just a crack, revealing a young scholar reading some texts. Meng Hao looked at him calmly, recalling his own similar appearance years ago. As of now, Meng Hao was clearly about 20 years old. However, inside he felt much older. He let out a light sigh. Up ahead, the carriage came to a stop, and the curtain lifted up. The young scholar looked back at him, then stepped down out of the carriage and saluted Meng Hao with clasped hands. "Brother, are you going to Capital City for the imperial examinations?" Meng Hao quickly returned the salute. "Years ago I dreamed of doing so, but those dreams have long since faded. I just want to go take a look at the Tower of Tang." "That's a pity, my brother," he said, looking regretful. "Your bearing seems very refined. I thought perhaps we were fellow candidates. Are you sure you wish to give up on your aspirations to become an official?" The young man appeared to be about the same age as Meng Hao. Meng Hao shook his head silently. "Well, never mind," said the young scholar. He looked at Meng Hao's scholarly appearance and smiled warmly. "It's starting to snow harder, and it will be harder and harder to travel along the road. If it gets too late, you won't be able to enter the city. Brother, why don't you join me in the carriage? We should still have enough time to make it to the city." Meng Hao looked up at the sky, then back at the scholar. He bowed respectfully, then stepped up into the carriage. A fire crackled in a small oven inside, dispelling the bitter cold. This, coupled with the fact that an old family retainer drove the carriage, made it clear that the scholar came from a rich family. The old driver wore a wide bamboo hat and the knuckles of his hands were large. It seemed he could do some kung fu. "I am Zheng Yong," the scholar said with a smile, warming his hands. "Brother, there's no need to be shy. We're both scholars, and scholars should help each other whenever possible." "I am Meng Hao," he said with a humble smile. "Many thanks to you, Brother Zheng." His gaze fell upon the book resting next to Zheng Yong. It was the Book of Rites. It looked very old, and was obviously not a copy, but rather an ancient original text. "You're surnamed Meng?" said Zheng Yong, his expression brightening. It was somewhat cramped inside the carriage, but he still managed to stand and give Meng Hao a respectful salute. "Such an honorable family name. So you're a descendant of Qingfu. I have been disrespectful. Please forgive me, Brother Meng." Meng Hao stood and returned the salute. "There's no need to act like this, Brother Zheng. It's just a surname. My ancestors were resplendent, but as for me, I failed repeatedly in the imperial examinations, which has left me extremely ashamed." The two of them sat back down. "Brother Meng, you spoke incorrectly just now," said Zheng Yong solemnly. "Your surname will bring you good fortune. It has been passed down to you from ancient times. As a descendant of Qingfu, even if you didn't pass the imperial examinations, as long as you have kindness and virtue in your heart, you can still live by the values of Confucius. Meng Hao thought silently for a moment, then lifted his head and looked at the scholar sitting in front of him. Brother Zhang, he said quietly, what is the true meaning of Confucianism? Courtesy, benevolence, loyalty, and the golden mean, he responded unhesitatingly. This is Confucianism. Meng Hao didn't respond. He looked out through the curtain at the snowflakes filling the air. After a while, he spoke again in a cool voice. What is the meaning of life? Life? Said Jingyong, looking surprised. He hesitated for a while, not saying anything. The inside the carriage grew quiet, filled only with the sound of falling snow, which drifted in through the window. Meng Hao lifted up his hand and reached outside. Snowflakes gradually accumulated on his hand. Snow will only appear during winter, he said quietly, and can only exist in the cold wind. Therefore, its life exists only during the depths of winter. He pulled his hand back into the carriage and held it next to the copper oven. The snow began to melt, turning into water, which flowed through the creases of his palm. Snow can only live in the winter. When it nears a fire, it dies. That is its life. It may yearn for summer, but it can only desire it. In my hand, the snow becomes water, because this is not its world. He raised his hand back up and brushed the water off outside the window. There, beyond the vision of the young scholar, it once again became snow. Zhang Yong stared mutely, a deep look appearing in his eyes. Eventually, the carriage entered the city. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you, Brother Zhang, said Meng Hao coolly. I shall take my leave. He saluted politely and stepped out of the carriage, then treaded across the snow-filled street. Yearning for summer, Zhang Yong murmured to himself, but only able to exist in the cold of winter, only able to look off into the distance. That is snow. He watched Meng Hao disappearing into the distance. After a while, he got out of the cart and gave a deep bow in Meng Hao's direction. Snow began to cover him, but he knew that as soon as he re-entered the carriage, it would die. He would never forget what had just happened, and what he had just seen and heard. Years later, after he became a famous Confucian in the state of Zhao, he would think back to that windy, winter night when the snow slowly melted into water. And he would think of a scholar named Meng Hao. The state of Zhao was in the southern part of the southern domain, which was connected to the western subcontinent. These two areas were separated from the rest of the lands of South Heaven by the Milky Way Sea, although it is possible that long ago, the lands of South Heaven had not been split in this way. To state things more clearly, the state of Zhao exists on the edge of the southern domain, far from the sea. Only by passing over numerous mountains would the boundless Milky Way Sea become visible. The state of Zhao was not very large, nor was it heavily populated. However, the capital city was a bustling place. Even though the evening air was filled with falling snow, the houses glowed with lantern light, keeping everyone warm inside. Anyone who didn't own a house, who walked about in the snowy night, would feel an indescribable loneliness. Meng Hao walked down the street beneath the darkening sky. The crowds of people who would normally be visible during the day were nowhere to be seen. Anyone who moved about wore wide bamboo hats and kept their heads lowered as they hurried along. Looking off into the distance, Meng Hao could just barely make out the shape of a large, prominent building. It was a pagoda, a tower, the Tower of Tang. It was nearly 300 meters tall, almost like a mountain, capable of capturing the attention of anyone within the city. Snow surrounded it, but could not hide the evidence of the devoted care spent by the king of Zhao, the scholars, and the many other people who had constructed it. It faced the eastern lands, the great Tang and Chang'an. Meng Hao had never been to the capital city before, nor the Tower of Tang. He had never even seen it before, but as he walked down the street toward it, he knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that this was definitely the Tower of Tang. He had always imagined that one day he would become a government official, and then he would be able to climb to its top and stare out across the land. He looked at the Tower of Tang sitting there amidst the swirling snow. A long time passed. Before mother and father disappeared, he murmured to himself. A violet wind blew outside. People said it was an auspicious sign, and that a celestial being had appeared in the sky. He walked forward, staring at the Tower of Tang. He thought about everything that had happened that night. He would never be able to forget. That night he lost his youth. From that night on, he would never again have a father and mother to rely on. That was when he began to grow strong. It was then that he started to dream of going to the eastern lands, to the Great Tang. Rumors spread that his parents were dead, but Meng Hao knew that they were simply missing. They were out there somewhere. He would never forget the violet robe his father had been wearing that night as he stood next to the window, looking out at the violet wind. Nor would he forget how his father had looked back at him, a disturbed look in his eyes. He would never forget that night, nor the quiet sound of his mother weeping. He had never spoken of these things to anyone, but had kept them buried deep in his heart. As the Tower of Tang grew closer and closer, he wondered why he was suddenly thinking about such things from the past. He sighed. The sigh broke to pieces in the snowy wind. It would never leave the capital city, nor the state of Zhao, nor the southern domain. It would not cross the Milky Way Sea, nor would it reach Chang'an. Maybe it's because mother would always talk about the Great Tang, he murmured. She told me that in the capital city of every nation, there is a Tower of Tang, and people say those towers are the closest you can get to Chang'an without actually being there. As he approached the district surrounding the Tower of Tang, he looked up. The snow fell in heavy sheets, and the winter wind whimpered around him. More and more snow was building up on the tower. From where he stood, he could see clearly that it had been constructed with great care. Its foundation was 8-sided, and it rose up like a massive pagoda. It was constructed from green material and looked just like he had imagined it would. Despite the snow, soldiers patrolled around its perimeter. This area was a place only highly ranked officials and powerful people could enter, in order to offer sacrifices and perform rites. But the mortal soldiers didn't notice as Meng Hao's body passed by and entered the tower. An ancient flight of stairs wound up inside, reaching slowly up toward the top. The walls were carved with brightly colored frescoes, depicting the eastern lands, the Great Tang and Chang'an. I remember mother describing the Great Tang to me. I was so small then that I didn't really understand what she was talking about. But now that I think about it, the way she described the eastern lands, the Great Tang and Chang'an, it was as if she had seen them with her own eyes. If she hadn't, how could she have described everything in such detail? It was just like these carvings. He examined them as he ascended the stairs. Eventually he reached the top of the tower and the end of the carvings. They had depicted life and culture, beautiful scenery, and countless amazing, legendary stories. It was all very moving and inspiring. Outside, the snow whistled about in the air, buffeted by strong winds. It lay thick on the top of the tower. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked off into the distance. The only thing he could see was snow. He could not see the eastern lands, nor the Great Tang, nor Chang'an. So you can't see Chang'an from here after all, he murmured quietly. He stood there quietly, wrapped up in countless thoughts. He was not a government official, here to offer sacrifices to the heavens. He was a cultivator of the 8th level of qi condensation. I walk a different path than before, but the direction is the same. The wind blew his hair about, and the snow stuck to him unmelting, as if it approved of his life, as if he too were snow. After a while, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate quietly. During the night, the snow fell even harder. The lights shone within the houses of the capital city. From atop the Tower of Tang, everything grew pitch black and quiet. Within the quiet darkness, Meng Hao could see himself years ago, back in Xianxia County, amidst the snow. The snowy night slowly passed. At dawn, Meng Hao opened his eyes. It was hard to say whether he glanced at the rising sun, or if the rising sun glanced at him first. The city came to life with the dawn. Soon, the streets filled with throngs of people. Meng Hao watched the mortal world spread out before him. He observed silently all the way until night fell. Another dawn broke. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 7 days, Meng Hao gazed down on everything. At first, his eyes had seemed faint and weak, but then they grew bright and finally calm. Something had changed in his mind. He had achieved a state of enlightenment regarding life itself. At dawn on the 8th day, he looked down to see officials and soldiers arrive at the Tower of Tang to perform a rite. A middle-aged man stood there wearing a golden robe. Behind him were crowds of people, standing neatly in formation. He offered sacrifices to heaven and earth, as did many of the commoners throughout the city. Meng Hao stood as they began to bow to the heavens. He left the tower, avoiding their obeisance. Stepping onto the treasured fan, he soared forward, knowing that the time had come for him to leave. As he prepared to depart, he looked back toward the tower one more time. When he did, his eyes grew wide. He watched as the people kowtowed outside of the Tower of Tang, which then began to glow softly. It was a sparkling glow that the mortals could not see, but someone filled with spiritual energy could. The light shot upwards, sending the clouds roiling, whereupon a huge vortex appeared. This also was invisible to the eyes of the mortals but not to Meng Hao. He could see the vortex clearly, and it caused him to suck in a breath. He looked shaken. Inside the vortex he could see an endless field of bones and ruins, filled with a ghastly aura and a curling, black fog. He couldn't see very many clear details, but could sense a mysterious and gruesome air roiling out. His mind was shaken, especially when he noticed that within the black mist of the vortex was an enormous coffin. There, amidst the ruins, sitting cross-legged next to the coffin, was a shriveled corpse. It suddenly opened its eyes. They were as gray as ash, and within them 7 faint spots of light rotated about like stars. The corpse's vision shot out from within the vortex, straight onto Meng Hao. His heart trembled, and he involuntarily closed his eyes as he felt a stab of pain within them. It felt as if 7 stars were about to appear within his own pupils, the same as those within the ash-gray eyes. Suddenly, withered wrinkles began to appear across his body, and a terrible black mist began to seep out of his pores. Shocked, Meng Hao retreated at top speed. At the same time, the vortex was suddenly sucked up into the clouds. The crushing feeling he had experienced vanished, and everything went back to normal. It was as if what he had just seen had been a hallucination. And yet, his body was still withered, and faint wisps of death aura continued to seep out of him. His facial expression changed several times. He looked down at the Tower of Tang. The glow was no longer present, but the people continued to pay obeisance. His face grew dark, and without hesitation he pushed the treasured fan to its limits. His body turned into a stream of light and he disappeared into the distance. He soared out of the capital city, looking back toward the Tower of Tang several times. His eyes scanned the sky, and doubt began to rise up in his heart. It couldn't have been a hallucination. The Tower of Tang. What kind of place is it exactly? Originally I thought it was a mortal place, but that's obviously not true. What was that place within the vortex? The ruins, the death aura, all those bones. His scalp grew numb as he thought about the corpse he had seen amidst the ruins. Its eyes had been filled with callousness, grim and ghastly, especially the 7 stars within the pupils of its gray eyes. As he thought of this, his body grew cold and began to drip with sweat. And that coffin. Meng Hao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. Who is inside that coffin, and why did it suddenly appear within the vortex? Why? Does it have something to do with the Tower of Tang? Does it have something to do with the Great Tang in the Eastern lands? Meng Hao grew thoughtful, looking back yet again at the Tower of Tang. The sense of awe within him grew stronger. He breathed in deeply again, gliding forward a bit before dropping to the ground and running. He was starting to think that being stared at by the corpse within the vortex had been a catastrophe. This chapter was sponsored by Mitchell Kuchik, Tu-Ha, and Hein Hogberg. The capital city drew further and further away. A long time passed, during which time Meng Hao pushed down the feeling of fear that quivered in his heart. He frowned, scanning his body. It had withered. While before he had been somewhat slim, he was now somewhat emaciated. That problem was secondary to what really alarmed Meng Hao. His body continuously emanated strands of black mist, as if it were burning. It continued to come out of him, no matter how much he tried to wave it away. It floated high up into the air, making it possible for anyone around to determine his location. My body stopped withering, but this weird black aura just won't stop. It's really making me stand out too much. He flew forward as fast as possible, trying to find a place to hide within the mountains. After the black mist finished dissipating, he would come out again. 2 hours later, he sat angrily in the remote mountains. After sealing himself up in an immortal's cave, he'd found out that the black mist could pass through some material objects. Damn it! How long will this mist last? He gnashed his teeth, not daring to stop anywhere. If he did, the mist would gather together above him and become easily visible. Anyone who saw it would definitely think there was some sort of treasured item nearby. Meng Hao frowned, pushing deeper into the mountains. He kept moving forward as fast as possible. When his spiritual energy ran out, he would consume a medicinal pill. It was only in this fashion that he could prevent the black aura from gathering together. It wasn't as easy to see when it was spread thin, although it still floated up visibly into the sky. 7 days passed. Meng Hao was frightened as well as exhausted, having had no chance to rest. The damnable mist was black during the day, then glowed white during the night. After the 7th day, he could tell that the amount of mist dissipating from his body had grown weaker. In his best estimation, it would take approximately 1 month for it to disperse completely. He didn't dare to stay in the mountains for too long, as he might attract attention. He wasn't sure whether or not the Violet Fate sect disciples had actually left. So he had no choice but to just keep moving forward. On one particular day, he sat cross-legged on the treasured fan, soaring through a forest. Suddenly, he lifted his head up, his eyes flickering. He could see 4 shapes speeding in his direction from a distance away. With a frown, he stopped flying and dropped to the ground. He slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. It shot toward an old tree, chopping a hole in it into which Meng Hao entered. He had attempted this method before and found that the mist would not pass outside of the tree. However, after the space of about 10 breaths, the tree would wither up. He had done this several times in the past week in order to avoid the detection of other cultivators. Sitting inside the hole in the tree, he waited for the 4 people to go away. Unfortunately, instead of passing by, they stopped nearby and began to look around carefully. One of them was a young man in a violet robe. His face was expressionless as he leaped to the top of a tree, the power of his cultivation base radiating out. In his hand he held a white pearl. The black aura which had been emanating out from Meng Hao was instantly sucked into the white pearl, whereupon it began to turn black. Meng Hao's heart began to thump when he saw this. The group of people was made up of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a long skirt and was rather beautiful. A mysterious look gleamed in her eyes, a look that others might describe as demonic. "Come to speak of it, it really is strange," she said. "This thick death aura has appeared a lot recently in the mountains." The 2 men standing next to her frowned as they gazed around the forest. "Regardless of what's causing it, we should leave once we finish absorbing the aura," said one of the men, sounding a bit nervous. "Whatever is causing it is something very strange. It's probably better if we don't find out what it is." "What are you afraid of?" said the woman with a smile. She gave a charming look to the violet-robed young man, her eyes shining with charm. "With elder brother Yen here, we're safe from any danger. He's an inner sect disciple of the 8th level of Qi condensation. He can prevent any disasters from occurring. And who knows, maybe we might even have a bit of good fortune." The young man with the pearl was of the 8th level of Qi condensation, and was obviously the leader. The others were all at the 6th level. It didn't take very long for the pearl to absorb all of the black aura. The pearl itself was now pitch black, and didn't seem as if it could even absorb any more. Meng Hao sat there watching, lost in thought. "Let's go," said the man named Yen. He flicked his wide sleeve, and the four of them began to make their way off. As this happened, Meng Hao frowned. They were taking too long, and he had run out of time. The black aura was just now beginning to seep out from the top of the tree. As soon as it appeared, the man named Yen turned and looked at it, his eyes flashing. Meng Hao sighed, and then burst out from within the tree. He flicked his sleeve and sped off as fast as possible. His appearance surprised the four people, as did the black aura emanating from him. The man named Yen stared at him. "Fellow Taoist, please stay behind a moment," he called out. His hands flashed in incantation signs, and instantly, a black wind sprang up which formed into the shape of a hideous, grinning skull. It opened its jaw and shot toward Meng Hao. He had asked for Meng Hao to stop, but this skull carried the full power of his 8th level of qi condensation. It moved as swift as lightning with incredible power. At the same time, the two other men and the woman, their eyes glittering, attacked. 2 flying swords and a jade bracelet transformed into beams of light which shot straight toward Meng Hao. The woman's jade bracelet let out a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, expanding in size as it prepared to smash him. Meng Hao frowned. He hadn't been in a good mood before, having been frustrated to the extreme by the black aura. At the moment, these people had arisen a strong killing spirit within him. He let out a cold snort. His right hand lifted up, and a roaring flame python appeared, 20 or 30 meters long. It shot toward the 4 incoming magical items, radiating blistering heat. A boom shook the air. The jade bracelet shattered and the 2 flying swords melted away. The skull dissipated because of the collision. The flame python let out a wail and then vanished. 8th level of qi condensation, said the woman. The 2 men next to her gasped, their expressions intent. The cultivator surnamed Yen took a step forward, staring at Meng Hao. "I am Yen Zigua, disciple of the Cold Wind sect," he said coolly, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Fellow Taoist, you don't need to be in such a hurry to leave. Could you please explain the thick death aura emanating from your body?" Meng Hao was at the 8th level of qi condensation, but so was Yen Zigua, so he spoke in a voice as cold as ever. Meng Hao returned his cold stare and didn't say anything. He slapped his bag of holding, and in a flash the treasured fan appeared. He shot away at high speed. Yen Zigua looked at the fan in astonishment. "A magic item which grants flight. He's not of the Foundation establishment stage, so he can only glide. He'll be back on the ground shortly." Yen Zigua's heart began to beat faster. The fan was a magical item that only disciples of the 9th level of qi condensation might get within his sect. With a cold harumph, he charged off in pursuit. The other 3 hesitated for a moment, then followed him. "Damn it," said Meng Hao, his eyes growing even colder. His opponent had seen the power of his cultivation base, as well as his use of magic, both of which were clearly warnings. And yet he still pursued. Meng Hao felt extremely annoyed. His hand moved in incantation patterns, and then he pointed back at the 4 pursuers. Instantly, 4 beams of light shot out, 4 of the feathers from the fan. They cut through the air like flying swords, heading straight for the 4 people behind him. Yen Zigua narrowed his eyes and smacked his bag of holding. A small wooden shield appeared, about the size of his palm. It quickly expanded to the size of a head as it flew forward to meet the feather. A violent boom sounded out as they slammed into each other. As for the other 3, looks of shock appeared on their faces, and they scrambled to produce magical items. Amidst the ensuing explosions, they spat blood out from their mouths and retreated, looking terrified. Those 3 feathers weren't damaged at all. Meng Hao waved his finger, and they shot back toward Yen Zigua. Yen Zigua's face twisted and he opened his mouth with a howl. A green mist suddenly emitted from his pores, forming a dense fog which circulated around him, turning into a giant green skull. It flew directly toward the 3 incoming feathers. Banging sounds rang out, and the skull collapsed. The 3 feathers no longer glowed, and were now twisted and warped. They flew back to Meng Hao. "I'm warning you," said Meng Hao coldly, his eyes flashing. "If you keep pestering me, Without finishing his sentence, he turned and disappeared into the distance, his body transforming into a prismatic beam. Xianxia didn't pursue. He glared at Meng Hao's retreating form, his hands trembling slightly within his sleeves. Meng Hao was a stranger to him, and yet this stranger had just casually forced him to use a life-saving art. That fan is not just a flight-bestowing treasure, but a powerful weapon, he said to himself, his heart pounding. He turned to look at his three bedraggled companions. Have any of you heard of someone from the state of Zhao, who is at the 8th level of qi condensation and has a treasured fan? Someone so young who is at the 8th level of qi condensation would surely have made a name for himself here, said one of the other Cold Wind sect disciples. But I can't think of anyone among the three great sects who matches his description. Who is he? He can't be a cultivator from the state of Zhao. Can he? Xianxia frowned, even more interested in Meng Hao's treasured fan. Elder brother Yan, said the female disciple, sounding hesitant. I remember someone mentioned a treasured fan about a month ago. It was elder brother Sun Hua from the Winding Stream sect. He said that some disciples from the Southern Domain's Violet Fate sect made a trade with a Reliance sect disciple named Meng Hao. One of the items was a feather fan. Xianxia looked shocked. He slapped his bag of holding, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. This was an item distributed to inner sect disciples. Inside was a depiction of Meng Hao, sealed with orders that anyone encountering him were to feel him out to get an idea of how strong he was. The orders were several months old, so Xianxia had mostly forgotten about them. Scanning the jade slip, he looked closely at the picture of Meng Hao's face and, sure enough, it was the same as the person he had just encountered. So it's him, said Xianxia, his eyes gleaming. His mouth twisted into a cold smile. He was just about to say something when suddenly, the ground trembled and the sky above turned crimson. Something shocking was happening not too far away in the southern domain, and the side effects were spreading out to cover the entire area. An earth-shaking boom rumbled out from the heavens. The source of the sound wasn't close, but seemed to billow forth from quite some distance. It wasn't directed toward the location of Meng Hao and the others, but rather seemed to cover the entire state of Zhao. At this moment, every cultivator within the nation could hear the massive roar. A red glow appeared, so large that it was impossible to tell how much area it covered. It seemed as if the entire sky was crimson. No one knew what was happening. Far away from the state of Zhao and the eyes of its cultivators, in the middle of the southern domain, an enormous rift had appeared in the sky. It was a heavenly rift. The booming grew more intense, rolling across not just the state of Zhao but the entire southern domain. Every place, every sect, every clan in the massive southern domain eventually heard it. Meng Hao's face changed. He was shocked to see the black aura roiling out from his body at an increased rate of speed. He moved forward even faster, his body turning into an iridescent streak of light. Xianxia and the others were awestruck. Their hearts began to race, and their cultivation bases suddenly seemed unstable, as if they were about to fly out of their bodies. At this moment within the mountains of the state of Zhao, a thick mist swirled around the Cold Wind sect, one of the three great sects. When the roaring boom sounded out, the mist began to seethe and the mountain peaks trembled. Within the sect, hundreds of pale-faced disciples stared up into the heavens in shock. On a mountain behind the sect, its two strongest members, both elders at the core formation stage, awoke and emerged from a secret chamber. They flew out and hovered in the air, looking up into the sky and gasping. Their cultivation bases rotated rapidly. Even though they couldn't see exactly what was happening so far away, they could feel an enormous, shattering pressure from the heavens. And then, because of their extraordinary cultivation bases, they were able to sense the heavens splitting. What happened? The noise is coming from the center of the southern domain. Impossible. That's such an incredible distance away. How can a sound travel so far? 5 of the Cold Wind sect's foundation establishment elders flew up behind them in succession. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled. Within another of the state of Zhao's 3 great sects, the Upright Evening sect, 2 eccentrics of the core formation stage and 4 elders of the foundation establishment stage floated in mid-air, gazing numbly toward the distant heavens. The entire sky was crimson, as if it were on fire. Seeing this left them in shock. What is this? It wasn't just the members of the Cold Wind sect and the Upright Evening sect. The disciples of the Winding Stream sect also heard the sound and stared dumbly up into the heavens, looking awestruck. The sect's core formation eccentric was trembling. His cultivation base was profound, and yet he stared off into the distance, wondering what was happening. Even more shocking, amidst the burning screen which covered the entire sky, there suddenly appeared what looked like countless fissures. This is not a normal sound. Otherwise it wouldn't transmit so quickly across the state of Zhao. Its speed. This sound could exterminate everything. The situation in sects in other surrounding countries was the same as that of the state of Zhao. Far away in the southern domain, the patriarchs of the 5 great sects and 3 great clans, with their profound cultivation bases, also felt the enormous pressure bearing down from the heavens. Being in the center of the southern domain, they could see what all those other could not. They saw the enormous rift in the sky. Disbelief covered their faces. On this day, at this moment, the entire southern domain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators flew into the air, and an innumerable amount of experts looked up in amazement. This strange sign which had appeared in the air shocked them all to the core. Meng Hao flew along as quickly as he could. More black aura than usual was pouring out of him, as if it were answering a summons. This, combined with the strange sign in the sky, had him scared nearly witless. He shot forward at full speed until he arrived at the top of a tall mountain. He stood there, looking off into the heavens. Far away, it seemed as if the heavens were slowly being split open. Then, a dark glow spread out, filling heaven and earth both with pitch-black darkness. A moment passed, and then the entire southern domain began to quake, as if a powerful force were shaking its very center, sending tremors rippling outward. Mountains crumbled and the land was rocked. The southern domain was very large, so it took time for the effects to spread. It started in the center and then spread out in every direction all the way to the borders. Mountains continued to collapse, but because the state of Zhao was so far away, the reaction there was not as strong. It only experienced minor earthquakes about 7 days later. Even that left the eccentrics of the state of Zhao shocked. Some of them had been to the central district in the southern domain and knew how incredibly far away it was. Even a massive earthquake there would not have been able to travel 7 days away to the state of Zhao. Within those 7 days, a rumor spread like wildfire through the southern domain. Soon, everyone had heard the shocking tale. A corpse had fallen from the sky, and it had fallen roughly 500 kilometers from one of the 3 danger zones of the southern domain, the Rebirth Cave. The news caused a huge sensation in the southern domain and sent everyone into a commotion. It was even said that experts from the western desert were gathering in the southern domain because of it. Which expert did that corpse belong to? It fell down from the heavens. It said, "You can only step foot into the heavens after achieving immortal ascension." Could it be that the roar which echoed out was emitted by that corpse before it died? Achieve immortal ascension? It's easy to use those words, but according to the ancient records, only 7 or 8 people in the southern domain have ever done it. But that corpse, it was just too astonishing. When it hit the ground, it caused 7 days of earthquakes. Qi condensation and foundation establishment, core formation and nascent soul, spirit severing and Tao seeking, finally immortal ascension. A total of 7 stages to ascend to immortality. To achieve immortal ascension and conquer emptiness is difficult. Difficult. Oh, so difficult. This news spread through the southern domain. However, the state of Zhao was a somewhat remote place, so the rumors didn't reach there. Only a few elders from the great sects learned of the information. As for Meng Hao, he continued to move through the deep mountains, a frown on his face. During the 7-day period, the death aura in his body had been reduced significantly. But then it had started to seep out again like before. He estimated that it would take about 20 more days for it to dissipate. This death aura is very annoying. If it weren't for it, I could be out accomplishing things. Meng Hao's mood was one of vexation. Because of the inexplicable event 7 days ago, all the cultivators in the state of Zhao had been aroused, forcing Meng Hao to hide himself constantly. He had even been found out a few times and put into dangerous situations. Each time he had to think of some way to extricate himself. He didn't like killing, but lately he had felt killing intent more and more often. This won't do. If I'm forced to kill someone, it will cause even more problems. It's much better to just hide. He thought for a bit, then suddenly looked up. There ahead of him in the multitudinous mountains, everything was quiet. Meng Hao stopped and looked around, but didn't see any clues as to why everything was so peaceful. He had a bad feeling, though. He frowned, slapping his bag of holding to produce the treasured fan. He shot forward through the forest. There was a banging sound, along with a wind that sent leaves rustling throughout the area. Then, everything was still again, without the slightest trace of anything strange. Meng Hao's facial expression, however, changed. The event from 7 days ago had been shocking, but things had calmed down since then, and none of the wildlife in the area had died. The boom that had sounded out just now should have sent the animals fleeing, and yet, everything was calm. Without hesitating, Meng Hao sent the treasured fan shooting forward, this time, in a different direction. Just then, a cold snort sounded out, and from the peaks of several surrounding mountains, black beams shot forth. The beams of blackness connected, enveloping the entire area, like a seal. Meng Hao was within the sealing area, although he wasn't at the center, but rather toward the edge. If he had not been cautious just now, and had instead continued on forward, he would have been smack dab in its middle. 8 figures appeared, their bodies blurs. Soon, the group became visible. Meng Hao saw a strange, water-like shield which he had been unable to sense before, that had been hiding them just now. 8 people, 6 men and 2 women. One of the women wore a long white dress, and her face was pale. In her hands she held an aqua-blue pearl. The pearl emitted waves of water-like ripples which had served to conceal her presence. Except, the pearl was covered with cracks. It appeared to be a single-use treasure. She didn't approach him, but rather stayed off in the distance. The others approached him at top speed, surrounding him. One of them was Xianxia. Meng Hao's face grew dark as he looked around coldly at the group of cultivators. A killing air swirled around Xianxia, but his cultivation base was not the highest among the group. The highest belonged to someone who wasn't even standing on the ground. Floating in the air on a flying sword above Meng Hao was a middle-aged man wearing a sky-blue Taoist robe. His eyes were calm, but he emitted an air of supreme condescension. His cultivation base was at the 9th level of qi condensation. Among the sects of the state of Zhao, people at the 9th level of qi condensation were in a unique position. If within a 60-year cycle they could successfully establish their foundation, then they would become sect elders. If they could not establish a foundation within a 60-year cycle, then they would no longer be members of the inner sect but rather an honor guard. If Xianxia had been a member of the Reliance sect when it was powerful, then he would have been an honor guard and not an elder. The middle-aged man had only been at the 9th level of qi condensation for about 2 years. You could say that his future was limitless. If he succeeded in establishing his foundation, he would have a completely different identity. "You're clever," said Xianxia coldly. "If you weren't, you wouldn't have been able to swindle the Violet Fate sect. But even though you're not in the center, once you're in the perimeter of this spell, you're dead. After all, Elder Brother Lu is here, and we're going to take the real treasure from you. When we do, maybe we'll leave your corpse intact." He looked greedily at Meng Hao's treasured fan. In the past days, he found out a lot about Meng Hao, including the details of his trade with the Violet Sect disciples, which he had learned from Sun Hua. Now he coveted Meng Hao's items even more. Meng Hao, his face grim, didn't even look at Xianxia. Instead, he stared at the 9th level qi condensation cultivator. This was the elder brother Lu that Xianxia had mentioned. He looked ordinary and didn't speak. Instead, he just stood there on his flying sword, emanating a powerful aura. When Meng Hao sensed his strength, his pupils constricted. "If you want Meng Hao's treasures, he said coldly. Then you will have to pay the price. He slapped his bag of holding and a silver light shot out. A glittering silver spear appeared in Meng Hao's hand. He planted it in the middle, the treasured fan next to him, its point straight up. As soon as the silver spear appeared, it caught the attention of the onlookers. Even elder brother Lu's eyes flickered, coming to rest on the spear. In the same moment as their eyes focused on the spear, Meng Hao, eyes glittering, flung open his scroll painting. Howling sounds poured out from within the painting, and 3 mist beasts appeared. They charged forth toward the group of people. Taking advantage of the sudden chaos, Meng Hao quickly flashed an incantation pattern, and a black beam shot out at indescribable speed. Yan Zigua's heart leapt, and he ripped himself out of the shimmering glow caused by the magical item behind him, shooting backwards at the same time. Before he could barely even move, the black light sunk into his head, right between his eyebrows. This was the hell-fighting spike, and this was Meng Hao's temperament. Not attacking was fine, but when attacking, one must be the first to strike. Yan Zigua was looking to die, so Meng Hao would send him to the yellow springs of the underworld. As soon as the hell-fighting spike touched the space between Yan Zigua's eyebrows, a black frost began to spread out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had covered his entire body. A cracking sound could be heard, and Yan Zigua's eyes widened. His pupils shrank, and an astonished expression filled his face. Then, his entire body shattered into chunks of black, frozen flesh, which then fell to the ground. Originally, Meng Hao had wanted to flee, but Yan Zigua had arranged for his escape routes to be blocked. Therefore, Meng Hao made the decision to strike him down. He had been a part of the cultivation world for a while now, and was well aware of the law of the jungle. Not attacking was fine, but when the time came to attack, it should be without a shred of compassion. Otherwise, it meant your own death. This sudden turn of events instantly caused expressions of shock and horror to appear on the faces of the surrounding Cold Wind sect disciples. The 3 mist beasts that had emerged from Meng Hao's scroll painting were almost upon them, howling savagely. Their appearance was fierce, and their roars enveloped the area with a powerful pressure. They looked like 3 conglomerations of black mist as they charged directly toward the cultivators, then smashed into them. A boom resounded out, and an expression of shock appeared on the face of elder brother Lu, the cultivator of the 9th level Qi condensation. He slapped his hands together and then waved them forward. A red banner flew out. It rippled in the air, causing a massive flame conflagration to shoot out, over 30 meters in every direction. The flames shot toward the mist beasts. Meng Hao ignored the other cultivation monks, who were in complete disorder. He moved downward, charging straight toward the woman with the aqua-blue pearl. He could tell that the pearl was the magical item maintaining the special spell. Her face suddenly filled with anxiety, and she retreated backwards rapidly. But Meng Hao was faster than her. He was upon her in an instant. He waved his hand, sending her spinning, blood spraying from her mouth. Terrified, she released the pearl, which went flying away. The woman might be beautiful, but her presence here made her Meng Hao's enemy. He looked at her coldly, then raised up his hand with a claw-like gesture. The pearl shot toward him and landed in his hand. Almost as soon as it touched him, a thunderous roar could be heard. The 3 mist beasts were completely destroyed as elder brother Lu's flame conflagration encompassed them. It then spread out toward Meng Hao. "You might have a lot of treasures," said elder brother Lu with an unsightly expression. "But you killed members of my Cold Wind sect. You're dead." His fellow disciples behind him looked to be in very poor condition. But that was of secondary importance. He would have a hard time explaining the death of Yan Zigua when he returned to the sect. He made no attempt to conceal his intention to murder Meng Hao. Meng Hao said nothing. As the flame conflagration descended towards him, his left hand slapped his bag of holding and a large, black net appeared. He flicked it out and it shot up into the sky. It passed through the flame conflagration, extinguishing it instantly. The net expanded, growing larger and larger, making a beeline for elder brother Lu. Elder brother Lu's face twisted. He lifted his right hand, which contained a jade slip that he snapped. Suddenly, his body blurred as he just barely ducked out of the path of the net. Behind, two of the other disciples were caught up by the net. The net radiated an intense heat, which instantly set their clothing aflame. Within a moment, their charred bodies began to be sliced into pieces. Horrifying shrieks rang out, causing the remaining cold wind sect disciples' faces to grow pale. They trembled with fear. Even elder brother Lu looked on with wide eyes. He would never have been able to guess that Meng Hao would have magical items such as this. Even while all of this was happening, Meng Hao continued to move, his right hand grabbing the pearl and smashing it. The giant sealing spell that covered the area flickered and then began to disperse. Meng Hao's left hand flickered in an incantation pattern which he aimed at the treasured fan. He grabbed the silver spear as the fan's 16 feathers circulated around him to form a shield, which then carried him forward, shooting toward a hole in the unraveling spell. "You want to run? Stop dreaming." Elder brother Lu jabbed his forehead, whereupon a sword aura emerged from his mouth. A small, translucent flying sword appeared, the size of a pinky finger. A glittering sword aura billowed out as it shot in pursuit of Meng Hao. Meng Hao was moving fast and seemed just about to make his escape. He waved his hand behind him, and the black net made loud, reverberating noise. The two cultivators who had been caught up in it were now cut completely into pieces. The net began to roll up, dragging their bags of holding along with it as it flew back into Meng Hao's sleeve. By this time, elder brother Lu's glowing, crystalline sword had almost reached Meng Hao. It was just about to stab into him when he sensed the imminent danger. He was not in the position to stand up to the power of the 9th level of qi condensation. Seeing the fierceness of the sword aura, Meng Hao's eyes flashed. The 16 feathers rolled together and then became 16 swords which shot toward elder brother Lu's crystalline sword. A thunderous boom rolled out. 8 of the 16 feathers were destroyed, and the crystalline sword was sent spinning. The remaining 8 feathers returned to form a fan beneath Meng Hao's feet. However, the fan was clearly slower than before. "With fewer feathers, your fan just won't be fast enough," said elder brother Lu with a savage laugh. And yet, even as the words were coming out of his mouth, his eyes widened. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, whereupon 8 more identical feathers appeared. The treasured fan was once again whole, and Meng Hao transformed into a blur of light as he shot into the distance. Damn it! Elder brother Lu's killing intent grew even stronger. He raced off in pursuit. Seeing this, the remaining disciples had little choice but to follow. Gnashing their teeth, they produced their magical items and ran after him. Only the female disciple, whose cultivation base was not strong enough, hesitated and did not follow. Meng Hao stood on his fan, his face grim, the death aura still emanating from his body. He took out the 2 bags of holding he had just acquired and looked them over. The magical items and medicinal pills inside were of little value to him. But he did find 3 white pearls, items that he definitely needed. He took one out and it instantly began to suck in the death aura. In the space of about 10 breaths, it had become completely black and unable to absorb any more. Meng Hao frowned, looking at the pearl for a moment before dropping it. "I can't do any duplication at the moment. Once I shake off these people, then I can make some copies of the pearl. That will take care of the problem of the death aura attracting people's attention." He looked behind him to see figurative thunder brewing. A glittering glow surrounded the cold wind sect's elder brother Lu as he soared after Meng Hao in pursuit. Behind him, on the ground, 3 figures could be seen, racing along at breakneck speed. "Those 3 people are nothing," muttered Meng Hao to himself. "Killing them won't be a problem. But that guy surnamed Lu is at the 9th level of qi condensation. He also has a lot of magical items. In our short battle just now, he didn't even use any magic. Getting wrapped up in a fight with him wouldn't be good." A sneer appeared on his face. Even if elder brother Lu was of the 9th level, he couldn't possibly have as many medicinal pills as Meng Hao. He would just keep running until the other party was exhausted. His plan settled in his mind. He slapped his bag of holding and retrieved 3 earthly spirit pills, which he popped into his mouth. He felt a bit of regret. I wasted 8 duplicated feathers, and now I have to waste medicinal pills. If I keep fighting like this, I'm going to become poorer and poorer. I also forgot to grab Yenzigua's bag of holding. I need to be more careful in the future. He felt a little depressed. The earthly spirit pills infused into his body, filling him with boundless spiritual energy. His speed increased. Time passed and soon it was dusk. Meng Hao sped along at top speed the entire time. Sometimes he would soar on the treasure fan, other times he would race along on foot. Elder brother Lu was behind him the entire time, laughing grimly. Meng Hao was much more experienced now. Even though gliding via flying sword was not as fast as the treasured fan, he was still completely at ease. Far behind him, the 3 cold wind sect disciples who had been pulled into the chase were currently moaning and groaning. They didn't dare give up, though, for fear of arousing elder brother Lu's displeasure. Meng Hao sped along as dusk fell. Suddenly, his expression grew intent. The death aura which continuously emitted from his body was now floating off into the distance. His heart began to thump. He looked off in that direction and suddenly saw a beam of prismatic light screaming through the air. Behind it were 10 or more figures racing along on foot. The beam of light turned out to be 2 people. Both were about 25 or 26 years old, and were at the 8th level of chi condensation. Each one stood on a green jade flute, nearly 2 meters long. Their eyes flashed like lightning, especially one of them, who wore a red robe. From the power emanating from his cultivation base, he was clearly just a hair away from entering the 9th level of chi condensation. Among the people following them on foot was Sun Hua. He carried a pearl in his hand, which was currently absorbing the death aura. "So, you're still in the state of Zhao Meng Hao," said Sun Hua with a loud laugh. He stared greedily at Meng Hao. "Elder brother Zhou, elder brother Su, this is Meng Hao. He has the treasure of Patriarch Reliance. Even the Violet Fate sect is interested in it. He tricked them and aroused their ire. He definitely still has the treasured item with him." He palpitated with eagerness as he thought about the treasured item that Meng Hao possessed. He had been dreaming of getting his hands on it ever since he'd witnessed what happened that day. Fortunately, he had run into Elder Sister Han of the Cold Wind sect a few days before. During an intimate moment, he'd been able to coax some information out of her regarding Meng Hao. Then, he'd immediately found some elder brothers from the sect and begun to use the Death Aura absorbing pearl to track down Meng Hao. When they appeared and caught sight of the elder brother Lu chasing Meng Hao like thunder, murder on his face, their expressions changed in rapid succession. Sun Hua's eyes flickered, and the 2 soaring in the air, Zhou and Su, let out cold snorts. They moved to block Meng Hao's way, fingers flashing in incantation patterns. The flutes beneath their feet began to emit ghastly, shrieking sounds, accompanied by thin wisps of mist. The mist transformed into a gigantic hand which shot toward Meng Hao. "Beat it," said Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. He raised his right hand, and instantly, a 20 or 30-meter long flame python appeared. Radiating intense, scorching heat, it shot to meet the flying hand. Meng Hao flicked his right sleeve, whereupon 2 wooden swords appeared. Glowing brightly, they became the fangs of the flame python as it surged forward. A boom rolled out. The giant mist hand had been created by the combined effort of 2 8th-level chi condensation disciples from the Winding Stream sect. Meng Hao by himself couldn't possibly stand up to it directly. This was why he had used the second most mysterious items in his bags of holding, the wooden swords. The first most mysterious item was, of course, the copper mirror. The wooden swords, which had been the object of Wang Tingfei's desire, now flew out from Meng Hao's hand. They slashed through the giant mist hand and proceeded toward the 2 Winding Stream sect disciples. The swords didn't emit a powerful sword aura, but as they flew through the air, they sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy in a roiling current. Shocked, the 2 Winding Stream sect disciples evaded immediately. Without so much as a cold snort, Meng Hao shot off into the distance. The wooden swords circled back to him. He didn't even look back, just increased his speed forward. Behind him, elder brother Lu's eyes narrowed, and the avarice in his eyes grew even stronger. This Meng character has way too many magical items. Those wooden swords are incredibly mysterious. It just goes to prove that the spear the Violet Fate sect was after is incredibly extraordinary. But why hasn't he used its power yet? Elder Brother Lu's eyes flickered as he continued in pursuit. Similar to Meng Hao, he did not have the ability to sustain long-term flight, but needed magical assistance to soar. Sun Hua and the other Winding Stream sect disciples had dark looks on their faces. This was especially true of Zhou and Su. With cold harumphs, they shot off in pursuit. Sun Hua clenched his jaw and followed them. Zhou and Su transformed into multicolored streaks of light as they shot off in midair. They kept their distance from the Cold Wind sect's elder brother Lu, but continued in pursuit of Meng Hao. Meng Hao had a grim expression on his face. He knew that elder brother Lu from the Cold Wind sect had not even really made a move yet. With the appearance of Sun Hua and the others, he now had 2 waves of cultivators to deal with. He frowned. "I just don't have enough spirit stones," thought Meng Hao somberly. "If I had enough, I could have duplicated a heavenly spirit pill and broken through to the 9th level of chi condensation. If I were at the 9th level, these people wouldn't dare to pursue me. It seems I might have to go sell some of my treasures after all." Meng Hao had thought of using the copper mirror to duplicate some of the magical items, then selling them. But the state of Zhao was small and only had a few sects. If he started selling magical items, then later used an identical magical item, it would arouse suspicion. As he muttered to himself, conflicted, his eyes suddenly filled with determination. He dropped to the ground and began running, swallowing some earthly spirit pills until his body was filled with plentiful spiritual power. Then he jumped back onto the treasured fan and shot onward. Unfortunately, there were many mountains in this area, but few demonic beasts. The ones that he did see were weak, making it impossible for him to use his usual tactic to evade pursuit. As he was trying to figure out what to do, the 2 Winding Stream sect disciples, Zhou and Su, suddenly made incantation patterns. Another whistling sound rang out from the flutes beneath their feet. It sounded out like a wailing spirit, circling around the 2 of them as their fingers flickered. Heavenly Thunder Spirit. As the words rang out, a fierce wind sprung up around Meng Hao, and black clouds appeared in the air. Lightning began to crackle within the clouds, then shot toward Meng Hao. A look of shock appeared on his face, as this was the first time he had dealt with a lightning bolt attack such as this. He stamped his foot down onto the treasured fan, and immediately, 10 feathers flew up, overlapping across each other. The lightning bolt slammed into them. A thunderous sound rolled out, sending the feathers spinning. The lightning bolt had been created by the combined effort of 2 chi condensation cultivators. Although it didn't contain the power of heaven and earth, it was not weak, and as far as Meng Hao was concerned, was actually quite powerful. His face drained of blood. He looked back, killing intent flickering in his eyes. The attack had not been strong enough to cause him to spit up blood, but at the moment, his spiritual energy was unstable. "An excellent heavenly thunder spirit," said elder brother Lu coolly, his eyes flashing. "The Winding Stream sect's lightning bolt magic is very refined. Sadly, your cultivation base isn't high enough. Even with your combined efforts, the result is this. Were you stronger, he would be injured if not dead." Despite his talk, he didn't make any move on Meng Hao. Having fought with him already, he knew that he had a multitude of magical items. He decided that the best thing to do would be to rely on his own profound cultivation base to exhaust his opponent, then attack. He was happy to see the others attack him, forcing Meng Hao to use up his spiritual power. "We haven't finished with the magical technique," said the Winding Stream sect disciple, surnamed Su. "Don't shoot your mouth off so much, Lu Daoyun." Exchanging a glance, the partners each swallowed a medicinal pill and then began making incantation patterns, their fingers moving in unison. Immediately, the black cloud roiling in pursuit of Meng Hao began to churn. Again, lightning began to form. A massive roar rumbled out across the land, and again the feathers from the treasured fan moved to defend. This time, the lightning didn't end. Bolt after bolt struck, booming ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, 3 bolts had struck, causing Meng Hao to spit up a mouthful of blood, and the killing intent in his eyes to solidify. He flicked his right sleeve, and the scroll painting appeared. He poured his spiritual power into it, and 2 roars could be heard. Mist seethed, and 2 mist beasts sprung from the scroll painting, shooting toward Zhou and Su. The 2 men grew pale. They had already consumed medicinal pills to perform their magical art, which was the only technique they had. Even with their combined effort, they could only keep it going for so long. They were discussing this as the 4th lightning bolt struck, which was when the mist beasts emerged from Meng Hao's scroll painting. These mist beasts had the appearance of wolves. Heads twisting with fierce howls, they charged the 2 men, black ripples spreading out from underneath their paws as they ran. Lu Daoyun stared at Meng Hao with flashing eyes. He lifted his right hand, and at the exact moment that Meng Hao unfurled the scroll painting, and the lightning bolt was about to fall, he bit his tongue and spit out some blood. His fingers flickered, causing the blood to circle around his hand. His face began to glow red. He waved the finger at Meng Hao. Qi condensation. Cold wind finger. The finger attack came without warning. The red blood suddenly became black and began to emit an intense coldness. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a finger made of ice crystal. This in turn transformed into a prismatic beam which shot directly toward Meng Hao. In an instant, it was within about 9 meters of him. The finger attack was cunning and powerful. As it approached, the mist beasts from the scroll painting collided with Zhou and Su. Above Meng Hao, the 4th lightning bolt began to descend. Meng Hao felt a sense of critical danger in his heart. A grim smile appeared on Lu Daoyun's face, and he advanced a pace. Beneath him, a glittering light could be seen as his crystalline sword shot toward Meng Hao. "Let's see you dodge his time," he said, watching with flashing eyes. "You can't. You must produce your silver spear and show us its might." "I'm really looking forward to seeing it." Meng Hao's pupils constricted. There was no time to pull out another magical item, so he released the scroll painting to float at his side. It was a critical juncture with no time even to think. He stamped his right foot down onto the treasured fan. It instantly disassembled, the 16 feathers transforming into a rain. 10 of them shot toward the crystalline sword, with 6 remaining behind to defend against the lightning bolt. To deal with the incoming cold wind finger, Meng Hao dropped toward the ground and then extended his right hand upward. A flame python 20 or 30 meters in length shot out from the center of his palm, rushing to intercept the cold wind finger. At the same time, his left hand flashed an incantation, then waved forward. A wind blade emerged, lending its power to the flame python, which grew even larger as it shot toward the cold wind finger. All of this takes some time to describe, but in actuality it happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly up from a piece of flint. A massive boom rang out as the lightning slammed into the 6 feathers. It was weakened, but it still hit Meng Hao, causing him to vomit up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crystalline sword collided with the 10 feathers. A series of explosions could be heard as the feathers were shattered. The sword aura continued on, stabbing through Meng Hao. He coughed up more blood, his body trembling. Next was the most powerful attack of all, the cold wind finger. Once a lost art, it had been improved to allow cultivators of the Qi condensation level to use it. Currently, it could only be used by someone of the 9th level of Qi condensation. A boom resounded out. The disparity between the cultivation base levels was immediately apparent. Despite the considerable combined might of the flame python and the wind blade, they were still torn to pieces. They managed to destroy about half of the black-colored cold wind finger. The rest of it continued on through, stabbing into Meng Hao's chest. He coughed up even more blood, which instantly turned black and congealed into chunks of ice. His body spun backwards. Intense coldness filled his body, making him feel as if he were about to freeze. He knew that this was a critical moment. His right hand shot out, and the elusive hell-fighting spike emerged, along with 2 banners, which coiled around his body. Currently, Meng Hao was seriously injured, but hadn't lost his will to fight back. He gritted his teeth and made to flee. But then something happened that no one had expected. Neither the fleeing Meng Hao, nor Lu Daoyun, nor the currently bedraggled Zhou and Su from the Winding Stream sect. Suddenly, a third party arrived to join the fight. An arrow shot forth from the distance, accompanied by a shrill, piercing scream. It flew directly toward Meng Hao, filled with intense killing intent. It clearly was meant to pierce his heart and kill him. It moved with incredible speed toward him. He suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his chest, whereupon he let out a roar. The two hovering banners moved to block the arrow. An explosion rang out as the banners were shattered. As the arrow continued forward, Meng Hao waved his right hand, sending the hell-fighting spike, which he had originally wanted to use to counterattack, to intercept the arrow. There was a boom and Meng Hao spit out more blood. He watched as the black spike disintegrated. The arrow slowed some but continued on toward him. He retreated, dropping toward the ground, but finding no place to conceal himself. Even if the few remaining unsheltered feathers caught him and carried him off, there were too few of them. He wouldn't be fast enough to evade the arrow. Borrowing some momentum from the explosion of the hell-fighting spike, Meng Hao took in a ragged breath. A fierce look appeared in his eyes, and he smacked his bag of holding again. A wooden sword appeared. He didn't even have time to point the sword towards the arrow. It came in so quickly that it slammed into the side of the blade. Boom! When the wooden sword connected with the arrow, it began to emit a droning sound. It was pushed back by the force of the arrow and smacked into Meng Hao's forehead. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent spinning backward. As for the arrow, its power was spent, and it transformed into ash, which drifted away in the wind. As Meng Hao flew backwards, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a demonic core, which he swallowed. He was running low on earthly spirit pills, so he opted for the demonic core. His eyes were shot with blood, and his injuries were severe. This was perhaps the worst he had been hurt since becoming a cultivator. Thankfully, the wooden sword was truly a treasured item and hadn't been damaged at all. Actually, the reason Meng Hao had been sent flying back was because his cultivation base wasn't high enough to completely control the sword. If it were, the arrow wouldn't have even been able to make the wooden sword move back an inch. Meng Hao's body was racked in pain, and his mind a bit clouded. But his innate desire to survive still existed. He bit his tongue and used the pain to focus. He lifted his pale, bloodless face and looked off into the distance. Currently approaching was a young man in a white robe, flying on an enormous green leaf. His face was calm, and his eyes cold, without a trace of arrogance. However, a single look at him would leave anyone without doubt that he was superior to others. His cultivation base was at the 9th level of qi condensation, and yet he appeared to be only 22 or 23 years old. Seeing him approach, Lu Daoyun, who was also at the 9th level of qi condensation, narrowed his eyes. He instantly understood. At his age, he must be a chosen from a great sect, he said to himself. White robes. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at the white-robed youth. I am Ding Xian from the Violet Fate sect, he said coolly. I'm here to take your life, on orders from the sect leader. He had been dispatched months ago to the state of Zhao to search for Meng Hao. Using his own special methods, he had finally caught his trail today. He had actually been watching for some time, waiting to make his move. He was completely different from Qian Shuihen and Lu Song. As an inner sect disciple, he was frequently sent out on sect business. He was one of the chosen of the Violet Fate sect, destined to reach Foundation establishment. When that happened, he would be a true chosen. Handling matters outside of the sect was simply training for him. He was vastly more experienced than Qian Shuihen, and had even made a name for himself in the southern domain in the past 2 years. His personality was cold, his attacks ruthless. Back in the southern domain, he would always consider the reputation of his sect. But here in the state of Zhao, he could be a bit less restrained. He had attacked Meng Hao when he was in critical danger, and had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually be able to survive the lethal arrow. Meng Hao's face was grim. 3 waves of attackers had appeared today. 2 were of the 8th level of qi condensation, and 2 were of the 9th. Based on his cultivation base alone, he couldn't stand up to them. Furthermore, he was seriously injured. The situation was very dangerous. Watching Ding Xian approach, Lu Daoyun's eyes flickered, and he felt somewhat nervous. Yet his eyes were determined. He would not give up. Zhou and Su from the Winding Stream sect seemed even more hesitant. If they only had to deal with Lu Daoyun, they could do it. But now that the Violet Fate sect had made an appearance, they were less convinced. Meng Hao's eyes glittered faintly. His right hand slapped his bag of holding and 5 feathers flew out, combining with the 4 beneath his feet to make a 9-feathered fan. It took to flight, carrying him away at high speed. Ding Xian's eyes were calm. He flicked his sleeve, and the giant leaf beneath his feet flashed as he shot off in pursuit. Lu Daoyun burst into motion as well. Zhou and Sun from the Winding Stream sect gritted their teeth, then joined in the pursuit. Sun Hua wasn't fast enough and had already been forced to drop to the ground. But he wasn't willing to give up, so he followed as fast as possible on foot. The 3 waves of people were incredibly fast, so Meng Hao swallowed another demonic core. The coldness within him was still very strong, and his body was covered with sword wounds which oozed blood. He clenched his jaw and circulated his spiritual power, then slapped his bag of holding. A silver light flashed in his hand. It was none other than the silver spear. Lu Daoyun's vision immediately became focused on it, and he slowed down a bit. Ding Xian, with his flashing eyes, as well as Zhou and Su from the Winding Stream sect, had never before laid eyes on the long silver spear. But Sun Hua, who was still running along on the ground, had. He immediately shouted out, "That's the silver spear! That's the treasured gift from Patriarch Reliance!" Hearing this, Zhou and Su slowed down a bit, their eyes shining fiercely. "You are all after this silver spear?" said Meng Hao. "Very well then. It requires a lot of spiritual power to use. Its true might can't even be utilized unless you are at foundation establishment stage. If you are powerful enough to use it, then be my guest." His face twisted with an expression of incomparable pain, as if he were throwing everything away in an attempt to save himself. He tossed the spear away as hard as he could. He put all the spiritual power he could muster into his arm as he flung it. The silver spear hummed, transforming into a silver-colored rainbow as it shot off into the distance, shining so brightly that it virtually forced everyone's eyes to follow it. The instant it flew off, Meng Hao's treasured fan transformed into a beam of light that shot off in the opposite direction. Interestingly, the spear just happened to fly in the direction of the 3 pursuing disciples from the Cold Wind sect. When they saw the silver spear flying toward them, they gaped in shock. Sun Hua's eyes were red, and with a hoarse shout, he changed directions, running directly toward the silver spear. Killing intent billowed from his face. He slapped his bag of holding, and a sword aura emerged. He clearly intended to kill anyone who dared to take the spear from him. Further behind him, the 10 or more Winding Stream sect disciples raced forward even harder. Lu Daoyun's facial expression changed as he debated to himself about whether or not the spear was real. Because he was not at the foundation establishment stage, he didn't have spiritual sense, so it was difficult to make a judgment about this matter. There was a 50-50 chance about it, but in his mind it didn't matter. He couldn't just let the Winding Stream sect disciples gang up on his fellow disciples. If they did, and word got out, he would be severely punished when he returned to the sect. And if the spear was real, well, if he gave up under those circumstances, his punishment would be even more severe when he returned to the sect. He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. He clenched his jaw. Damn it! Lu Daoyun abandoned his pursuit of Meng Hao and made a beeline for the spear. Zhou and Su hesitated, watching as the long spear flew off, pursued by both Sun Hua and their fellow Winding Stream sect disciples. At first, they weren't sure if they should chase after the spear, but when they saw Lu Daoyun speeding off after it, they made their decision, shooting off in the same direction. Only Ding Xian from the Violet Fate sect stopped, his eyes flashing. His task was to slay Meng Hao, so he didn't care whether the treasure was real or fake. With a cold laugh, his eyes shining, he pushed his giant leaf into a beam of prismatic light, speeding after Meng Hao. Two people, one up ahead, one behind. One fleeing as fast as he could, the other pursuing with a magical item backed by the power of the 9th level of qi condensation. They disappeared over the horizon. As for Lu Daoyun, he flew quickly in the direction of the silver spear and seemed to be on the verge of reaching it when someone howled out from behind him, "Heavenly Thunder Spirit!" As soon as the sound rang out, a black cloud formed in the sky above Lu Daoyun, and the crackling of thunder could be heard as a lightning bolt struck down toward him. His face grew dark. He slapped his bag of holding, and a coldness spread out and shot toward the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt dissipated with a booming sound, and the intense coldness continued onward to enter the black thundercloud. It began to rumble, as if it were about to break apart. Heavenly Thunder Spirit. Detonate. Under normal circumstances, Zhou and Su would never do something like this. But with the silver spear in play, and the Winding Stream sect disciples on the ground having the upper hand, they couldn't allow Lu Daoyun to enter the fray. Now that they had abandoned their pursuit of Meng Hao, they could pour all their combined power into play. A massive explosion reverberated out as the thundercloud exploded. The force of it shot out in all directions. Zhou and Su coughed up blood. Lu Daoyun, also injured, was not in a good position. A crystalline glow appeared in front of him as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. It was at this moment that the silver spear slammed into the ground. As it did, the Cold Wind disciples were about to grab. But then Sun Hua arrived, a savage look on his face. Behind him swarmed the Winding Stream sect disciples, their faces radiating ferocity. "This treasured item belongs to the Winding Stream sect," shouted Sun Hua excitedly. If he was the first person to lay hands on the spear, it might not end up belonging to him, but the sect would definitely reward him. Perhaps he would end up having a breakthrough in this cultivation base and reach the 8th level. The 3 Cold Wind sect disciples were just reaching their hands up to take the spear when they were surrounded by the 10 or so others. They howled as the Winding Stream sect disciples attacked them. They could do little more than watch as the prize, which had just moments ago been theirs, was taken away. "So brazen!" shouted Lu Daoyun, turning his head to see what was happening. His roar rumbled out, and he completely ignored Zhou and Su. He waved his hand towards Sun Hua, and the Cold Wind finger appeared, shooting forward as fast as lightning. Considering the level of Sun Hua's cultivation base, he simply couldn't avoid the attack. His facial expression changed into one of savagery, and he gritted his teeth. His only hope lay in the treasured item. As the Cold Wind finger approached, he snatched up the long silver spear, brandishing it in an imposing manner. "You're defeated," he shouted. Lu Daoyun's eyes focused on the spear as it flew into the air. Zhou and Sun held their breath. The silver spear flashed as it flew forward, making a beautiful, silver arc. The instant it met the Cold Wind finger, a bang sounded out. It wasn't a very loud bang. The spear broke apart, most of it shattering into dust, with only a few fragments remaining intact. Sun Hua gaped in astonishment. It was the last astonished look he would ever give, as the Cold Wind finger pierced into his chest. His body shuddered, and a boom rang out, louder than that emitted by the silver spear, as he exploded. Lu Daoyun stared in shock, as did Zhou and Su. The Cold Wind sect and Winding Stream sect disciples were also dumbfounded. Everything was suddenly quiet, except for the sound reverberating out from the attack that had killed Sun Hua. Lu Daoyun was the first one to move again. He went forward and began to collect up the remaining fragments of silver. Zhou and Su also approached and picked up some of the pieces. "Silver. It's really silver. It's just a damned silver spear." Lu Daoyun's eyes were crimson, and it seemed as if he was about to go berserk. He raised his head to the sky and let out a ferocious roar. He was humiliated and furious. He had killed Sun Hua. Had the spear actually been a treasured item, it would not have been a huge problem. But he had killed a Winding Stream inner sect disciple over a simple silver spear. This could cause a huge conflagration between two great sects. Meng Hao. He wanted to chase after him, but Meng Hao had long since disappeared. Zhou and Su were also furious. And while they felt indignation toward Meng Hao, Sun Hua had been killed by Lu Daoyun. They couldn't just let him go. An iron spear had cheated the Violet Fate sect disciples. A silver spear had cheated Sun Hua and Lu Daoyun, and had caused friction between two great sects. If Fatty's father knew about this, his eyes would definitely grow wide. The iron, silver, and gold spears were crafted by his artisans. If Fatty had a chance to hear about it, he would definitely find it incredibly amusing. Meng Hao hadn't even known how useful the silver spear would be. The people from the Winding Stream sect and the Cold Wind sect had already stopped chasing him. And now, even if they wanted to pursue him, they wouldn't be able to track him down. And yet, his face was as grim as before. He stood on the treasured fan, popping down demonic cores. Ding Xian pursued him on his giant leaf, his face cold. In order to kill Meng Hao, he would follow him to the ends of the earth if necessary. If it was a simple pursuit, Meng Hao would be able to lead him around in circles, considering his vast amount of demonic cores. But he was seriously injured, which made things difficult. The demonic cores were just barely enough to keep him going. He could suppress the injury for a while, but eventually he would reach the point where he couldn't. When that happened, the injury would become even more dangerous, even more frustrating. An occasional arrow would scream toward him from behind, forcing him to use the treasured fan to defend himself. The most dangerous position was when he reached the end of a glide and had to drop to the ground and run, decreasing his speed and agility. Thankfully, the land was mostly covered by forests, and by the time he reached the top of next mountain in his path, he would be able to jump onto the treasured fan again. Of course, Ding Xian was also incapable of sustained flight. Just like Lu Daoyun, he also had to drop to the ground occasionally, waiting to find some favorable terrain to once again begin gliding. "You can't get away," said Ding Xian with a smile, his eyes glittering. "If you give up without a fight, I can take you back to the sect and let them deal with you. There are some special circumstances regarding the matter between myself and the Violet Fate sect," said Meng Hao as he continued to speed forward. "Fellow Taoist Ding, do you understand what I mean?" "I don't need to understand," he responded coolly, his eyes growing colder. "If I take you back to the sect elders will surely punish you. The Violet Fate sect is one of the great sects of the Southern Domain. Naturally, they will be reasonable and discern what is true and false. What happened that day was beyond my control," Meng Hao explained. "Qiu Shuihen and Lu Song forced me to sell my item. I told them it was just an ordinary spear, but they insisted. They even threatened me. You can't put the blame on me for that." Having reached the top of a relatively high hill, he pulled out the treasured fan and began to glide once again. "How could the fault not be yours?" said Ding Xian, his voice as cold as ever. He continued to move forward with great speed. "You could have broken the spear on the spot, then pulled out the real treasure. Then none of this would have happened." He slapped his bag of holding, and a black wooden bow appeared in his hands. He pulled it back and released a screaming arrow toward Meng Hao. There was a boom as Meng Hao used a magical item to defend himself. Coughing up blood, he laughed. The blood on his teeth made his smile even more ferocious. "This is your so-called being reasonable?" he said. His eyes shone with killing intent, and he didn't say anything more. Swallowing a demonic core, he pushed the treasured fan forward even faster. Several hours passed. Afternoon came, then evening. Meng Hao was exhausted, but he could see that this pursuit might go on for days. He could see from the cold eyes of the person chasing him that he was ruthlessly toying with him. He was prey not to be killed forthrightly, but to be toyed with. Then, even as he began to go crazy from it all, he would be felled in a single blow. The land of the state of Zhao whizzed beneath Meng Hao and Ding Xian. Time passed. Meng Hao's cultivation base of the 8th level of qi condensation was at the point that it seemed about to wither up. He continually consumed demonic cores, but that in itself was harming his body. Even his blood seemed to reek with a demonic air. To a cultivator, this was essentially intentionally harming one's own cultivation base. Meng Hao had never heard of this before, but based on what he was seeing, he now had a clue. And yet, he had no choice. As for Ding Xian, he had noticed what was happening, so had intentionally slowed his pursuit. An inquisitive look had appeared in his eyes, as if he had caught sight of some interesting toy. I really want to see what happens when you consume so many demonic cores that your entire aura becomes demonic? When I kill you, will I find an 8th-level demonic core inside? Ding Xian laughed. Meng Hao heard his words, and more veins of blood appeared in his eyes. His face grew somber. He was not the type of person to speak a lot during a fight. Just now he had tried to explain himself, only to find out that his opponent didn't care. After that, he didn't say a single word. This was just like the time he had faced up against Wang Tingfei. He had not roared or howled. He had faced everything with dark silence. He continued to flee for some time, pushing himself to the limits of his speed. Finally, up ahead, he caught sight of Mount Daqing. He had been hiding away for about half a year, and had finally come back to the mountain again, a big circle. As he continued on, he could see a vast, mirror-like lake off in the distance. It was the North Sea. When he saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. The North Sea. Meng Hao thought of the little ship, the old man and the young girl, and about how the North Sea had revealed the Tao. His gaze grew hard, and he changed his direction, aiming for the lake. He sped along on his treasured fan. Behind him, Ding Xian sneered. He had quite enjoyed forcing his quarry to continuously consume demonic cores. I'm not sure why this guy has so many demonic cores, but it doesn't matter. I'll force him to tell me before he dies. In any case, I really want to see what his body looks like after he eats too many. He smiled, stamping down on his giant leaf and continuing on in pursuit. The two of them continued on for a while, until suddenly a booming sound rang out in the air. Just as they flew out over the surface of the North Sea, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, then tossed out the black net. It immediately grew out to a diameter of approximately 9 meters and shot toward Ding Xian. Ding Xian immediately flicked his wide sleeve, and a violet-colored jade slip flew out, which transformed into a violet whirlwind. The whirlwind sent the net spinning. Its connection with Meng Hao seemed to have been severed, and it flew off into the distance. Using a useless treasure like that shows how incompetent you are, said Ding Xian coldly. The net appeared to be extraordinary, so he had used the jade slip just now. He'd never imagined that it would be defeated in one move. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. He bit down on his tongue and then spit out some blood. His face was even paler than before. As he moved across the surface of the North Sea, the water began to ripple as if a fierce wind were blowing across it. His calmness had been broken. The treasured fan stopped when he reached the center of the lake. It was the first time since Ding Xian had begun chasing him that he came to a full stop. He turned around, slapping his bag of holding, and the scroll painting appeared in his hands. His eyes glittered, emanating killing intent. He would flee no longer. He would fight with Ding Xian, cultivator of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Meng Hao was not in the upper hand, but he would fight. He had to fight. He couldn't carry on much longer, so if he didn't fight, he would die. There was only one option: fight. So, you're not running anymore, said Ding Xian as he approached. A sneer appeared on his face when he saw the look of murder in Meng Hao's eyes. He waved his finger, and instantly a violet light appeared in front of him which transformed in a bird. It flapped its wings as it shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. The instant the violet-colored bird appeared, the scroll painting trembled, and the sounds of roaring beasts could be heard. Meng Hao went all in with his cultivation base. Perhaps because of the vast quantities of demonic power within his spiritual energy, the roars of the beasts were particularly frightening. For streams of mist appeared, solidifying into 4 demonic beasts which charged toward the violet-colored bird. At the same time, Meng Hao took a step forward. The treasured fan beneath his feet disassembled, the feathers circulating around him and then shooting toward Ding Xian like flying swords. Meng Hao didn't retreat. A flying sword appeared beneath his feet to support him, and he himself shot toward Ding Xian. You overestimate yourself, said Ding Xian with a cold laugh. His eyes filled with ridicule. His right hand flickered in incantation patterns, and then he pressed down on his forehead. A vortex emerged, accompanied by a roaring sound. Violet fate aura. Dense violet chi poured out from within the vortex, instantly transforming into a violet-colored ring, which expanded, and then flew toward Meng Hao. Thunderous sounds continued to reverberate, causing the feathers around Meng Hao to crumble and collapse. As the massive sound roared out, it caused him to vomit up blood. And yet, stubbornness filled his eyes. He slapped his bag of holding, and roughly 100 flying swords emerged, shooting toward Ding Xian. The sword rain screamed forth, filling the sky. The light from the sword auras filled the sky. The swords reached Ding Xian in an instant, and yet his sneer grew thicker. "So reckless," he said, slapping his bag of holding. A red beam emerged, transforming into a red-colored whisk. He twirled the whisk, and a screaming red gust of wind appeared which cracked the nearly 100 flying swords. Many of them simply shattered. The wind gust smacked into Meng Hao, and he coughed up more blood. But then, within the fragments of the 100 flying swords, appeared 2 wooden swords. They flew out, piercing through the red wind and shooting toward Ding Xian. Ding Xian's eyes narrowed. His fingers flashed in incantation signs as he shot backwards. Meng Hao lifted his right hand into the air, his face radiating killing intent. His finger pointed up, and suddenly the black net which had been spinning away moments ago expanded to a size of 30 meters, then dropped down with incredible speed. All of this takes quite a bit of time to describe, but all happened in the space of just a moment. Ding Xian's expression changed instantaneously. Before he could react, the huge net had caught him up. The 2 wooden swords shot toward him, and it seemed they would stab into his chest. It was a simple tactic that had just occurred to Meng Hao. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best he could come up with on the spur of the moment. He had even used the feathers of the treasured fan and sacrificed the multitude of flying swords in an attempt to catch his opponent off guard. He had done it all for one purpose, to distract his opponent. And it had worked. Everything was all to give the wooden swords a chance at a kill. Ding Xian's eyes narrowed as a feeling of sudden, intense danger welled up in his heart. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in the backwater state of Zhao. Even in the southern domain, he had never provoked the wrath of Foundation establishment cultivators. He'd only ever been in tousles with people of the same stage as himself. Astonished to be in such a perilous situation, he raised his right hand and pushed down on his forehead. An exploding sound rippled out, and a massive amount of violet chi poured forth from his head. It rapidly congealed into the figure of a person, his back facing Meng Hao. The vague figure was dressed in a violet robe. An explosive pressure burst out from it, and violet chi roiled out everywhere, causing the net to stop in place. Ding Xian's face paled as the massive net slowed to a halt. He immediately shot backward. The 2 wooden swords gave no indication that they would stop. They continued to shoot forward without the slightest hesitation, passing through the violet cloud and speeding toward Ding Xian. Impossible! Ding Xian's scalp went numb and his face filled with astonishment. How could he ever have imagined that Meng Hao's 2 wooden swords could defy the power of his life-saving magic? This life-saving magic was bestowed upon disciples of the 9th level of Qi condensation, and was capable of resisting the complete power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Could only be used once, and even after all these years, he had never employed its power. Finally, in the face of imminent peril, he had used it today. And yet, it couldn't stop the 2 wooden swords. What type of sword is this? The blood drained from Ding Xian's face. At such a critical moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He clenched his jaw and then let out a mighty roar. He bit his tongue and spit out some blood. This was blood from his cultivation base, and was connected to his longevity. As soon as he spat it out, his cultivation base dropped a bit. It would take a significant amount of time in secluded meditation before it could recover. As soon as he spit the blood out, it transformed into a red mist that was sucked in by the violet mist form that had emerged from his head. He let out a shout, "Violet chi from the east!" Immediately, the purple-robed figure turned around. Its face was blurry, but its eyes were clearly radiating a powerful violet glow. When the violet glow appeared, Meng Hao's body shook and pain washed over him like floodwaters. He retreated backward, blood spraying from his back. A roaring sound filled his body, and his consciousness began to waver. He floated backward like a kite with its string cut, then dropped down onto the surface of the North Sea. He slowly sank down into the water. At the same time, the two wooden swords started to shake. One of them turned violet, seemingly no longer under Meng Hao's control. It spun out of control, then fell down into the North Sea. But that was only one sword. Ding Xian had gone all out, reducing his own life expectancy and damaging his cultivation base to employ the full power of the life-saving art. But he had only been able to target one of the wooden swords. The second one, though it was shaking, continued onward. In an instant, it passed through everything to stab into Ding Xian's chest. Then, it seemed to lose the spiritual power which controlled it. The two fell down into the North Sea. The sword had stabbed Ding Xian, but not in through the heart. With the aid of the violet qi from the east, he was able to avoid being critically injured. Even still, he let out a miserable scream as blood showered out of his chest and mouth. His hair flew around wildly, and his white robe was soaked with blood. His eyes bloodshot, he covered the wound in his chest and let out a horrified howl. In all the battles he had fought from the beginning until now, he had never received a serious injury. Now here, in this backwater state of Zhao which he looked down on so much, he had been severely injured by a nobody cultivator who he had completely disregarded. Furthermore, he had been forced to use his life-saving method. His eyes were grim as he looked down at the North Sea. Your life has been taken by my violet qi from the east. But since you dared to injure me, I will drag up your corpse and hack it to pieces. Ding Xian's chest burned with pain. He had used blood from his cultivation base and had damaged his longevity. At this point, he had sunk to the 8th level of qi condensation. His face was pale and filled with fury. He produced a medicinal pill and consumed it. And then, suddenly, his facial expression changed. He looked down at the wound in his chest, and his face was seized with terror. My spiritual power is being sucked out through the sword wound. This was something Ding Xian had never experienced before. He gasped as he suddenly realized how amazing Meng Hao's two wooden swords really were. He immediately shot down into the waters of the North Sea to search for Meng Hao's corpse and the two swords. Deep down in the North Sea, Meng Hao's body slowly floated down. His eyes were shut and he didn't move. It seemed as if he were dead. Ding Xian's violet qi from the east had wrecked his longevity and his cultivation base. Even though Ding Xian's power could not compare to that of the Foundation establishment stage, he was at the peak of the 9th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao was at the 8th level. He simply had no chance of surviving. Right now, his body was cold, and the only thing that remained was the tiniest spark, flickering inside his spirit. It wouldn't take long for that spark to vanish, and then there would be no more Meng Hao. His qi passages were shattered, his flesh devoid of life force. His core C seemed to be completely dried up. But he was not willing. He was not willing to die. Unfortunately, this was the cultivation world's law of the jungle. He couldn't fight or resist that. As his body sank deeper and deeper, the spark of life grew more and more faint. Everything was quiet. The spark was about to go out. A wisp of qi flowed out from within the North Sea. A droning sound could be heard, and deep within the waters, ripples flowed out to surround Meng Hao. His body suddenly began to glow. As the glow spread, spiritual energy from the North Sea poured into Meng Hao from all directions, filling his body, mending his qi passages. Violet-colored blood spilled out from his orifices and pores. All of the damage inflicted by the violet qi from the east was mended. In fact, every single one of his numerous injuries were healed as the spiritual energy of the North Sea poured into him. Popping sounds rang out from within him as his qi passages began to flow again. His lifeless body was reformed, and in an instant, once again hummed with life force. A thunderous roar sounded out as vast amounts of spiritual energy rushed into his core C. Once again it rippled boundlessly. He was still at the 8th level of chi condensation but had actually made significant advancement, and his current power level was almost as much as someone at the 9th level of chi condensation. Within his core C, the demonic core undulated, sending out a demonic aura. It began to absorb all of the demonic chi that Meng Hao had accumulated. Its demonic aura grew stronger and brighter. Finally, Meng Hao opened his eyes. He looked calm. He was not excited or shocked or astonished. He had intentionally picked the North Sea as the spot for the showdown. It had all been a gamble, in the hopes that the North Sea demon would help him. As he opened his eyes, he straightened his body. There was only water beneath his feet, although some distance away he could see the bottom of the lake. Everything should be pitch black. But because of the silvery sand that spread out, there was a little bit of a glow, which faintly illuminated the surroundings. Within the murky waters, Meng Hao could see a boat. The boat was dilapidated, sunken and resting on the lake floor. Meng Hao suddenly realized that he recognized this boat. It was the boat he had ridden in that day when he crossed the lake. He stared silently at the boat, and then cupped his hands and bowed in respect. Even as he bowed, he heard the twittering laughter of a young girl echoing out across the lake bottom. The laughter circled around, making it impossible to determine its origin. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes, looking down at the floor of the lake. As the laughter rang out, he saw arms emerging from the silver sand at the bottom of the lake. The hands were all as white as jade. Along with the arms appeared corpses. They were the corpses of young women, floating up from the silver sand. Black hair swept across the faces of the dozens of them as they floated up from the depths of the lake. Their eyes were closed, their faces pale white but beautiful. Amidst the rippling lake water, Meng Hao watched on, an expression of astonishment on his face as he realized that all of the women looked exactly the same. At that same moment, a small girl appeared, standing there in the dilapidated boat. She gave Meng Hao a bashful smile. She seemed to be filled with childlike innocence, but as Meng Hao looked at her, his mind began to spin, and he felt a roaring inside his head. He had just noticed that the faces of the corpses strongly resembled this girl's face, as if they were her after she had grown up. "Big brother, will you stay with me here forever?" said the little girl with a light laugh. Her voice was young, and when she spoke, the dozens of corpses floating around her stopped moving, and despite their eyes being closed, it seemed as if all of them were looking straight at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind spun, and the roaring sound seemed to consume his thoughts. Everything in front of started to grow dim and then to shatter. He suddenly opened his eyes. He was still floating in the lake water, some distance away from the lake floor, further away than he had been just now. Had it all been a dream? There was no boat, no corpses, and no laughing little girl. Meng Hao gaped in shock. After a moment, he realized that his body had been healed. He gave a silent nod to the distant lake floor. Even though he couldn't see anything down there, he knew that everything he had just seen had not been an illusion. It was real. He raised his hands and bowed deeply with clasped hands. "Meng Hao will always remember your two great kindnesses. I speculate that you wish to become a C, and that this is what is most important to you. I, Meng of the junior generation, promise that one day, when my cultivation base soars to the heavens, that I shall come to your aid. If there is any other way that I can aid you, please tell me." Meng Hao bowed again, holding the bow for the space of 10 breaths. Everything was quiet. He straightened up. He looked down one last time, then shot up towards the surface of the lake. At the exact moment that he began to move toward the surface, his two wooden swords, which had sunk into the water, began to shake. Then they shot toward Meng Hao. One of the swords had just been tracked down by Ding Xian. His eyes gleamed as he reached out to pick up the sword. But then it began to move. Ripples spread out from it, and then, in the blink of an eye, it shot off into the distance. When Ding Xian saw this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raced in pursuit. "This treasure is sentient," thought Ding Xian. His heart began to thump wildly as he eagerly sped even faster to intercept the wooden sword. Meng Hao sped along through the North Sea, moving faster and faster. The core sea within him seethed and roiled, and before long he caught sight of the surface of the lake. He burst out of the water, sending waves surging in all directions. At the same time as he shot out of the lake, his two wooden swords appeared, whistling through the air from different directions as they flew toward him. They circulated around him, one of them coming to rest beneath his feet, the other flying next to him. Just then, Xianxia burst out from the lake, and as he flew out, his eyes came to rest on Meng Hao. His face was immediately covered with a look of disbelief. How could it possibly be that Meng Hao was alive? Impossible. He's not at the Foundation establishment stage. Nobody can withstand my sect's consummate violet chi from the east, backed with the sacrifice of my own cultivation base and longevity. He glared at Meng Hao, retreating backward a bit, still not quite believing what he was seeing. Perhaps he wasn't willing to believe because, at the moment, he was no longer at the 9th level of chi condensation. Even his 8th level of chi condensation was a bit unstable. The wound in his chest was not healed, and spiritual energy continued to leak out. He feared that he might soon slip from the 8th level of chi condensation down to the 7th. His face immediately grew pale. However, he wasn't like Qiu Shuihen and those others. Despite being shocked at seeing Meng Hao alive, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he shot away, the giant leaf appearing beneath his feet and carrying him off into the distance. He was not fighting, he was fleeing. He had no choice but to flee. He could tell that Meng Hao was completely recovered, and had in fact improved his cultivation base, whereas he himself had suffered severe internal injuries. He had no other option than retreat. Meng Hao watched coldly as Xianxia fled. He didn't pursue at first, but instead looked down at the lake, making yet another respectful salute. "I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life," said Meng Hao in a voice that could sever nails and slice iron. Then he lifted his head and flicked his sleeve. The sword beneath his feet hummed, and he transformed into a radiant beam of light as he shot in pursuit of Xianxia. "Starting now, the hunter becomes the hunted," he said, his eyes filled with the intent to kill. After leaving the Reliance sect, Meng Hao had never felt the desire to kill anyone as much as he did Xianxia, except perhaps Shangguan Xiu. His desire to kill spread into his eyes until they shined. During his entire life of cultivation, he had never been so seriously injured before. In fact, it actually did not count as being injured. He had already been killed. A dazzling gleam filled his eyes as he raced in pursuit. In an instant, he left behind the North Sea. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he had caught up with Xianxia, who was consuming medicinal pills even as his cultivation base continued to drop. Meng Hao didn't say anything. Instead, he simply lifted his finger, and the wooden sword flying next to him sped forward toward Xianxia. Pale-faced Xianxia looked back, well aware of the strange powers of the sword. He smacked his bag of holding, and immediately, the long black bow appeared in his hand. Ignoring his continual loss of spiritual energy, he pulled back on the bow and shot an arrow. The arrow thundered toward the wooden sword. When they met, an explosion rang out and the arrow collapsed. The wooden sword shuddered. Meng Hao was expressionless. He lifted his finger again, and the wooden sword sped forward again. Xianxia, his face pale, had no choice but to shoot another arrow. A boom rang out. The wooden sword continued on. Veins of blood filled Xianxia's eyes. Could he not see that Meng Hao was exacting his revenge, intending to drain his cultivation base and push him to complete exhaustion? After dropping from the 9th level of chi condensation, his injuries had worsened. He was weak, but he feared the wooden sword, so he could do nothing else but use his arrows to defend himself. Unfortunately, because of his weakened state, his arrows were also weak and did not carry the power that they did before. When he shot out his 6th arrow, his body suddenly quivered as his cultivation base suddenly began to drop from the 8th level of chi condensation to the 7th. The wooden sword was upon him in an instant, stabbing into his chest. It wasn't a critical wound, but blood surged out nonetheless. Ding Yen let out a miserable cry and tried to flee faster. His body shook as he felt even more spiritual power flowing out of him. His tottering cultivation base fell rapidly, from the 8th level of chi condensation to the 7th. Of course, his cultivation base wasn't actually regressing. But he was losing spiritual energy at a rapid rate, and without any recovery. The spiritual energy loss was so great that his level of power was essentially at the 7th level of chi condensation. He was consuming medicinal pills, but unfortunately had 2 sword wounds, both of which were leaking spiritual energy. There was no way for him to recover at the moment. "I'm a Violet Fate Inner Sect disciple," cried Ding Xian with a fierce howl. "If you dare to kill me, the Violet Fate sect will track you down even if it takes 100 years. They won't stop until you're dead." His situation was desperate. He let out another blood-curdling scream as Meng Hao's wooden sword passed by. It didn't stab him, but cut him, whereupon his spiritual energy drained even faster. "I've already died once," said Meng Hao coolly. His eyes were cold as he waved his finger once more. Time passed. An hour went by in the blink of an eye, during which time Ding Xian's miserable cries continued to ring out. His body was numb, and appeared to be covered with hundreds of sword wounds. He was soaked in blood. None of his wounds were critical, but he dripped with so much blood that he looked like a dead person. Ding Xian was a cultivator, and as things grew dim, what frightened him the most was not his wounds, but rather, the fact that his body had seemed to become like a sieve. Spiritual energy poured out of him at a shocking rate. The 6th level of chi condensation, the 5th, the 4th. A bang rang out, and Ding Xian fell onto the ground, spitting up blood. He scrambled forward, fleeing as fast as he could move. He was no longer capable of any sort of flight. His cultivation base had dropped so low that it was the same as if he were at the 3rd level of chi condensation. "Meng Hao, if you kill me, you will be slaughtered without a proper burial. I'm a Violet Fate Inner Sect disciple. If I die, it will cause problems for the entire state of Zhao. You don't dare to kill me." His body trembled. He fought back the dread in his heart and coughed up more blood. Meng Hao snatched up Ding Xian's giant flying leaf. Without a word, he moved his finger again, and the wooden sword shot toward Ding Xian. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. There, in the middle of the woods, Ding Xian no longer resembled a disciple of a great sect. He stared at Meng Hao, his eyes filled with venom. And yet, within that venom was also regret. He regretted his desire to watch his opponent consume demonic cores. Instead, he should have held nothing back and killed him immediately. "I should have butchered you," he said, gnashing his teeth, chest heaving. It seemed he was more interested in venting his anger than breathing. "You know, you taught me something," said Meng Hao. He was done with his revenge. His hand lifted and the sword fell. Ding Xian's head flew into the air, showering blood everywhere. It landed off in the distance, rolling across the ground to rest underneath a large tree. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe it because he was a disciple of the Violet Fate sect, at the 9th level of chi condensation. He was a chosen, he was to reach Foundation establishment, whereupon he would be a true chosen, and his name would rock the southern domain. But here he was, dead in the backwater state of Zhao, killed by Meng Hao, an insect he had held in the palm of his hand. Meng Hao closed his eyes for a long time. This was not the first time he had killed someone, and this time he was not filled with emotions. He had already died. That day when I ran into Xianxia, I should have killed him, as well as all the people with him. Determination filled his eyes. He had now experienced the result of his indecisiveness back then, when he had the chance to kill Xianxia. "I don't want to die a second time." He lifted his right hand and made a beckoning gesture. Ding Xian's bag of holding flew over. Then he flicked his sleeve and a flame python appeared, consumed Ding Xian's body and head, turning them into ash. Meng Hao turned and walked away. It was evening, and as he walked off into the distance, snow began to fall from the sky. It covered him, his footprints, and the reek of blood. The snow accompanied him as he walked further and further away. "I am the snow during winter. If I get too close to summer, then summer will melt me." That is not the world of snow, nor is it my world. Meng Hao disappeared into the distance. He looked like a scholar, but deep down he was as cold as snow. This chapter was sponsored by Jack Bullock after the battle at the North Sea, and his rebirth in the depths of the lake. The death aura had been completely dispelled. As he walked through the wind and snow, not a sliver of it emanated out. The fact that the black aura, which had encircled him for more than a month, was now gone, made Meng Hao's pace a bit more leisurely as he moved through the snowfall. Snow fell more and more heavily, making seem as if this was the year's last and heaviest snowstorm. The snowflakes appeared to be pushed along by the incoming season, falling out of the sky as fast as possible. The snow covered him, until he finally reached the cave in Mount Daqing that he had been taken from years before. He sat cross-legged, looking out at the world of snow and listening to the cry of the wind. Night fell. Snowfall blocked the night sky, making it impossible to see the stars. The only things visible were the endless sheets of snow which covered the landscape. A small bonfire burned in front of Meng Hao, illuminating the surroundings with flickering firelight. The light fell onto his face as he sat there thinking. Nearly 4 years had passed. It was almost 4 years since he had joined the Reliance sect. He had started out as a youth and had grown into a young man. He was now 20 years of age. For a long time, Meng Hao sat there, looking down at his hands. They were clean, without a spot of dirt on them. But Meng Hao knew without a doubt that they were stained with blood. He had killed many times in the past 4 years. At first, it had caused him much mental tribulation. Now, though you couldn't say he was numb to it, at least he had come to accept it. He had adapted. It was as if some invisible force of heaven and earth had changed his spirit, his fate, and his future. What will I become in the end? Meng Hao looked out at the snow outside of the cave, but it contained no answers. Time passed by slowly, and soon dawn approached. Everything was pitch black. The only thing present was the whimpering of the wind and the frigid snow. The bonfire in front of Meng Hao slowly burned out, and the cave was consumed by darkness. Meng Hao sat there in the dark, and a sense of deep loneliness filled his heart. The feeling grew stronger and stronger until it seemed as if it would consume him. "Father, mother, where are you?" His voice was soft as he thought of his parents. He missed them so much. "Fatty, what are you doing right now?" Meng Hao sighed as an image appeared in his mind of Fatty filing away at his teeth. "Elder sister Sue, elder brother Chun, you are in the southern domain. That's great." He looked out at the dark night outside the cave, and it was almost as if he could see the southern domain. An absent-minded expression filled his face. Reading hundreds of books is like traveling 10,000 roads. One day I will leave the state of Zhao and go to the southern domain. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. The state of Zhao was on the very edge of the southern domain. The middle of the southern domain was very, very far away. He remembered the map he had seen of the Nanshan continent. There was a vast wilderness between the state of Zhao and the core of the southern domain, as well as several countries. Given the current level of his cultivation base, if he tried to travel by soaring, it would take an incredibly long time. If only I could become a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A fire seemed to burn in his eyes, a fire that contained a fierce longing. It was a longing to be able to fly in the sky, and a thirst to reach the foundation establishment stage. Reaching foundation establishment is being a true cultivator. Then, my longevity will be extended to 150 years. The concept of extended life was a distant reality to Meng Hao. Usually, people wish for a longer life only when they get older. As of now, Meng Hao didn't really care about that. What he was most concerned with was continuing to live on and not be in danger. Unless one wants to live an average life, one must accept the limitations of one's cultivation base and latent talent, and fight on. Meng Hao breathed deeply and looked out as dawn broke over the world. He pulled out Ding Xian's bag of holding and looked over its contents. His eyes began to glitter. He really was the disciple of a great sect. Even though he hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, he was filthy rich. There were 7,000 or 8,000 spirit stones inside, as well as the black wooden bow. When he pulled the bow out, his entire body felt cold. When he pulled back on the bowstring, it felt as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were being pulled into it. Inside the bag of holding were several hundred black arrows, each one carved with strange markings. He collected them up. In addition to the spirit stones and treasured items, there were some pill bottles, assorted message plaques, and other random items. Most of the pill bottles were empty. However, one small bottle caught Meng Hao's attention. It was sealed, but when he heard the sound of the pill rattling around inside, his heart thumped. He broke the seal, whereupon a thick, fragrant odor buffeted his face. The entire cave was instantly filled with a medicinal aroma. This aroma seemed even stronger than that of a heavenly spirit pill. It seemed to be even stronger than Meng Hao's most powerful pill, the plateau charging pill. In fact, there was really no way to even compare them. It would be like trying to compare a firefly with a full moon. As far as Meng Hao could tell, one was like a tiny sapling, the other like a mighty tree. This is. Meng Hao's eyes shone, and he began to breathe quickly. He turned the bottle over and dropped the medicinal pill onto his palm. It was about the size of his thumbnail and the color of amber. It emanated a powerful fragrance as well as a feeling of boundless spiritual energy. With a simple glance, you could tell this was no ordinary item. He stared at the pill for a moment, then tapped his bag of holding, retrieving the ancient pill-named jade slip he had purchased at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. There were more cracks on its surface than before, although Meng Hao didn't seem to care. Pressing the jade slip against his forehead, he poured spiritual energy into it. A moment later, the ancient jade split into pieces, collapsing into ash. Meng Hao opened his eyes. They glowed with powerful excitement. A foundation establishment pill. It's a foundation establishment pill. It's hard to even determine how much it's worth. Palpitating with eagerness, he clutched the pill against his chest. His heart raced, and it took quite some time before he could calm down. This foundation establishment pill was one of the reasons Ding Xian just couldn't believe that he would die. It had been made by his master and then gifted to him. Considering that he was at the 9th level of qi condensation, if he came across a bit of good fortune in his travels, then he might be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had kept it on his person so that he could have it handy when that critical juncture arrived. Even in a great sect in the southern domain, a foundation establishment pill was not common. It was even less common for them to be distributed to disciples. The requirements to acquire one were very high. Even if more than the usual amount of pills were available, the supply would still fall short of the demand. Most people could not establish a foundation with only one pill. Usually 2 or 3 were required. Some people with only average latent talent but the support of sect elders might be able to break through with 5 pills. Foundation establishment pills were truly treasured. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that 2 of the medicinal plants required to concoct the pill only grew in the 3 danger zones in the southern domain. Ding Xian had an exceptional master, which gave him a special position within the Violet Fate sect. When he had reached the 9th level of qi condensation, his master had bestowed him with the foundation establishment pill. If he failed in breaking through to the next stage, when he returned to the sect, his master would not hesitate to give him another. Meng Hao opened his hand and looked more closely at the foundation establishment pill. It was then that he noticed a strange seal on its surface. The seal bore the image of a demonic face. It was expressionless, solemn, and imparted the feeling that the face was looking at you. Meng Hao's heart thumped. Upon further observation, he determined that the seal did not have any mystical properties. It was simply carved onto the surface of the pill, almost like a logo. Meng Hao hesitated for a while, then clenched his teeth and put the pill away. Outside, the snowfall was growing lighter, and the rising sun was just becoming visible. He stepped onto the treasured fan and flew out into the cold. If I want to break through from the 8th level of qi condensation to the 9th, I will need more spirit stones. What I have now, it's just not enough. I'm gonna need to go sell some things to get more. Eyes glittering, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip, which he pushed up against his forehead. This was a jade slip from the Cold Wind sect, a map that depicted several of the cultivator cities within the state of Zhao. Meng Hao saw Eastern Refinement City, but he had no desire to go back there. He needed to go somewhere far away from there, to a place not controlled by the three great sects, a place where the cultivators would be more random. Milky Way City, Meng Hao muttered to himself. Having made his decision, he raised his head, eyes flashing, and soared ahead as fast as the wind. In the direction of the Milky Way Sea was an area protected by protective spells, a place that mortals could not even see, within which was a city. Its walls were black, and were patrolled by cold-faced, black-robed cultivators. They stared out at the people coming in and out of the city. Milky Way City hadn't existed before 300 years ago. At that time, an eccentric with a cultivation base at the core formation stage had appeared. His magical power and items were shocking. He had established this city, then gone into secluded meditation. 300 years later, no one knew if he was still alive or dead. It actually didn't really matter. Either he had extended his longevity or had begun to form his nascent soul. Currently, the city was controlled by his descendants. As for Patriarch Milky Way, he had never had poorer relationship with the three great sects of the state of Zhao. That, coupled with the relaxed rules of the city, had made it grow into the bustling place it was, filled with people of all sorts. One day, a person appeared outside of Milky Way City. He wore a black robe, and his face was covered by the wide bamboo hat on his head. It was impossible to distinguish his features, although his body seemed to be a bit pudgy. His getup looked strange, but didn't attract any attention at all in Milky Way City. After all, this place was a jumble of all sorts of strange people. There were more than a few who didn't want others to know who they were or what they were up to. Of course, this person was none other than Meng Hao. He had made up his mind to sell some of his magical items and medicinal pills. So, he had disguised himself and come to this place. He strolled in through the city gates, looking around. As he did, his eyes narrowed. He immediately lowered his head, and, putting on a nonchalant air, entered a shop. Xianxia, garbed in a black robe, frowned as he walked down the street in Milky Way City. Two cultivators of the 7th level of qi condensation, also wearing black robes, walked behind him. From the looks on their faces, they seemed to admire Xianxia quite a bit. Accompanying Xianxia in his inspection of the city, they walked past the shop Meng Hao had just ducked into. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. Even if it wasn't, no one would have been able to see anyway, because of the wide bamboo hat that covered his face. His gaze swept around the place he had entered. It was a pill shop, only 1 story high and not very large. Racks filled with pill bottles filled the small space. The bottles were obviously empty, although on the surface of each one was written the name of a pill along with a price. Off in the corner, a young man sat cross-legged. Other than him, Meng Hao was the only person in the shop. Meng Hao walked along, examining the names of the various medicinal pills. Eventually, he found a bottle upon which was written the characters, Earthly Spirit Pill. It instantly caught his eye. So it's worth 300 spirit stones. Meng Hao frowned. The copper mirror required 200 spirit stones to duplicate an earthly spirit pill. Although there was a bit of difference in the two prices, it wasn't very much. Seeing Meng Hao muttering to himself, the man sitting cross-legged in the corner opened his eyes and coolly said, "Earthly spirit pills are from the southern domain. We don't have many in stock, only 5. Meng Hao nodded. Looking around one final time, he made to leave, but then suddenly stopped. "Do you happen to have Foundation Establishment pills?" When the man heard this, he smiled, although it contained a barely perceptible air of doubt. "Fellow Taoist, this must be your first time in Milky Way City. Foundation Establishment pills can easily run over 100,000 spirit stones. They are truly precious. Unfortunately, we don't have any in stock at all. I've only seen one in my entire life. If you are really interested in purchasing one, you'll have to go to the Milky Way workshop." "So expensive," said Meng Hao, his voice filled with awe. Hearing his tone of voice, the young man's doubt seemed to disappear. He could tell that Meng Hao was simply inquiring, and didn't have the resources to actually make such a purchase. Hearing Meng Hao mutter to himself enviously about the incredible price of Foundation establishment pills, the young man ignored him and closed his eyes again. Meng Hao left the shop and moved along down the streets of Milky Way City, his eyes shining. Moments later, though, he frowned for two reasons. One reason was that it didn't seem it would be that simple to sell medicinal pills and magical items. The other reason was Xianxia. He was wearing a black robe, and was accompanied by more black-robed cultivators. Those robes are the same ones worn by the city guards. It seems that after leaving the Reliance sect, he didn't join another sect, but rather came to this place. Meng Hao lowered his head. Instead of leaving, he continued to stroll through the city, checking out shop after shop. As he did, his frown deepened. It seemed that pills for every level of qi condensation were available here. On the one hand, there weren't a huge amount of pills available, but on the other hand, the prices were not much higher than what he would have to pay to duplicate them. In other words, the profit margin would not be very high. Forget about medicinal pills. I'll go check out some magical items. Meng Hao turned, heading down a different street. There were many cultivators coming and going, their cultivation bases of various levels. Most seemed to be between the 3rd and 5th levels. Meng Hao had only seen 3 cultivators who, like him, were at the 8th level of qi condensation. Their faces were covered, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. There were many treasure pavilions here. Meng Hao visited them one by one, carefully examining their wares. Soon evening fell. Meng Hao sighed. Low-level magical items fetched a high price, but nothing close to the 100,000 spirit stones he wanted. To get that much, he would have to sell nearly 1,000 flying swords, but such an astonishing event would attract unwanted attention. He simply could not do such a thing. His other magical items varied in price, but none alone would earn him that many spirit stones. And if he sold all of his magical items, it would attract too much attention. What he wanted to do was handle everything at once, then leave immediately. Meng Hao currently sat cross-legged in a room in an inn. If I really want to sell the Foundation establishment pill, I have to do it very carefully, he said to himself quietly. I can't act rashly. Milky Way City wasn't very big. By the evening of the second day, he had explored the entire city. Finally, he ended up standing across from a luxuriously decorated building. Muttering to himself, he walked toward it. An inscribed board above the main door read, Milky Way Workshop. It was 3 stories tall. Meng Hao wandered around the first floor, but was prevented from going up to the second. To gain access to the second floor, one must produce evidence of a large number of spirit stones. Meng Hao didn't force the issue. He turned and walked around for a bit looking at things, as if he were just an ordinary customer. Finally, he left. He sat cross-legged back in the inn, frowning to himself. There's only one door, guarded by 3 cultivators of the 8th level of qi condensation and one of the 9th level. I can't go up to the second floor, nor see past the curve of the stairs. Everything on the first level is ordinary items without any spiritual energy. I need to know what's on the second level. You can tell by looking at the windows on the outside that there is an abundance of spiritual energy there. But the windows are sealed tight. After a long moment, he pulled out the copper mirror. In his bag of holding, he currently had just a bit over 10,000 spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, he took out the Foundation establishment pill and placed it onto the copper mirror. It instantly sank into the mirror, disappearing. With a deep breath, Meng Hao began feeding spirit stones into the mirror. When he put the 10,000 spirit stone into the mirror, a bright light shone out of it, and then a second Foundation establishment pill appeared. Meng Hao was prepared. As soon as the fragrant medicinal aroma began to spread out, he put the 2 pills into his bag of holding, looking around cautiously. Because of his speed, barely any of the aroma escaped out, and therefore no one noticed. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes filled with thought. After a moment, he slapped his bag of holding, producing a long white robe. This was some clothing he had obtained from Ding Xian's bag of holding. He put it on, then hung Ding Xian's jade identification slip around his neck. He stood and started to pace back and forth in the room, looking even more thoughtful than before. At dawn, 2 days later, Meng Hao once again donned the bamboo hat, as well as a long outer garment which concealed the white robe underneath. Lowering his head, he left the inn. He strode directly toward the Milky Way workshop, arriving in a very short period of time. A cold-faced, middle-aged man sat there cross-legged, a cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao walked past him, heading directly toward the stairs. As he approached, a cultivator of the 8th level of qi condensation glanced at him. "Show a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones to get access to the 2nd level," he said. "Beat it," said Meng Hao, lifting his bamboo hat and glaring at the man threateningly. He filled his voice with as much arrogance as possible. "We're in a small town in the insignificant state of Zhao, and you dare to block the path of Ding Xian?" All of the cultivators in the room looked at him. The 8th level cultivator stared at him in shock. In all his years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a way. But considering the arrogance and veiled threats contained within Meng Hao's words, the man hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The pleasant voice of a woman drifted down from upstairs. "Young Lord Ding, please come up." The 8th level cultivator let Meng Hao pass. With a cold snort, Meng Hao climbed the stairs. As he turned the corner, his eyes quickly scanned the entire 2nd floor. The pleasant voice from just now belonged to a woman wearing a gauzy dress. She smiled at Meng Hao. The 2nd floor was richly decorated and looked much more magnificent than the 1st floor, filled with a dazzling aura. There were no racks of treasures, but rather an enormous incense burner in the middle of the room, so large that 3 people could place their arms around it. The thick aroma of incense wafted out from it. The surroundings were luxurious but also refined. Several tables could be seen around the room, as well as ornamental rock displays. It was the type of place that would make one's eyes shine just upon seeing it. The woman standing there in front of Meng Hao appeared to be about 30 years of age. She was elegant and poised, and didn't say anything at first. She simply smiled, making her seem very warm and considerate. "Young Lord Ding," she said, looking over him causally. "Please have a seat. I am the 2nd floor attendant. Please do not hesitate to tell me how I can help you." She took a seat off to the side. When she caught sight of the white robe underneath his long outer garment, a look of surprise flickered in her eyes, and then quickly disappeared. Meng Hao looked around thoughtfully. There were 7 tables spread about in various positions. Without hesitation, Meng Hao chose to sit, not at a table next to the stairs or a window, but right in the middle of the room. "Do you have foundation establishment pills here?" he said as he sat down, not beating around the bush. He stared at the woman, his expression somber. When the woman saw him sit down where he did, her eyes flickered again, as if he had just confirmed something to her. And yet, she still seemed to be uncertain about something. "There are not many things in the state of Zhao that we don't have here at the Milky Way workshop," she said with a smile. "Of course we have foundation establishment pills. The price is 200,000 spirit stones per pill." Meng Hao nodded slightly, then slapped his bag of holding. A pill bottle appeared in his hand. He flicked his sleeve, and the bottle shot toward the woman. Her eyes flickered as she caught the bottle. When she opened it and looked at the contents, her expression changed to one of surprise. "1 foundation establishment pill," said Meng Hao coolly. "Name your price." "Young Lord Ding, you are quite audacious," she said calmly, an unusual expression in her eyes. "You dare to casually hand me something so valuable. Don't you fear that I might take it and flee?" Meng Hao didn't say anything. Staring at her coldly, he loosened his outer garment, revealing more of the white robe, as well as the jade medallion hanging around his neck. It was violet-colored, and emitted a soft, flickering violet glow. When she caught sight of the jade medallion, the woman's expression changed. "If you dare to swallow that pill," said Meng Hao coldly, "Milky Way City will be reduced to rubble in less than a month." The woman's expression changed several times as she looked back down at the pill bottle. She glanced back at Meng Hao sitting there. Having taken note of all the various clues regarding his identity, she finally smiled again. Young Lord Ding, please don't take offense. I was simply making conversation. She tipped the bottle over, sending the foundation establishment pill tumbling into her palm. Then she held it up and examined it closely. When her gaze fell upon the demonic face carved into the surface of the pill, her expression changed dramatically, and she stood up. This pill was concocted personally by Grandmaster Pill Demon of the Violet Fate sect. Young Lord Ding, what is your relationship to Grandmaster Pill Demon? Name your price. He said nothing else. He frowned, his eyes filled with a look that made it seem as if whether he wanted to or not, he had no choice but to sell the pill. A pill personally concocted by Grandmaster Pill Demon could be auctioned off for an amazing price. This pill. The woman hesitated for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. I can give you 250,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, Done. He stood up. The woman lifted her hand and flicked her finger toward the incense burner in the middle of the room. A clear and melodious sound rang out, and about 10 seconds later, a young girl came down from the 3rd floor bearing a jade platter. She quickly reached Meng Hao, then offered up the platter with both hands. On the white jade platter was a bag of holding. Meng Hao took it and looked inside, then turned and walked down the stairs. Amidst the gazes of the cultivators on the 1st floor, he walked out of the Milky Way workshop and off into the distance. A while later, when he reached a place that wasn't very crowded, he ducked into an alley and stripped off the outer garment. He quickly changed into another robe and then made his way off as quickly as possible, his head lowered. Meanwhile, back on the 2nd floor of the Milky Way workshop, the woman stood respectfully next to an old man. The old man, who wore a resplendent garment, was currently standing at the window, looking off into the distance. In his hand was the foundation establishment pill that Meng Hao had sold. A long time passed before he finally opened his mouth. Are you sure? He said coolly. I of the junior generation already did some checking, she said in a respectful tone. There was indeed a Violet Fate sect disciple surnamed Ding who arrived recently in the state of Zhao. Are you sure that was him? Said the old man slowly. At first, Junior was not certain. After all, Ding Xian is of the 9th level of qi condensation, and this person was of the 8th. However, his arrogant behavior on the 1st floor certainly seemed like that of a disciple of a great sect. This was the first clue. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he didn't select a chair near the window or the stairs, but rather in the middle of the room. This gives evidence of his confidence, as if he didn't care that we might have made a move against him. This level of confidence is impossible for someone of the 8th level of qi condensation to have, unless of course they are a member of a powerful sect. That was the 2nd clue. Moments later, Junior saw his white garments, as well as a jade pendant from the Violet Fate sect. He revealed it intentionally, but this is the state of Zhao after all. He has to take some precautions. This was the 3rd clue. More telling, he directly gave the pill bottle to Junior, as if he didn't care whether or not I might consume the pill. When Junior inquired about this, his response was one that a member of a state of Zhao sect could never match. This was the 4th clue. Finally, the foundation establishment pill is marked with the seal of Grandmaster Pill Demon. No one would dare to make a counterfeit of such a pill. Furthermore, Junior has researched such things, and am certain the seal is genuine. Because of these 5 clues, Junior is certain that this person was Ding Xian of the Violet Fate sect. It is said that 2 years ago, Grandmaster Pill Demon accepted a novitiate with that name. It seems the person here today was none other than him. The woman smiled, her expression filled with confidence, shrewdness, and intelligence. Unless, she suddenly seemed to hesitate. Unless what? Asked the old man, turning to look at her, his expression both warm and encouraging. Unless the person today was incredibly intelligent, and purposefully did all of these things. Perhaps he created the perfect cover story, and the seal on the foundation establishment pill is actually fake. But the probability of such a thing is remote. There is no disciple among the so-called sects of the state of Zhao who could accomplish something like that. The woman smiled, her expression once again one of confidence. Correct, said the old man. Being able to sort through all these clues in this way shows how intelligent you are, Moor. It seems you've really grown sharper in the past few years. This medicinal pill is real. It seems 80 to 90% likely that this person was none other than Ding Xian. He looked fondly at the woman. Many thanks for your praise, Patriarch, she said with a smile. Looking up at him, she asked, are you really going to let him go? Just like that? We cannot afford to cause trouble with the Violet Fate sect. As for Grandmaster Pill Demon's Foundation Establishment Pill, the old man seemed to think for a moment before softly saying, Moor, considering that your latent talent is ordinary, why don't you give the pill to your father? When she heard his words, her eyes suddenly flashed. He's back. Her voice suddenly seemed grim. He came back a few months ago. He left all those years ago to join the Reliance sect, but the sect was disbanded. As usual, he has yet to reach Foundation establishment. You should go see him. Looking at the woman, the old man frowned, then sighed. She was quiet for a moment. I have my responsibilities here to take care of, she said coldly. Whoever Patriarch gives the Foundation establishment pill to, well, it doesn't have anything to do with me. He's your father, after all. Furthermore, it seems to me he has some weighty matters on his mind, and might leave again soon. You should think about it carefully. Shaking his head, the old man turned and left. Father! Shangguan Mu sat down quietly, looking out the window, her eyes filled with bitterness. As for Meng Hao, after changing clothes, he left the black-walled Milky Way city without the slightest bit of hesitation. Some distance away from the city, he hopped onto the treasured fan and sped off into the distance, his body turning into a prismatic rainbow. He kept going for several days, until it became apparent that no one was pursuing him. At that point, he felt a bit more relaxed. In the wilderness some distance away from Mount Daqing, he used a flying sword to cut out an immortal's cave for himself and then entered into secluded meditation. This time, he was determined to break through to the 9th level of chi condensation. He had plenty of spirit stones which he could use to duplicate heavenly spirit pills. When he consumed enough heavenly spirit pills, and his cultivation base reached the appropriate level, he would begin to push toward the next level. Time passed slowly. Soon, several months had passed. Meng Hao did not leave the immortal's cave. He sat there quietly, cross-legged, consuming medicinal pills and circulating his cultivation base. As time passed, his cultivation base grew more and more refined. By the time the 5th month arrived, it seemed boundless. His cultivation base roared, and his core sea roiled. He had long since arrived at the peak of the 8th level of chi condensation. He was only a sliver away from the 9th level, and yet had been stuck at this sliver for 2 months already. Thinking about the over 100,000 spirit stones he had spent already made Meng Hao's heart hurt. But what hurt even more was that, after spending all of those spirit stones, he still hadn't been able to break through. Elder Su told me that the 4th, 6th, and 8th levels of chi condensation were bottlenecks. The year I broke through the 4th level, I had lots of dry spirit pills. I broke through the 6th level when the North Sea demonstrated the Tao. Now I'm at the 8th level bottleneck. How do I break through? Meng Hao opened his bloodshot eyes. Of the well over 200,000 spirit stones he'd had, only about 50,000 now remained. The rest had been turned into heavenly spirit pills. Currently, he was running low on heavenly spirit pills as well. As he had speculated, when relying only on medicinal pills to grow his cultivation base, the effects grew weaker and weaker the more pills he consumed. He needed larger and larger amounts, a vicious cycle. I wonder what other people do in this situation, he thought, frowning. Despite pondering the situation over and over, he couldn't figure it out. It seemed that no matter how many heavenly spirit pills he consumed, and no matter how his cultivation base grew, he just couldn't make that final step. Another month passed. Meng Hao had already spent half a year in secluded meditation. Today he sat there, hair in disarray, eyes bloodshot. In the past month, he had duplicated 10 plateau charging pills, which were supposed to be effective in the 9th level of chi condensation. He had hoped that using them would enable him to break through the bottleneck. While they had been somewhat effective, they hadn't produced the desired result. I must reach the 9th level of qi condensation. He ground his teeth as he looked at what remained of his 50,000 spirit stones. Not hesitating any longer, he took out the copper mirror. He had decided to duplicate the Foundation Establishment pill. A glow appeared, and there in front of him were 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Including the original, he now had 3 Foundation Establishment pills. If you showed these 3 pills to a disciple of one of the great sects of the Southern Domain, they would gasp with astonishment. In the state of Zhao, it would be enough to cause a bloodbath if anyone saw them. Today, Meng Hao would use these pills not to reach Foundation Establishment, but to break through the bottleneck. Anyone who knew he was using the pills in this way would surely go crazy at the thought of such luxurious waste. Through history, there were likely few people who would ever go to such extravagant lengths to break through a qi condensation bottleneck. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then lifted up a pill, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. A thunderous roar filled his mind, and his body shook. A majestic spiritual energy filled him that he never before could have imagined, exploding throughout his body. During his half a year in secluded meditation, some events had occurred which he was unaware of. These events actually affected the entire state of Zhao. The first was the wildfire-like spread of the news of Meng Hao's deal with the Violet Fate sect disciples. It didn't take long before Meng Hao's name was known across the land. Everyone knew that Meng Hao had mercilessly cheated the Violet Fate sect. Soon after this, the Cold Wind sect and the Winding Stream sect nearly declared war on each other. In the end, sect priests of the core formation stage emerged and managed to calm things down. Shortly thereafter, the 2 sects issued a joint order of arrest. The evildoer Meng Hao of the Reliance sect was now wanted. Anyone who killed him would receive a reward of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical items. This was the first time in hundreds of years that 2 great sects had joined together to issue an order of arrest. This news caused a great sensation in the cultivation world of the state of Zhao. Of course, no one really knew how to track down the man who had caused the bloody incident regarding the silver spear. But he had been marked for punishment, and the news spread quickly. Soon, Meng Hao was yet again the subject of discussion among all the cultivators of the state of Zhao. Whenever cultivators gathered, they would end up talking about Meng Hao. I heard that when he was in the Reliance sect, he robbed someone from one of the great clans of the Southern Domain, a guy named Wang Tingfei who had joined the sect. When he became a member of the inner sect, Wang Tingfei left in a rage. That's nothing. I heard directly from some former Reliance sect members that Meng Hao opened a shop there. He ripped off a lot of his fellow disciples. They were all furious, of course, but didn't dare to say anything. Wow, it seems he's been developing this devious personality for quite a while. It's no surprise he cheated the Violet Fate sect disciples, as well as Lu Daoyun and Sun Hua. It looks like he just rips off whoever he runs into. He's been cheating people ever since he left the Reliance sect. Conversations and discussions like this filled the cultivation world of the state of Zhao. If that was the extent of it, it would not have been a very big deal. Eventually the buzz would have died out. Except before that could happen, the 3 great sects joined forces to recall the original arrest order and issue a new one. There was no discernible reason for this action. The new arrest order was still for Meng Hao. However, killing him was now prohibited. Rewards would now be given, not for his death, but for his capture or clues regarding his whereabouts. According to the order, he could be injured or crippled but not killed. Such a strange arrest order instantly aroused the attention of quite a few people. Eventually, some of the most well-informed people were able to put the clues together to understand what was going on. The core formation eccentrics of the 3 great sects went last month to visit the state of Revelation. They paid respects to Lord Revelation and asked him to divine whether or not Patriarch Reliance is really dead or not. According to his divination, Patriarch Reliance is weak to the point of death. However, the Immortal's cave he is in can only be opened by an inner sect disciple. Lord Revelation is already here with them in the state of Zhao, searching for where Patriarch Reliance is sealed in secluded meditation. As soon as the news began to spread, the 3 great sects went to great lengths to stamp down the rumors. Anyone found spreading them would be punished by death penalty. and any city where the rumors appeared would be enveloped by a sealing spell casted by the three great sects, preventing anyone from going in or out. In the remote wilderness not too far from Mount Daqing, Meng Hao sat in the Immortal's cave, his body shaking. Sweat poured off of him, soaking him as he emanated an intense heat. This in turn produced a thick mist that circulated around the cave, filling it with the aroma of sweat. Meng Hao's entire body was bright red, and it felt as if an immense fire were raging inside of him that would soon wither up his flesh and blood and turn him into a pile of ash. At the moment, his body was completely stiff, incapable of the slightest movement. Actually, this is one of the detriments of consuming a foundation establishment pill. After swallowing it, the body becomes immovable. Until the power of the pill is disseminated, it wouldn't matter if there was a flood or a storm, or if a person stood in front of you with a sword, ready to stab you through, you wouldn't be able to move a muscle. This is why cultivators are incredibly careful when selecting the area where they will consume a foundation establishment pill. After all, if one encountered an enemy while suffering from the side effect of the astounding pill, death would be the result. Meng Hao was the first person to ever consume a foundation establishment pill while in the 8th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, this pill had been concocted by a grandmaster. But he had no other choice. It was just too difficult to break through the bottleneck of the 8th level of qi condensation without the aid of either some stroke of good fortune or special medicinal pills. The plateau charging pills had not been effective, so now the only thing he had left were the foundation establishment pills. Of course, he didn't dare use too many at once. They were incredibly powerful, and his body was not. Consuming them was actually gambling with his own life. By now, Meng Hao felt quite certain he knew why this 8th level bottleneck was so difficult to break through. It definitely had something to do with his years of consuming so many demonic cores. Despite his rebirth in the North Sea, the demonic power within his bones could not be dispelled easily. Because of this reason, the blockage caused by the bottleneck was thicker than that experienced by the average person. Of course, there were also advantages to this situation. Once he broke through the bottleneck, he would explode into the middle of the 9th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, his body, although it seemed weak, was now much tougher than it had been during his scholar days. The change was slow but sure. This change had not been brought about by his cultivation, but rather because of the demonic power within his body, as well as the demonic core in his core C. Days and days passed. Soon 2 months had gone by, during which time Meng Hao had continued to consume his scant supply of foundation establishment pills. Just now, he had fully absorbed the power of a pill. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He could move again. He felt a roaring within himself, along with a severe pain, as if various parts of his body were being ripped apart. He spit out a mouthful of black blood. As he spit out the blood, his eyes grew dim, as if he were about to lose consciousness. Instead, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. He rotated his cultivation base as it shot toward the 9th level of qi condensation. A look of determination filled his eyes. Gathering together the explosive spiritual power within him, he pushed forward. In an instant, the spiritual energy charged ahead, filling his head with a roaring like thunder. He felt as if his body were about to explode. Then suddenly, it felt as if the spiritual energy had opened up a new realm inside him. Instantly, he felt a wonderful sensation, difficult to describe. It was a tingling feeling, as if someone were caressing him with countless feathers. He immersed himself in the feeling, and a long time passed before he opened his eyes. They glowed dazzlingly. It was as if the darkness of the cave were being split by brilliant lightning bolts. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy of the cave seemed to be sucked into him strand by strand. Then it left him, and massive amounts of filth extruded from his pores. His body grew lighter, his eyes brighter. The boundless core sea inside him was twice its previous size, as if you couldn't see from one side to the other. The golden water billowed and roared. Deep within, the demonic core rested, unmoving, sending out massive amounts of spiritual energy, making the golden light even more dazzling, filling Meng Hao's body. He almost felt like lifting his head up and letting out a long, loud cry. The 9th level of qi condensation, I, Meng Hao, have finally reached the 9th level. My next step will be foundation establishment. His eyes filled with exuberance, he took several deep breaths. With the sublime spirit scripture, I can establish a flawless foundation, far superior to a cracked or fractured foundation. He stood up, filled with confidence and hope regarding the future. He looked forward to traveling to the southern domain and seeing the lands there. He looked forward even more so to the day when he could reach foundation establishment. He wondered what it would be like to have a flawless foundation. What would other cultivators think when they ran into him then? Of course, having not reached foundation establishment, he didn't understand how rare a flawless foundation was. Despite his ignorance, he still looked forward with eager anticipation. He flicked his sleeve, and a fist-sized water globe appeared. It stretched out, forming a sheet of water the size of his body. He walked forward, through the water. When he came out on the other side, the filth that covered him was gone, and instead, a fragrant aroma drifted off of him. The door of the Immortal's cave shattered. It was midday outside, and the season had long since changed. Meng Hao walked out to feel a hot, dry wind on his face. His entire body felt relaxed and fresh. When I reach foundation establishment, I will finally be able to achieve true flight. He looked up at the blue sky and his smile grew wider and wider. He walked forward a bit, then hopped onto his treasured fan and sped along. He was flying along some distance away from Mount Daqing when he suddenly caught sight of someone racing in his direction. This person was moving as fast as possible, and was being chased by a large, vicious-looking man. The person being chased was pale-faced, but had hard eyes. He wasn't very tall and rather skinny, appearing to be about 13 or 14 years old. Despite this, his cultivation base was at the 5th level of qi condensation. He was being chased by a cultivator of the 6th level of qi condensation. The man wore a tattered aqua-blue robe, and it seemed as if he had been wounded. Murder roiled within his furious eyes. It doesn't matter where you try to run, Dong Hu. If you give me the pearl, considering my status in the upright evening sect, I can leave you with your life. Otherwise, you're dead. The big man raised his right hand, and a frigid glow appeared which solidified into a full moon scimitar. He tossed it spinning toward the youth. The youth was none other than one of Meng Hao's group who elder sister Su had taken to the Reliance sect, Little Tiger. After the dissolution of the sect, he had been swept away and then disappeared. Meng Hao floated above, looking down at Little Tiger. Little Tiger's face was pale, but killing intent flickered within his hard eyes. He waved his sleeves, whereupon several beams of cold light shot out, glittering arrows. Based on their gleam, they seemed to be coated with poison. The arrows shot toward the big man. He laughed, waving his sleeve, which caused a wind to spring up and brush the arrows away. His hand flickered in incantation patterns, causing his scimitar to shoot toward Little Tiger. It was upon him in the blink of an eye. Little Tiger's bloodshot eyes spun. Suddenly, an aqua-blue pearl appeared in his hand. It was partly transparent, and was filled with layers of curling clouds. A stream of clouds erupted from within the pearl, coalescing into a vague figure, which shot toward the scimitar. When they collided, a bang rang out, and the scimitar collapsed into pieces, as did the vague figure. The big man coughed up some blood, and the greed in his eyes grew stronger. He continued his pursuit. The blood drained from Little Tiger's face. It seemed the attack just now had been quite difficult to pull off. He staggered forward, running a few paces before tumbling to the ground. "You can't escape," laughed the big man viciously, quickly approaching Little Hu, whose eyes filled with desperation. Off in the distance, Meng Hao sighed, looking back at the scene. Finally, he lifted a finger on his right hand, causing a furious wind to spring up in the forest. The crushing pressure of the 9th level of qi condensation instantly enveloped the big man. Trembling, he looked up in shock to see Meng Hao floating down toward him. Simultaneously, Little Tiger, who was still on the ground, pulled a poisoned dagger out of his sleeve. He leaped up with surprising speed, and the dagger flashed. At the exact moment in which the big man was surprised by Meng Hao, the dagger slashed through his neck. He let out a miserable cry as blood showered everywhere, covering Little Tiger. Little Tiger was still weak and exhausted, but falling down just now had actually been a trick. When the man approached with his guard down, he had planned to make his move. The big man collapsed to the ground, twitching. He tried to cover the gash in his neck, but blood flowed out in vast quantities. Within moments, he was dead. His eyes stared blankly off into the distance. Little Tiger took a few steps away, looking back at Meng Hao, seeming ready to flee at any moment. Then he felt the power of Meng Hao's cultivation base, and his body began to tremble. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He walked over and stood over the corpse, examining it. Then he looked at the obviously nervous Little Tiger, staring at him silently. Little Tiger didn't say anything either. He just looked at Meng Hao, a complicated expression in his eyes. A long moment passed, after which Meng Hao opened his mouth. "It was because of this pearl that you killed Wang Yu Kai," he said calmly. An imperceptible look in his eye revealed that he was bluffing, but Little Tiger didn't see it. Instead, Little Tiger stood there silently, refusing to speak. He was short, with dark skin and a skinny frame. His clothes were dilapidated, and he was obviously in a difficult position. He almost looked like a beggar. But the coldness he had just exhibited when killing the man just now seemed to make everything obvious. Meng Hao looked at him for a while, before shaking his head. He let out a sigh and turned to leave. Just as he did this, however, a look of hesitation appeared in Little Tiger's eyes. He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and filled with nervousness. Elder Brother Meng, are you going to Mount Daqing to save everyone?" Meng Hao halted in his tracks and looked back at Little Tiger. "What are you talking about?" he said, his voice low. Little Tiger looked closely at Meng Hao. He had been naive as a child, but after joining the Reliance sect, had experienced many unimaginable misfortunes. In his heart, he had become as hard as iron. No one knew how many cultivators he had secretly slain. He stared at Meng Hao and gradually came to the realization that he really did not know about what had happened recently. "Elder Brother Meng, in recent days, the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao has been searching for you. The three great sects issued a joint order for your arrest. Multitudes of cultivators have spread out in all directions to hunt you down." He hesitated a moment before continuing. Meng Hao's expression did not change even in the least bit. He floated in the air, looking down wordlessly at Little Tiger. "The three great sects ordered that you were not to be killed," he said slowly. "You could be injured or crippled, but not slain." The entire time, he continued to look at Meng Hao, unable to tell what he was thinking. "If what you're saying is false," said Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever, "then don't blame me for forgetting our past ties." Hearing this, Little Tiger inadvertently took 2 steps backward, his face flickering. Elder Brother Meng must surely remember Master Uncle Shangguan from the inner sect. 2 months ago, he surrounded the 3 counties near Mount Daqing with a horrific, enormous spell. His voice rang out as he spoke. He clenched his fists. He plans to use the blood of the mortals there to concoct blood pills to reach Foundation establishment. It's been going on for 2 months already. With my cultivation base, I'm no match for him, but I came to try to save my father and mother. Meng Hao stared at him in shock, his head spinning. Fury erupted within him, and a violent aura of killing intent began to emanate from him. He knew that Shangguan Xiu's true goal was not to concoct blood pills, but rather to lure him out. His face grew incredibly grim. Shangguan Xiu has involved the mortals of 3 counties, and the cultivation world of the state of Zhao does nothing to stop him? Meng Hao's voice was as cold as ice as he spoke. Does anyone actually believe his goal is establishing a foundation? Everyone says that Shangguan Xiu longs for foundation establishment, said Little Tiger, and that he intentionally picked the 3 counties around Mount Daqing because of the auspicious sign that appeared here years ago. With blood spirit pills, he can easily break through to foundation establishment. In the past, the 3 great sects would never allow him to do something like that, but right now they seek out Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone. That's why they sent everyone looking for you, and have ignored what is happening here. They don't want to have to deal with extra trouble. Furthermore, Xianxia is no ordinary person. I looked into it and found out he's from Milky Way City. Apparently, the three great sects did attempt to interfere at first, but then backed off for some reason. Meng Hao listened quietly, then began to smile, a cold, dark smile. The killing intent which existed in his heart far outmatched the killing intent he had felt in the past toward Wang Tingfei or even Ding Xian. The intensity of this desire to kill sent this core sea churning. It was fiercer than anything he had felt in his 21 years of life. Xianxia. Meng Hao spun and looked off toward Mount Daqing. He flicked his wide sleeve and little tiger flew up onto the treasured fan. A shocked look on his face. "Elder brother Meng, what's going on?" blurted little tiger, his breath quickening. "We're going to Mount Daqing. If what you've said is true, very well. But if you've lied to me, then you will never again have to worry about people chasing after you to get your treasure." The treasured fan flickered and they shot off. Little tiger was quiet, having nothing more to say. He stood on the treasured fan next to Meng Hao, a conflicted look in his eye. Soon the look disappeared, replaced by determination. It didn't take long before Mount Daqing loomed up in front of them. Meng Hao did not charge indirectly. The treasured fan flashed, and they landed on the ground. Up ahead, everything was enveloped by a glowing red aura. It seemed that outside of the aura, every 500 kilometers, a black-robed cultivator sat cross-legged, meditating. There were a dozen or so of them, and they appeared to be supporting the base of the spell which surrounded the three counties. Far away on top of the mountain, someone sat cross-legged in meditation. In the counties below the mountain, everything was quiet. Wispy strands of blood chi rose up from them. Meng Hao's killing intent grew stronger. Taking a deep breath, he released the bonds he had placed on Little Tiger. "When I call your name, you must come," said Meng Hao slowly. Then he walked forward, his body whistling in the wind and emanating an ice-cold air. "Wang Yukai isn't dead," blurted Little Tiger. Meng Hao ignored him as he raced forward. Little Tiger watched him disappear, then sighed and sat down silently to meditate. He had looked into Meng Hao in addition to Xianxia. He knew that Meng Hao had no immediate family in Yunjia County, and that Xianxia was most likely using this blood magic specifically to draw him out. "Elder brother Meng, I just want to save my father and mother. If you live through this, then I will owe you a great debt." He looked up, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Meng Hao shot forward, straight toward the blood-red aura. Little Tiger, though young, was clever and had been correct in his suppositions. As for Meng Hao, he had always been intelligent. Despite failing as a scholar, he had undergone a baptism of sorts in the Reliance sect. After everything he had experienced there and after, how could he not see through to his opponent's true purpose? Xianxia had set a trap for him. But how could he not go? Even though he had no immediate family in Yunjia County, it was his home. His childhood memories were there, and they were beautiful. Xianxia was utterly devoid of conscience, and his actions offended Meng Hao to the bone. His desire to kill billowed to untold heights. Even though he was risking death, even though he was playing into Xianxia's hand, Meng Hao knew that in life, there are some things a man must do. Even if it was dangerous, he would go anyway. Fear and doubt were not for true men. His murderous intent had never been so strong. His desire to kill never so intense. It could not be dispelled by the death of one person, but rather every person involved in maintaining the blood spell. In my years of cultivation, there are people who I haven't killed. It's not because I couldn't, but because I didn't want to. His speed increased, his eyes flashing with death, but his heart calm. By now he had reached the area of the blood spell. He shot toward a cultivator of the 6th level of chi condensation who sat there meditating. He wore black robes and looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. As Meng Hao rushed toward him, he opened his eyes. Shocked, he lifted his hand. But in that instant, Meng Hao, his face expression cold and filled with death, shot past him. There was a sword in Meng Hao's hand. Behind him, a head flew up into the air, its face filled with confusion. The body fell over onto the ground. The reek of blood filled the air. The corpse twitched a few times and then was still. There was no shout of pain, no struggle. To Meng Hao, it was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. As he had said, it was not that he couldn't kill, he just didn't like to. When you try to cut off a chicken's head, said Meng Hao to himself, it will usually put up a bit of a struggle. People usually struggle even harder. But without a head, you don't even match up to a chicken. Not even glancing back at the corpse behind him, he moved on, eyes filled with killing intent. He moved quickly, and before long, another cross-legged figure appeared in front of him. This person had clearly not sensed the death of his compatriot. He sat there meditating, maintaining the spell. He didn't even have a chance to open his eyes before his head flew off his body. Xianxia, you force me into killing. Very well. Today I will kill everything in front of me. He flicked the wooden sword in his hand, sending droplets of blood flying about everywhere, then vanished. Because of the death of the two cultivators, ripples had appeared in the red-colored spell. This in turn shocked the rest of people who were maintaining it. One after another, they opened their eyes and stood up, glancing around cautiously. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Xianxia's eyes flickered open. They glittered as he looked down at what was going on below. The blood qi seemed to grow thicker, but he couldn't see clearly what was happening. He frowned and harumphed. He lifted his right hand, and a globe of blood appeared, about the size of a human head. Blood qi swirled around inside. With the flick of a sleeve, he sent the blood globe shooting down Mount Daqing, where it slammed through the blood-colored spell with a reverberating boom. The blood-colored spell was growing weak. Suddenly, a shrill scream could be heard, echoing out from within the spell. Difficult to describe, it seemed to be filled with pain. Moments later, another scream rang out. This scream clearly came from someone else, but it was equally blood-curdling. Xianxia frowned. Looking down at the blood-colored spell, it appeared to have shrunk by almost half and was somewhat murky. A third person screamed, then a fourth almost at the same time. More screams echoed out, over and over, until finally the blood-colored spell was completely translucent. Xianxia looked down to see a dozen headless corpses. His eyes narrowed and his body spun. There, on a small mountain path, wearing a blue scholar's robe, was Meng Hao. He was spattered with blood and gore, and despite looking somewhat frail and weak, walked slowly up the mountain, his face expressionless. In his hands, he carried a dozen severed heads. Xianxia looked at him as he approached. Meng Hao tossed the heads forward, and they plopped to the ground in front of Xianxia, who then flicked his sleeve, sending them scattering about. Your turn, said Meng Hao, his voice hoarse. He usually didn't want to kill, but today, he did. 9th level of qi condensation. Eyeing Meng Hao, Xianxia took a deep breath. He had been maintaining the spell here for 2 months. The cultivators from Milky Way City didn't know the true reason he was here, and he didn't want their top-level experts around anyway. He was here for Meng Hao. Based on everything he had seen and heard recently, he had been 60% certain that Meng Hao possessed some sort of unholy treasured item that could endlessly duplicate treasures. Otherwise, how could he have so many medicinal pills and flying swords? Also, how could Meng Hao have not noticed that 10 of his flying swords went missing on the day of his battle with Wang Tingfei? They appeared to have been broken, but in fact had been secretly taken away by Xianxia and carefully studied. He had discovered that all 10 of the swords were composed of exactly the same materials. Even though all flying swords look the same in general, there will always be tiny differences left behind in the manufacturing process which can be spotted later. Except, among Meng Hao's swords, the details were exactly the same. This, of course, aroused Xianxia's suspicions. And yet, he wasn't completely convinced because of that evidence. But now, seeing that Meng Hao's cultivation base had already reached the 9th level of qi condensation, he was even more sure. 80% or more. You may have reached the 9th level of qi condensation, but clearly you just broke through, said Xianxia, his eyes shining coldly. Should you try to run away again today, I will detonate that blood globe I just sent down the mountain. If that happens, then the people of the 3 counties will be reduced to ash and smoke in the blink of an eye. He really was worried that Meng Hao would flee, so before attacking, had taken preparations to prevent him from doing so. I won't be running away today. As Meng Hao looked at Xianxia, nearly 5 years of memories flooded into his mind. Their issues from before the sect dissolved, the chase after the sect disbanded. All of these things flashed before Meng Hao's eyes. His killing intent flashed. He lifted his hand, and a massive flame python appeared, over 30 meters in length. Not only was its size impressive, but from its head protruded a large horn. Flames flickered off of its body as it shot toward Xianxia, radiating intense heat. The severed heads surrounding Xianxia crackled and burned from the heat, and some of them even began to roll in his direction. He laughed, slapping his bag of holding and producing a 5-colored banner. The massive banner unfurled and a 5-colored mist roiled out from within it. The mist then transformed into 5 mist spirits, each of them dozens of meters tall. With hideous grins, they charged toward the flame python. A massive explosion occurred, smashing nearby boulders into dust and reducing the surrounding trees and rattan vines of Mount Daqing into powder. Dust and ash swirled in the air, making the scene somewhat blurry. Amidst the haze, Meng Hao dashed forward at incredible speed. The remaining severed heads, which had not been incinerated, continued to tumble toward Xianxia. His eyes flashed, and his fingers flickered in an incantation sign. Then he shoved his hands out in front of him. 5-colored death, he shouted, and a shrill, shrieking sound suddenly rose up around him. Meng Hao smacked his bag of holding. The scroll painting appeared in his hand. He unrolled it, and 6 beasts leaped out, howling. A massive, thunderous rumble surrounded them. Meng Hao charged toward Xianxia, whose cold eyes flickered radiantly. Xianxia moved forward as well. More severed heads were crushed into pulp. Do you know what the Reliance sect was called before Patriarch Reliance? Said Xianxia coolly. It was called the Demon Sealing Sect. He suddenly looked toward the peak of Mount Daqing and stamped his foot down. Mount Daqing began to rumble, and then suddenly, an impossible-to-describe aura erupted out from within the mountain. It was only a strand, yet that strand seemed to quiver with the very power of heaven and earth. It was not sentient, but rather under the control of Xianxia. It roiled up from the ground beneath Meng Hao's feet. Xianxia suddenly seemed to grow older, as if he had aged 10 years. He looked almost like a corpse that had crawled its way out of the grave. Clearly, the magical technique he had just used was extremely difficult to employ and required a sacrifice of longevity. Originally, he would never have used it, but seeing the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, he decided that he had no other choice. He wanted to bring about a swift end to the battle. After all the cultivators in the state of Zhao were hunting Meng Hao right now. This battle would surely attract their attention. If he could end the fight quickly, then he would have plenty of time to get his hands on the treasure he sought. The Demon Sealing Sect sought out the great demons of the world, sealed them, released their spirit, and took their power to trample on the heavens. You just entered the 9th level of Qi condensation. What could you possibly use to fight me with? If I wanted, I could have reached Foundation establishment 50 years ago. As Xianxia spoke, Meng Hao waved the scroll painting, using it to resist the aura strand that had burst out around his feet. But as soon as the scroll painting touched the aura, an explosion rang out, and cracks appeared on its surface as it was thrown violently away. The aura strand shot toward Meng Hao. There was a bang, and Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. The feathered fan had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye to shield him. Cracks split the feathers, as Meng Hao took advantage of the moment to evade. Evade he did, but he was still sent tumbling backward, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Only one move had been made, and Meng Hao was already injured. It was clear that Xianxia possessed unfathomable secrets. He laughed coldly. He had expended some of his longevity to make this attack. Even though it hadn't killed Meng Hao outright, Xianxia was still determined to win. He walked forward, stepping over the smashed, bloody remains of the severed heads. Meng Hao's mouth was filled with blood, but his eyes shone with viciousness. At the same moment that Xianxia began to walk forward, Meng Hao lifted his hand, and within the pulp of the severed head, a black aura arose. In an instant, the aura coalesced into a black scorpion. It moved like lightning, so quickly that Xianxia had no time to pull back his foot, nor to leap away. The scorpion's stinger sank into the flesh of Xianxia's foot. As the stinger sank in, the scorpion turned into strands of blackness which poured into Xianxia. His face twisted. This turn of events was too sudden and unpredictable. The scorpion, of course, was from the rare magical pill that he had acquired that day from Chen and Lu from the Violet Fate sect. This magical scorpion was hyper-toxic. The black aura entered Xianxia's foot, and then merged into his qi passageways, filling his entire body in an instant. His face turned black and he spit up a mouthful of black-colored blood, which stank like rotten fish. "What poison is this?" said Xianxia, his expression shocked as he retreated. A feeling of weakness spread through him like floodwaters. Knowing he had little time to think, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a medicinal pill, which he swallowed. Meng Hao had planned things well to make a move in a moment just such as this. Even his 3 mouthfuls of blood had been coughed up intentionally, all to make Xianxia think that he had the upper hand. As soon as his opponent retreated and pulled out a medicinal pill, Meng Hao charged forward. He smacked his bag of holding, and the black net shot forth, threatening to envelop Xianxia. It takes longer to describe what was happening than the actual time it took to happen. Xianxia's expression flickered as he downed the medicinal pill. His fingers began to flicker in an incantation, even as the net began to cover him. Meng Hao moved forward without pause. The black, wooden bow appeared in his hand, and he pulled back on the bowstring, then sent an arrow screaming toward Xianxia. Xianxia moved backward at high speed. A medicinal pill, a black net, an arrow, and an incantation. He didn't have time for all, he would have to pick 2. A booming sound rang out. Xianxia downed the pill, but abandoned his incantation. He managed to evade the black net, but couldn't avoid the arrow. It shot into his right shoulder, emerging from the other side in a shower of blackened blood. Intense pain flashed through him, but Xianxia let out a low snort. Meng Hao didn't pause for even a moment. A second arrow whistled forth, followed by a third and a fourth. Meng Hao moved forward relentlessly. Every step he took, he shot an arrow, 7 steps, 7 arrows. The 7 arrows shot forward, screaming through the air with shocking killing intent. Xianxia continued to retreat, struggling to control the spread of the black strands throughout his body. And yet, he also had to dodge the incoming arrows. But being at the 9th level of qi condensation, he could only do so much. He might be at the absolute peak of the 9th level of qi condensation, a hair away from the foundation establishment stage, but he was still not at the foundation establishment stage. No, he was still far from foundation establishment stage. Just like Meng Hao, he was still in the qi condensation stage. The difference in the level of power between the two was like the difference between the sky and the ground. He couldn't do everything perfectly at the same time. A booming sound reverberated through the air as the 7 arrows pierced his right arm, completely destroying it. This was the only thing he could do to defend against the arrows. He paid the price of a right arm in order to be able to focus on bringing the poison in his body under control temporarily. Even as he did so, an 8th arrow shot toward him from Meng Hao, then a 9th. He raised his head to the sky and howled. From the day he began to walk the path of cultivation until today, he had never been in such a dangerous, tight situation. He had lost an arm. The price he had paid, the pain he felt, drove his desire to kill Meng Hao to a new, intense height. His eyes were bloodshot. The poison was under control, but could not easily be expelled. In fact, as of now, he could tell that it would be impossible to expel the poison while he was in the qi condensation stage. Only if he reached foundation establishment could he do so. "Milky Way Sea!" he shouted, his hair flying about him crazily. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a glob of blood. A violet pearl flew out from within the blood, within which could be seen what appeared to be a seething mass of wind. As soon as it appeared, a fierce gale arose, sending Meng Hao's latest 3 arrows into a spin. Then they simply collapsed into pieces. The pearl spun back into Xianxia's mouth, whereupon he used his remaining arm to slap his bag of holding. Multiple flying swords, banners, and other magical items appeared, all flying forward at the same time. Then, one by one, they exploded into pieces. Xianxia lifted his hands, and the fragments of the various magical items rose up to create something like a sea. From a distance, the multiple fragments glinted blindingly, making it seem as if there really was a sea floating in the sky. The sea began to spin, and then shot directly toward Meng Hao, whistling through the air. This was the Milky Way Sea, a magical technique that had earned Patriarch Milky Way his name many years ago. Eventually, he divided the technique into multiple levels. The lowest level could be used only by someone of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Of course, any cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage could flick a sleeve and create a Milky Way Sea out of fragmented items. However, during the Qi condensation stage, this was truly something powerful. As such, it was not an easy technique to pull off. Only someone at the peak of the 9th level could do it, and they would have to have the support of a vast amount of spiritual power. In all of Milky Way City, Xianxia was the only cultivator at the Qi condensation stage who could do it. At the moment, he wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, not only to acquire Meng Hao's treasures, but also to get back to Milky Way City to dispel the poison from his body. So, he attacked with his most powerful technique, sending the cloud of fragmented treasures speeding toward Meng Hao. As it approached, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then slapped his bag of holding. Flying sword after flying sword emerged. 10 swords, 50, 100, until a total of 300 flying swords were spinning around him. Meng Hao lifted his hands, then pushed them out ahead of him. As he did, the 300 flying swords formed a massive sword rain, which then congealed into the shape of a flying rain dragon. He walked forward, and 2 golden strands of light appeared in his hands. The 2 wooden swords. His body turned into a beam of light as he flew up into the flying rain dragon sword rain. It was as if he had become the spirit of the flying sword flying rain dragon. It raised its head to the heavens and roared, then shot toward the Milky Way Sea. An explosion reverberated out which shook heaven and earth. The Milky Way Sea of fragmented treasures lashed against Meng Hao's flying swords. Popping sounds could be heard as sword after sword collapsed into pieces. But if the sea smashed 10 swords, then Meng Hao would produce 10 more to replace them. Right now, the most flying swords he could control simultaneously was 300. Within his bag of holding, he currently had about 700, which he had slowly duplicated over the last year. After his fierce battle with Ding Xian, and during the process of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi condensation, he had prepared himself completely. Seeing this, Xianxia's face changed. His left hand flickered in an incantation pattern, then produced more magical items which he added to the conglomeration. Meng Hao's flying swords screamed as they continuously battered the Milky Way Sea. The sound of it reverberated out in all directions, and yet the power of this Milky Way Sea was formidable. At the moment, he wasn't able to move forward very easily. Suddenly, he spun his body, causing the flying swords around him to begin to rotate around him. They rotated faster and faster until they became a whirlwind, with Meng Hao at the center. He stopped moving, but the flying sword whirlwind continued to spin faster and faster. From a distance, it looked as if a rapidly spinning tornado were slicing through the middle of the Milky Way Sea. The fragmented treasure items of the Milky Way Sea continued to smash against the flying swords, but after the space of a few breaths, the swords pushed forward, slicing clean through the sea. Xianxia's face twisted. Meng Hao's cultivation base was shocking, as was the number of magical items he had. The most shocking thing, though, was his battle experience. His ability to quickly change his magical battle techniques was something that left Xianxia in utter disbelief. Amidst the reverberating roar, Meng Hao and his sword rain plowed through the Milky Way Sea, sending pieces of it scattering about. Meng Hao suddenly leaped forward, the 2 golden strands that were the wooden swords emitting shrill whistles as they shot through the air with him. Shock covered Xianxia's face. Meng Hao! He cried, shooting backward as fast as possible, his face panic-stricken. In complete contrast, when Meng Hao attacked, he didn't say even a word. His expression was the same as ever. He increased his speed even more, aiming the two wooden swords, one to stab directly toward his opponent's heart, the other, his forehead. Xianxia was vexed to the extreme. He had held the upper hand at first, but had then been poisoned. Things had only gone downhill from there. He couldn't dispel the poison, which meant he couldn't use the full power of his cultivation base. He constantly needed to use some of his power to suppress the effects of the poison. Now he was forced to retreat one step at a time. His hand flashing, Xianxia smacked his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, amidst which was the pearl that had appeared a moment ago. A curving arc of light appeared, shooting forward to block the two wooden swords. The shield immediately began to tremor, and then shattered, shoving Xianxia backward even faster as he retreated. Seeing the shield shattering, Xianxia quickly said, "Meng Hao, let's stop here. The three great sects are looking for you, and our fight today will surely have attracted their attention. They could arrive at any moment. I won't harm the inhabitants of the three counties. Let's abandon our enmity. What do you say?" Meng Hao didn't respond. His spiritual energy soared, and the wooden swords glowed, pushing through the shield. Xianxia was now extremely alarmed. With a howl, he waved his arm, pointing down toward the bottom of the mountain. "If you keep going, I will exterminate the people of the three counties." "Little tiger!" shouted Meng Hao. This was the second time he had spoken during the battle. As his shout echoed out, a twinkling blood-red color could be seen at the bottom of the mountain. A head-sized blood globe appeared. It began to expand, as if it were about to explode. An emaciated figure appeared. It was none other than Little Tiger. His jaw was clenched, and he held a pearl outstretched in his hands. The pearl shot out toward the blood globe, spinning around it rapidly to form a restrictive barrier that caused the blood to stop expanding. "Meng Hao, I can only hold on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn." Having said this, Little Tiger coughed up a mouthful of blood, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. Seeing this happen caused Xianxia's face to flicker with more emotions. But he didn't have time to do anything more. With a boom, the shield collapsed and Xianxia's pearl shattered. The wooden swords advanced again, Meng Hao behind them, his killing intent rising to the heavens. Blood sprayed from Xianxia's mouth, and he lost control of the poison in his body. It exploded out, threatening to send him into unconsciousness. He continued to retreat, a sad smile on his face. "The heavens will give me no aid," he said with a bitter laugh. "Meng Hao, I will not lose this battle. And you, I vow that I will smash your chi passageways." His smile seemed to contain intense discontent along with complete helplessness. But it did not contain despair. However, the discontent and helplessness created an air darker than any despair. His left hand smacked his bag of holding. Ignoring the incoming wooden swords, he held up a medicinal pill. As soon as it appeared, the nearby spiritual energy seemed to surge, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. With a bitter laugh, he swallowed the pill. When he saw the pill, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. It was amber-colored, and was none other than a Foundation establishment pill. Inscribed on its surface was a seal. This pill was the exact same Foundation establishment pill he had sold at Milky Way City. "I, Xianxia, reached the first level of qi condensation when I was 7 years old," he muttered to himself. "At 30, I was at the 6th level. By 39, I was the 9th level. Today, I'm 99 years old." He didn't even look at Meng Hao, but instead stared up into the sky. In an instant, the power within his body surged. He didn't move, of course. He wouldn't be able to until the Foundation establishment pill had been fully absorbed. However, even though this was a weakness, the power in his body was immense, already much more than that of the 9th level of qi condensation. As he soared toward Foundation establishment, the two wooden swords slowly came to a stop about 7 inches from his body. Meng Hao's expression changed. He could sense his opponent's aura growing stronger and stronger. He was establishing his foundation right here on Mount Daqing. If Meng Hao's expression changed, then Little Tiger's changed even more. I could have established my foundation 50 years ago, said Xianxia, a dark expression on his face, his appearance wild. But I didn't want to. I didn't want a flawless foundation. I've been planning for 50 years to establish a world-shaking foundation that would surpass a flawless foundation. I wanted a perfect foundation. But sadly, today I've been wounded and poisoned. If I don't reach foundation establishment, then I will surely die. 50 years of preparations, and the last step, ruined by you. Meng Hao, do you know how much I hate you? Xianxia lowered his head and stared at Meng Hao. He did not grind his teeth or howl. His face was calm, and yet his eyes were filled with an intense hatred that was clearly carved into his bones and onto his heart. Meng Hao's heart began to race, and he felt the shadow of death upon him. But he didn't retreat. His eyes flashing, he thought back to his own experience consuming the foundation establishment pill. He hadn't been able to move for 2 months. I was at the 8th level of qi condensation, so it took me 2 months, thought Meng Hao. Xianxia has been at the peak of the 9th level for 50 years. He will be able to absorb the energy much faster. But there has to be a way. His eyes glittering, he produced a plateau charging pill and popped it into his mouth. As the spiritual energy billowed outing his body, he waved his hands toward the 2 wooden swords. With a rumbling sound, the 2 wooden swords trembled and then began to emit a powerful air. Slowly but surely they moved closer to Xianxia. They were about 3 inches away from him when they slowly grounded to a halt. This was Meng Hao's limit. He didn't have enough spiritual power and just couldn't make the swords move any further. You don't know your own limitations, said Xianxia with a cold laugh. I could have established my foundation 50 years ago. With the profundity of my cultivation base, I will be able to absorb the foundation establishment pill in less than an hour. You'd best do whatever you can now to flee. But even if you run to the edges of the earth, I can tell you now you're dead. He stared at Meng Hao, his hatred conjuring up hundreds of ways to kill Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face was grim. He looked at the 2 wooden swords, which hovered 3 inches away from Xianxia. Those 3 inches were like a massive ravine that Meng Hao could not cross with his current cultivation base. As for Xianxia, at the moment, he couldn't really be considered a qi condensation cultivator. Although he was still some distance from foundation establishment, a Dao pillar was forming within his core lake. As of this moment, despite the fact that Meng Hao was at the 9th level of qi condensation, he was so weak compared to Xianxia that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The gap between the foundation establishment stage and the qi condensation stage is like that between the sky and the ground, and is something that will never change. With the exception of some unexpected event which goes against the will of the heavens, it would be impossible for someone of the qi condensation stage to kill someone of the foundation establishment stage. A contest between the 2 would be like a fight between an infant and a strong man. Even if the strong man were weakened somehow, he could still slay the infant with the movement of a hand. Today, Meng Hao had little more than an hour before a foundation establishment cultivator appeared in front of him. His chances were already small, but at that time he would have no chance at all. Time slipped by, and the shadow of death grew closer. Even if he fled, in a very short time it wouldn't matter where he went. Even if it were to the remotest corner of the Milky Way Sea, he would still be unable to evade death. What should I do? Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He wasn't the only nervous one. Down at the bottom of the mountain, Little Tiger's face was growing pale. Seeing the developments just now, he gritted his teeth. Meng Hao, he shouted. His fingers flickered with an incantation, and then he pushed down on his chest. He spat up a massive amount of blood, which flew out in front of him and then formed into a handful of red-colored clouds. This pearl is my life. Allow me to offer some assistance. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he collapsed into unconsciousness. The pearl sucked Little Tiger's blood cloud into it and then began to shine with a red glow. It circulated a few more times around the blood globe, but then suddenly shot toward Meng Hao. When it reached him, the glow intensified, enveloping Meng Hao with its light. At that moment, a strange sensation filled Meng Hao's heart. It felt as if his cultivation base were suddenly climbing higher. His golden core sea began to roar as it expanded. Within an instant, it had suddenly doubled in size. Its boundlessness increased so much so that it felt as if it would explode out of his body. Meng Hao's body suddenly shined with a golden light, making him look completely extraordinary. The demonic core within him did not undulate, but instead began to spin rapidly. As it did, intense spiritual power flooded through Meng Hao's body, filling his mind with a thunderous roar and a thread of qi. The qi was weak, just like the thread he had felt when he reached the first level of qi condensation. What Meng Hao didn't know was that this strand of qi in his mind was actually something that only foundation establishment cultivators should possess. Spiritual sense. Even Xianxia couldn't develop it because he hadn't completely passed into the foundation establishment stage. And yet, Meng Hao hadn't passed into foundation establishment either. Instead, he had reached the 10th level of qi condensation. Popping sounds rang out through his body. Vast quantities of filth were pushed out through his pores as he experienced a sort of baptism into a higher level of qi condensation than anyone else in the world. The 10th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao's head spun. In the blink of an eye, his body was much tougher and stronger. Not only had he developed spiritual sense, but his body has miraculously grown much more powerful. In the cultivation world, the 10th level of qi condensation was something rarely seen. In fact, throughout the years, many of the most powerful members of a given generation had done research about the qi condensation stage to determine whether there really even was a 10th level, an 11th level, and a 12th level. Theoretically speaking, it was possible. In some ancient text fragments, these levels were mentioned. Supposedly, in ancient times, there were a total of 13 levels in the qi condensation stage. According to the legends, even in ancient times, it was rare for someone to reach the 10th level, and even more rare the 11th level. Any person who reached that level inevitably went on to rock the world. In the modern cultivation world, the 10th level of qi condensation was nothing more than a legend. Over the years, generation after generation of cultivators had researched it, and eventually a consensus had been reached. In ancient times, there had been 13 levels of qi condensation. But the 9th level had been set as a limit. The 10th level and beyond had been crippled in accordance with the will of the heavens. From that time on, there were only 9 levels. There was another opinion, rejected by most as being absurd, that the ancient will of the heavens was dead, and that a new will of the heavens had arisen. The new will of the heavens only approved of 9 levels of qi condensation, and had thus broken the path of the 10th level. This was because following the path of the 10th level allowed one to fight against the heavens, which was prohibited. If a cultivator could accumulate enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then they could once again forge the path to reach the fabled 10th level of qi condensation of ancient times. The path was the focal point. Unfortunately, that path had been broken since ancient times, and though it still existed, was essentially broken beyond all repair. But today it appeared in Meng Hao's body, visible not only to him, but also to a dumbfounded Xianxia. How could he possibly believe that right there in front of him? Meng Hao had actually entered into the legendary 10th level of qi condensation? Impossible. The 10th level of qi condensation is just a legend. Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. According to the stories, the 10th level of qi condensation is a body-strengthening stage. It exists in theory, and even in ancient times, it was rare for it to be achieved. Impossible. Were Little Tiger not unconscious, he would also be shocked. Even though the pearl was his, and was composed of his life force, it had never had such a shocking effect on him. Whatever level he was at, it allowed him to wield a level of power equal to half of the following level. For example, now he was at the 5th level of qi condensation, but in terms of power, he was already halfway through the 6th level. Meng Hao's hair flew about wildly and his eyes glowed brightly. He took a deep breath, feeling the immense power that surged through him. He felt the thread of qi in his mind, as well as the strength rippling through his muscles and blood. He knew that as of now, he wasn't in the least bit weak. And yet, there was a side effect. As soon as he reached the 10th level of chi condensation, it seemed as if the heavens immediately severed any connection to him. He couldn't sense any of the power of heaven and earth, as if he had been completely cut off. He felt a wild sucking feeling within him, as if he were a newborn child who needed nutrients, but was denied. At the moment, his body still appeared to be that of a weak scholar, but in reality, his flesh was filled with enough strength that he felt as if he could rip a city wall in half. Right now, there wasn't time to consider all of this, though. His eyes flashed as he looked Xianxia and the disbelief written on the man's face. Meng Hao took in a deep breath and then lifted up his right hand, pointing his finger toward the wooden swords. This finger strike contained all the power of Meng Hao's 10th level of chi condensation, all of his spiritual sight, all of the strength of his physical body. This was Meng Hao's most powerful attack. In fact, this was probably the most powerful attack than any chi condensation stage cultivator in the state of Zhao could muster. A boom rang out as he tapped the wooden sword. It erupted with sword might, piercing through the 3-inch gap and stabbing deeply into Xianxia's chest. A bang sounded out as it stabbed completely through his chest, emerging from the other side in a shower of blood. Xianxia's body shook, and yet he couldn't move. His eyes filled with dread as he sensed massive amounts of spiritual energy flooding out from the wound. In the blink of an eye, the energy seepage had caught up with this foundation establishment. Now the time it would take to reach the foundation establishment stage was much, much longer. It was at this time that Meng Hao's hand lifted up again and tapped the other wooden sword. It hummed as it proceeded forward toward Xianxia's neck. "Meng Hao, you don't dare to kill me." Xianxia was completely in a panic now. His previous cold arrogance and killing intent had vanished, replaced with a desperate struggle to evade death. Meng Hao said nothing, his eyes glowing darkly as the sword he had just tapped passed through the 3-inch gap and stabbed into Xianxia's neck. In the instant that it pierced into his neck, Xianxia suddenly twisted his head to the side in an impossible fashion. The wooden sword sliced open a massive wound which erupted with blood, and yet it didn't kill him. Dread permeated Xianxia. He could feel his life force beginning to fade and his spiritual power dissipating. As the spiritual energy poured out of him, his body was beginning to grow a bit more responsive. "Meng Hao, there's no hatred between us that can't be resolved. If you let me go, I will give you the sublime spirit scripture." Xianxia couldn't be any more terrified. Even before he finished speaking, the 2 wooden swords circled back, stabbing back through his chest, showering blood everywhere. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream filled with weakness and despair. Meng Hao didn't care in the least bit when he mentioned the sublime spirit scripture. His eyes were as hard as ever. It didn't matter what Xianxia said. He wouldn't stop until he was utterly and completely dead. This was Meng Hao. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind easily. This chapter sponsored by Sci-Fi, Tandra Johannes and Anand Manthrapragata. The 2 wooden swords circled around, emitting a shocking sword aura. They sped toward Xianxia's head, one from the left, one from the right, carrying Meng Hao's killing intent with them. This time, it was clear that Xianxia would not be able to evade. "There is something more precious than a flawless foundation," shrieked Xianxia in a piercing voice. "It's something that, in the southern domain, in fact in all the 4 continents, is 100,000 times more rare than your 10th level of chi condensation. I'm talking about a perfect foundation. Meng Hao, you..." Then Meng Hao's 2 swords stabbed into his head, sending fountains of blood in all directions. Xianxia died instantly. He had not lived past 100 years, but rather had died feeling infinite grievance. His non-reconciliation to death was due to his great plans, and due to the fact that he was in the middle of establishing his foundation. But then his head exploded, and his body dropped down off of Mount Daqing and splashed into the river below. His aspirations, and his body, floated away into the distance. Meng Hao snatched his dark green bag of holding as he fell. He didn't look at it, but instead tucked it into his robe. He panted. Despite having reached the 10th level of chi condensation, he had just wielded the 2 wooden swords to slay someone who was on the verge of reaching foundation establishment. He now felt extremely drained. He watched Xianxia's body disappear in the distance, and then turned and hopped onto a wooden sword. His body transformed into a beam of light, and he shot down the mountain to where little Tiger lay unconscious. The boy's face was as pale as death, and his eyes were tightly shut. His aura was like gossamer threads, and his life force flickered like a tiny flame that could be extinguished at any moment. Meng Hao looked at little Tiger thoughtfully, and then glanced at the pearl which floated in the air next to him. The power of the pearl was shocking to the extreme, and was truly a treasure. Its power could even be compared to that of the copper mirror. To duplicate it would cost an astronomical amount of spirit stones. What a pity. Meng Hao sighed and looked up into the sky. He'd known from the beginning that the pearl was linked to little Tiger's life force. If he stole it, then little Tiger would die. You entrusted me with your life. How could I, Meng Hao, act the villain? If I did, it would plague my conscience for the rest of my days. I would never be able to think clearly, and my days of cultivating would come to an end. His eyes glittering, he flicked his sleeve and tapped little Tiger's forehead. Little Tiger's body spasmed. Then his eyes snapped open. He was instantly on guard, getting to his feet and retreating backward several paces. He glanced at the pearl in Meng Hao's hands, and his body began to shiver slightly. A look of despair crept into his eyes. Meng Hao lifted the pearl with a finger, causing it to shoot straight toward little Tiger, who snatched it out of the air. A complex expression filled his face, and he stared at Meng Hao blankly. Many thanks for your assistance. This treasure is astonishing. You need to be cautious and take care of yourself. As soon as the pearl left his hand, Meng Hao's body began to grow weaker. The telltale signs of the 10th level of qi condensation began to disappear. As his cultivation base dropped, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth which had just been cut off from him slowly began to return. The unbridled gravitational force within his body slowly vanished. Meng Hao didn't regret his decision. There were some things that he just couldn't do. He refused to defy his own conscience in such a way. The blood globe that Xianxia had used to threaten the lives of the people of the 3 counties was instantly smashed between Meng Hao's fingers. It transformed into a vast amount of blood qi, which floated back toward the 3 counties. As far as the common people went, all they knew was that for the past 2 months, they had felt somewhat dizzy, and now were much more clear-headed. They also felt a bit weak. This was because, unbeknownst to them, their longevity had been damaged, and close to 5 years had been taken from the lifespans. Meng Hao could see this, but there was nothing he could do except sigh to himself. He flicked his sleeve and made to leave. "Elder brother Meng," said little Tiger. "Xianxia, there is no such person in the world anymore." He didn't look back, just continued off into the distance. The battle here would definitely attract the attention of the 3 great sects. And Meng Hao could guess why they had permitted Xianxia to cast this massive spell here. It was because of Meng Hao. Xianxia wanted his bag of holding, and the 3 great sects wanted him. At the moment, he had no way to deal with the situation. The only thing he could do was go somewhere remote to hide and think for a while. Little Tiger didn't say anything more. He watched Meng Hao leaving, and then a look of determination filled his eyes. "Meng Hao, you didn't covet my most valuable treasure. I Donghu am not a good person, but you can rest easy. In this life, I will never do anything to let you down." He turned, casting his vision into the town far off in the distance. He caught sight of his father and mother, and a gentle look filled his eyes. Then the warmth vanished. Lowering his head, he quickly made his way off into the distance. At that exact moment, the sky filled with countless beams of prismatic light. In the lead was none other than Lu Daoyun from the Cold Wind sect. "Meng Hao, you won't escape this time." Meng Hao frowned, turning into a flash of light as he sped off into the distance. He used the last remaining vestiges of the power of the 10th level of qi condensation to instantly put a vast distance between himself and the pursuers. Far off in the distance, he had caught sight of more disciples of the 3 great sects, and among them had been Foundation Establishment cultivators and Core Formation eccentrics. They had obviously been unwilling to show up themselves, and had instead sent some lower-level disciples over to check things out. But now that Meng Hao's presence had been confirmed, they would surely make appearances. Xianxia was backed by Milky Way City. It seems that power was not small. The three great sects must have stayed away because that was their agreement. When they felt the battle magic disappear, then they could approach. Xianxia had his secrets, and didn't want people to see what was happening. He was even careful about the people from Milky Way City. He didn't let them know his true purposes either. He left Mount Daqing, passing the North Sea and crossing the wide wilderness, heading in the direction of the Reliance sect. About halfway through the wilderness, in a random mountain range, Meng Hao sped along at top speed, an indistinct expression on his face. As he raced along, he would occasionally look down at a piece of turtle shell which he held in his hand. This was an item he had taken out of Xiao's bag of holding. It was about the size of his palm, and its edges were rough. Obviously, it had been broken off from a larger turtle shell. Its surface was inscribed with rows and rows of small characters. They were difficult to make out. Only by infusing his eyes with spiritual energy was he able to read them clearly. In the cultivation world, it is possible to achieve the so-called perfect foundation. Meng Hao gasped. On the surface of the turtle shell were two medicinal pill recipes. One was for a perfect foundation pill, the other was for a perfect gold core pill. The turtle shell spells it out clearly. The foundation establishment stage doesn't just have three types, the flawless, cracked, and fractured. There is a fourth type, the perfect foundation. It's extremely rare, being seen only 1/10,000 cases. Meng Hao breathed rapidly, staring down at the turtle shell and thinking back to what Xianxia had said before he died. Now he understood his opponent's regret at being forced to ascend to foundation establishment after being poisoned. And now he understood the raging hatred in Xianxia's eyes. Meng Hao contemplated things silently. He had read a lot about foundation establishment back in the magic pavilion of the Reliance sect. In foundation establishment, Dao pillars would come to being within the core lake. Because foundation establishment increased one's longevity, it was categorized as stealing good fortune and defying the heavens. As a result, the Dao pillars could never be perfect, but would always contain cracks. This was in accordance with the Tao of the heavens. It could be summed up in the expression, you get some, you lose some, or perhaps when something comes in, something goes out. It was part of the cycle of heaven and earth, and was permitted to exist. Foundation establishment consisted of early, mid, and late substages. In total, 9 Tao pillars would appear. If each pillar had one crack, it meant a total of 9 cracks would appear. This is what is referred to as a flawless foundation. A flawless foundation contained the least amount of cracks, and leaked the least amount of spiritual energy. After long periods of breathing exercises, the body would become incredibly powerful, much more so than other foundations. In the modern cultivation world, this was the most powerful foundation type. The special methods to achieve it could only be found amidst the clues in the great classic scriptures, for example the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit scripture. Such secrets could lead to horrific bloodbaths. In fact, that was why the Reliance sect had been disbanded. Without such a scripture, the only way to have a chance at establishing a flawless foundation was to have incredible latent talent or outstanding good fortune. Most often, it was a chosen who could piece together the clues to do so. If an additional crack appeared on each of the Tao pillars, this was called a cracked foundation. Although this type of foundation was weaker than a flawless foundation, it could not be looked down upon. Usually, only disciples of the great sects were able to achieve it. Last, of course, was the fractured foundation. This was when, after reaching late foundation establishment, more than 18 cracks existed on the Tao pillars, which is too much. This foundation could be considered nearly shattered. In terms of both cultivation speed as well as battle prowess, both were much weaker. With this type of foundation, the chances of forming a core were much lower. Meng Hao thought about all of this and then looked down at the turtle shell. According to the description here, by concocting and consuming a perfect foundation pill, there was a high probability of establishing a perfect foundation. In this case, no cracks whatsoever would appear. This was a type of cultivation that defied the heavens, and was a path that could not be returned from. Because this foundation was not permitted by the heavens, it would provoke tribulation lightning. True success required defiance of the heavens. In this respect, it was similar to the 10th level of qi condensation. From what Xianxia said, it seems the 10th level of qi condensation is not tolerated by the heavens. Apparently, establishing a perfect foundation is the same. If you have a fractured foundation and then consume this pill, you have a 10% chance of establishing a perfect foundation. With a cracked foundation, you have a 30% chance, and with a flawless foundation, a 60% chance. The pill repairs the cracks, enabling you to establish a perfect foundation. But you have to be particular about when you consume the pill. The sooner you take it after foundation establishment, the better. If too much time passes, the effectiveness will be reduced. And it takes 2 months to concoct the perfect foundation pill. Meng Hao's heart raced as he sped along. No wonder Xianxia wanted to join the Reliance sect. Just like Wang Tengfei, he wanted a chance to get the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. After establishing a flawless foundation, his chances would be much higher. It's also no wonder he disappeared on the day the sect was disbanded. With secrets like this on his person, he didn't dare to show his face. Meng Hao clutched the turtle shell tightly in hand, continuing to race forward. In addition to the turtle shell, Xianxia's bag of holding also contained a small pill furnace fashioned from translucent green crystal, about the size of a hand. He also had large quantities of medicinal plants, all of them placed in jade boxes. There were hundreds of different types. Many of the medicinal plants were unfamiliar to Meng Hao, but thankfully, there was also a jade slip in the bag of holding with complete records regarding identification methods for all of the plants. Perusing this, Meng Hao grew more and more excited. Although these medicinal plants were not heavenly material or earthly treasures, they were still rare. Many cultivators would spend decades attempting to collect them. And yet here in Xianxia's bag of holding were hundreds. There were also 2 medicinal pills placed inside of jade boxes, 1 orange and 1 blue. Obviously, they were extremely valuable. These plants are all materials needed to create a perfect foundation pill. As for these medicinal pills, after examining them thoroughly, he looked again at the turtle shell, eyes shining. Concocting the perfect foundation pill requires 7 minor pills. These are 2 of those 7 that Xianxia already concocted. Meng Hao understood things now but was still a bit shocked. Xianxia had spent 50 years collecting all of these things together, and yet that was still not enough time for him, a cultivator of the Qi condensation phase. And he was even backed by Milky Way City. Meng Hao felt that there were still things he didn't quite understand, though. In order to concoct the perfect foundation pill, it seemed Xianxia had secretly taken items from Patriarch Milky Way's treasure storehouse, as well as items accumulated over hundreds of years by his clan. In addition, he had scoured the lands all to collect these items together. And yet, he still lacked a few necessary medicinal materials. He had 1 stem of a particularly rare plant, but required 3. At long last, Meng Hao understood the insanity with which Xianxia had pursued him in his attempt to acquire the copper mirror. In the end, he had delivered all his fortunes directly into Meng Hao's hands. If Xianxia had known this would happen, he never would have caused problems for Meng Hao. But he had, and his 50 years of preparations were irrevocably lost. Meng Hao took a deep breath, placing the turtle shell and the medicinal materials into the bag of holding, which he then placed, along with his other bags of holding, into the bag of the cosmos. He stood there in the forest and looked up at the sky. His eyes slowly began to shine as he thought about the perfect foundation. His heart pounded. After consuming the pill, tribulation lightning will fall. I shouldn't even be thinking about a perfect foundation right now. I can make a decision about it after I reach foundation establishment. What I need to think about now is the matter between the 3 great sects and Patriarch Reliance. He closed his eyes and took a few breaths, pushing down all the anxious thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm. A year has already passed, and the time set by Patriarch Reliance has arrived. He promised that if I could gather the experts of the state of Zhao here, he would give me a handsome reward. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. But to do such a thing would be very dangerous. He frowned, hesitating. My cultivation base is at the chi condensation stage. I would be like an egg thrown up against rocks. I probably shouldn't get involved. After all, Patriarch Reliance said a year later, but didn't give a specific date. When my cultivation base is a bit higher, maybe after I reach foundation establishment, then I can think about it. At that time, I'll be in a bit of a safer position. He lifted his head. Ever since the time Patriarch Reliance had suddenly caused the three-colored spear to disappear, he had lost a little bit of his faith in the Patriarch's trustworthiness. However, because of the arrest warrant of the three great sects, their disciples are looking for me everywhere. If I get in a tight spot, then I'll just have to face the danger and lead them into the Patriarch's meditation zone. Meng Hao raced on silently through the wild mountains, his decision having been made. But even as he raced forward, he suddenly felt a strange, jittery sensation. His heart lurched, as if a giant, invisible hand had just passed through his chest and squeezed his heart. He suddenly felt as if all of the vegetation around him had eyes that were staring at him coldly. The feeling passed almost immediately. Even though the feeling was no longer there, Meng Hao's face was pale. He looked around. Everything was silent, and nothing around him gave any clue as to what had happened. Had it been his imagination? What was that? He thought, hesitating. After a moment, though, his eyes glittered, and he shot forward at top speed. Meanwhile, somewhere very far away from Meng Hao but still in the state of Zhao, an old man in a purplish-blue robe sat cross-legged on a mountain. His eyes were closed, but his right hand flickered as if he were performing an incantation. His eyes opened slowly and he looked off into the distance. "There you are," he said coolly. "The three sects wanted to hide you from me. How laughable." He took a step forward and then disappeared. At the same moment, Lu Daoyun was speeding along. Meng Hao had lost him, but he'd seen where Meng Hao had entered the mountains. He had followed in pursuit, his face filled with incredible hatred and murder. His hatred for Meng Hao reached down his bones. The bloody incident of the silver spear had turned him into the butt of all the jokes of the state of Zhao and had nearly caused a war between two of the great sects. Even though the war had been averted, he had paid a heavy price for his actions. It nearly drove him insane to think about the day he had been brought up before the elders of the great sects. He had been bound on the ceiling pole, then lashed with a fire whip over 100 times. Oh, the misery and pain! The lashes had torn his skin and left the flesh gaping. The pain had stabbed down into his bones. Even to this day, he would often wake in the middle of the night, and every time he did, his desire to kill Meng Hao grew stronger and stronger. Unlike everyone else who was chasing Meng Hao, he did not plan to capture him. He would kill him. It might arouse the displeasure of his sect, but he had already decided to forsake them. At worst, he would flee the state of Zhao after killing Meng Hao. The southern domain was large and filled with countries of cultivators, especially in the center. As a cultivator of the 9th level of chi condensation, he would surely be able to find somewhere willing to take him in. Then one day he would come back to the state of Zhao and wipe out the Cold Wind sect. He would cleanse the pain of his lashing with blood. At the moment, he moved at top speed, using all the power he could muster. He was determined to find Meng Hao and kill him before the sect's foundation establishment experts and core formation patriarchs arrived. "Meng Hao, you can try to run, but there's nowhere to run to." Lu Daoyun's killing intent soared. He was even more confident of being able to kill Meng Hao when he thought of the astonishing treasure he had borrowed. He stood on his crystalline sword as he entered the mountains. His gaze swept back and forth. Because he was of the 9th level of chi cultivation, and also an inner sect disciple, he had a voice transmission jade slip, which he used to inform all disciples in the area to notify him immediately if they saw Meng Hao. A short time passed. As he soared along in the air, Lu Daoyun suddenly slapped his bag of holding, and a glowing jade slip appeared in his hand. He pressed it against his forehead and then laughed. He changed his course, shooting off toward the disciple who had just contacted him. Time passed enough for half an incense stick to burn. It was then that Lu Daoyun caught sight of Meng Hao, moving forward on his treasured fan. Yes, this was the man who had killed a cold wind sect disciple in one move by piercing his head. At this same moment, Meng Hao looked back, and his cold eyes caught sight of Lu Daoyun. He frowned to himself. Ever since he had experienced the sensation of an invisible hand squeezing his heart, he had felt that he was being watched. Sure enough, after a while, he noticed that there were quite a few cultivators around from the three great sects. There was no way to avoid them. Even if he attacked and killed them as quickly as possible, the word would surely spread via jade slips. "Meng Hao!" shouted Lu Daoyun. His right hand flickered in an incantation pattern, and immediately, the flying sword beneath his feet issued a droning sound and shot toward Meng Hao. "Let's see you run away this time. I, Lu, will rip you to pieces today. That is the only way I can resolve the hatred in my heart." Lu Daoyun's eyes had grown red as soon as he caught sight of Meng Hao, and his killing intent grew even fiercer. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he was about to continue on forward when suddenly his mind trembled. A bit of spiritual sense still remained, which caused Meng Hao to suddenly move backward. Even as the flying sword approached him, a fierce wind arose, sending the crystalline sword spinning away. At the same time, an old man suddenly appeared. He wore a purplish-blue robe and had some age spots on his face, but his eyes shined with a fear-inspiring might that could make one's spirit tremble. His eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars, making it seem as if you might be lost if you looked into them. A strange design was stitched onto his blue robe. It appeared to be an altar, in the middle of which was a solitary eye. This eye seemed to be filled with even more woe than the old man's eyes. "Such strong grievances," he said coolly, looking at Lu Daoyun. When the old man spoke, the spiritual energy around Meng Hao seemed to be thrown into chaos, and suddenly he felt as if he were bound in place. Once again, he experienced the sensation of an invisible hand clawing at his heart. His face flickered, and his heart pounded. When Lu Daoyun saw the old man, his face fell, and he immediately took a few steps back and raised hands in a salute. "I am Lu Daoyun of the junior generation. Greetings, Lord Revelation." At the same moment that Lu Daoyun made his salute, 6 figures appeared in the sky. They were quite some distance away, but in the space of a single breath had arrived onto the scene. When he saw the 6 people, Meng Hao's heart sank. They were familiar to him. These were the core formation eccentrics of the state of Zhao, who had appeared on the day of the dissolution of the Reliance sect. One of them was a woman who had left quite a deep impression on Meng Hao. Shortly after they arrived, the sky filled with droning streaks of light as over 10 people approached. They were not soaring, but actually flying, sending out thunderous roars into the air. The nearby birds and beasts quivered. As the people arrived, their eyes all came to fall on Meng Hao. His face grew grim as he looked around. He saw the irritable Foundation establishment cultivator who had attempted to attack him that day. A powerful pressure was exerted on everything in the area. Lu Daoyun's face grew pale and he retreated backward several paces. He glared at Meng Hao. His killing intent was hidden for the moment, but the venom in his face was very clear. Meng Hao's heart sank. Today there was nowhere to hide. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. He took in a deep breath and looked around at the experts of the state of Zhao. He said nothing. Fellow Taoist Revelation truly deserves his reputation of being able to make ingenious divinations, said one of the core formation eccentrics from the 3 great sects. He laughed. He arrived here even faster than us. You 3 sects didn't notify me, so I was forced to divine things for myself, said Lord Revelation in a cool tone. Very well, said one of the Cold Wind sect core formation eccentrics. He wore a long black robe. Now that the kid has been found, it won't be long before we can get into Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone. This matter has been going on for quite a while. Even the great sects in the southern domain are aware of what's going on. His gaze had fallen onto Meng Hao, and he looked at him expressionlessly, as if he were cricket. The lot of them didn't pay him any heed whatsoever as they spoke, as if they knew that their words could decide his life or death. In fact, their conversation would determine his fate. Meng Hao said nothing, He knew that if he wanted to fight back against their bullying, he would have to think of a method. His mind spun as he analyzed the situation. Patriarch, said Lu Daoyun, bowing with clasped hands toward one of his sect's core formation eccentrics. This person has a treasured spear hidden on his person. He lifted his head and looked at Meng Hao with a sneer, the venom written clearly on his face. So, the tiny chi condensation cultivator turns out to be of the 9th level, said the black-robed cultivator coolly, his face seemingly permanently red. No wonder he was able to throw the cultivation world of the state of Zhao into such chaos. He lifted his hand toward Meng Hao as if he were about to grab him. I am here, and so is the spear, said Meng Hao suddenly, his eyes flashing. His voice could sever nails and slice iron. A wild look appeared in his eyes that seemed to say he knew he was powerless to prevent them from taking his treasures. But if they did, he would end his own life immediately. Hearing Meng Hao speak, the old man who had been about to make a move on him stopped and frowned. The onlookers also frowned. My cultivation base is low and weak, said Meng Hao. If the older generation wishes to rob my treasures, please do so. But if I lose even one treasure, then I will end my life. And if I am dead, then I can't take you to Founder Patriarch's meditation zone. I would rather die than be robbed by you. As he spoke, his face shone with determination. I can just kill you, said one of the 6 core formation cultivators. Then use a heaven-defying soul search to drag the location out of you. When Meng Hao heard this, he let out a hearty laugh. Not the slightest look of fear could be seen in his eyes. His laughter echoed through the mountains, stabbing into the ears of the old eccentrics. If you plan to search me, then go ahead. Only inner sect disciples know the location of the Patriarch's meditation zone. But even if you know the location, without me alive, conscious and unharmed, you'll never be able to get inside. When they heard this, all the old eccentrics stared at him with eyes as cold as ice. You of the elder generation have profound cultivation bases. Surely you know some spirit puppetry arts. But without my consciousness there, or if I have been injured in any way, you won't be able to enter. You must have my complete and utter support. Decisiveness filled Meng Hao's voice. He gave them the feeling that he had thrown all caution to the wind, which made them frown. Actually, when it came to Meng Hao, they didn't care so much about him. What they truly were interested in was Patriarch Reliance's sublime spirit scripture. The eccentrics frowned and then looked toward Lord Revelation. He stared at Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. Even though he was capable of divining many things, he wasn't able to divine anything at all about this particular matter. All eyes were on him as he spoke. I can't divine the details, but even if 95% of what this kid says is false, we still can't afford to gamble on it. His words echoed the thoughts of all the onlookers. These eccentrics were experienced and astute, as well as crafty. However, all their scheming couldn't assure victory under these circumstances. This was because they couldn't afford to bet. Even if most of what Meng Hao said was a lie, there could be some truth to it. If they lost the chance to get into Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's cave. That in turn would mean they lost any chance at the sublime spirit scripture. Anyone, be they at Foundation Establishment or Core Formation, could use Chi Condensation Manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture to form a second core lake within their bodies. They could also repair the Tao pillars they had formed during their Foundation establishment. If successful, it could make a cracked foundation into a flawless foundation. To a Core Formation cultivator, this would also have a big influence on their core level, which was something they all yearned for. There were only 3 great books in the world which contained the secrets methods of how to cultivate a new core lake, even beyond the chi condensation stage. Very well, said one of the 6, a noble-looking old woman with a hoarse voice. When her words rang out, everyone grew silent. We are here for the sublime spirit scripture. There's no need to cause further complications. Child, we won't steal any of your treasures, nor will we soul search you or turn you into a puppet. But you must assist us, otherwise you are well aware of what the consequences will be. Which is more important, your life, or the Patriarch's? As for which decision is best, I'm sure you don't need our advice on that. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Give me 1,000,000 spirit stones, and I demand the right to kill this person." His eyes flashed as he pointed at Lu Daoyun. Lu Daoyun's face grew somber and venom flickered within his eyes. He had just been contemplating various ways to kill Meng Hao. To be suddenly singled out by Meng Hao caused him to reflexively step backwards a few paces. His heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that these patriarchs would most likely give in to Meng Hao's every demand to get what they wanted. "Patriarchs?" said Lu Daoyun, his face pale as he looked up at the two core formation patriarchs from the Cold Wind sect. The red-faced old man gave a cold snort. He flicked his sleeve and looked at Meng Hao with cold eyes. "That will not happen. Tiny Chi condensation cultivator, you have an exaggerated opinion of yourself. You dare to make demands of us?" "Meng Hao," said one of the core formation eccentrics, an old man in a red robe, "don't bring up the matter of killing again. And as for the spirit stones, we have no way to meet your demand. If I get no spirit stones, and if this man doesn't die, then I, Meng, will absolutely not agree to take you of the elder generation to the Patriarch's meditation zone. Without my heartfelt consent, you'll never get into his Immortal's cave." Meng Hao's voice was resolute, and his face emanated an expression that said he was ready to risk everything. He would die without even a frown if he had to. "Meng Hao," Lu Daoyun stared at him murderously, his eyes filling up with killing intent. "Very well," said the dignified old woman in her husky voice. "As for this Cold Wind sect disciple, your request is denied. Regarding the spirit stones, I will take the responsibility for that. I will give you 100,000 now, and the rest after we open the Immortal's cave." If Meng Hao hadn't made any demands, it would have aroused suspicion. She flicked her sleeve, and a bag of holding flew toward Meng Hao. He didn't catch it, but instead moved backward and let the bag fall to the ground. "Very well," said Meng Hao slowly. "The killing is off the table. Lu Daoyun, pick up that bag of holding and take the spirit stones out of it." The woman's eyes flickered imperceptibly. The other core formation eccentrics also gave him flickering looks. Lu Daoyun was furious to the extreme. However, Meng Hao's request was not overly excessive. Even the red-faced old man didn't say anything, but rather indicated for Lu Daoyun to comply. Lu Daoyun took a deep breath, pushed down his fury, then walked forward to pick up the bag of holding. He shook the bag, and a massive amount of spirit stones poured out onto the ground. They glittered brightly. Lu Daoyun looked at them for a moment and started to breathe a bit faster. Meng Hao looked over the spirit stones, his expression calm. Then he collected them into his own bag of holding. He had no choice but to exercise caution. These people were not foundation establishment cultivators, but rather of the core formation stage. If they wanted to kill him, it would be easier than stepping on a bug. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't afford to gamble in this matter, he wouldn't be able to stand up to them at all, regardless if it were regarding cultivation base or scheming. Therefore, Meng Hao did not attempt to pull of some tricky, crafty plot. Instead, he plotted openly. He was betting that even if these people didn't believe him, they had no choice but to believe. "You have your spirit stones. But this is a weighty matter. Please consume this medicinal pill." The old woman lifted her right hand, and a black-colored medicinal pill appeared. When it did, a wind instantly picked up, as if a massive amount of spiritual energy were being gathered up. Slowly, the image of a wicked centipede came to be visible on the surface of the medicinal pill. Meng Hao's expression changed. He looked at the pill cautiously. When Lu Daoyun saw all of this happening, a hideous grin appeared on his face. The Foundation establishment cultivators floating in the air watched on, their faces expressionless, but their eyes sneering at Meng Hao. As for the core formation eccentrics, none of them batted an eye. If the old woman hadn't produced a pill, they probably would have. Their eyes glittered as they watched. In terms of scheming, Meng Hao was like a child compared to them. If his plots had truly displeased them, then any ideas he came up with would be useless. If you consume the pill, then you can lead the way. If you don't consume it, then we will have to try out our soul search and spirit puppetry arts. The old woman spoke coolly, her expression containing neither happiness nor anger. She flicked her fingers, and the poison pill shot forward to hover in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment in thought. He wasn't sure whether or not the pill really was poisonous. Perhaps it was something else even more nefarious. But he didn't seem to have any other choice. He clenched his jaw, then reached out and grabbed the pill. "Speaking of poison pills, I have one as well," said the red-faced old man with a laugh. He flicked his wide sleeve, and a reddish pill appeared in his hand. It flew to Meng Hao. "Actually, our sect happens to have one as well." It turned out the core formation cultivators from the 3 great sects all had poison pills. The pills transformed into beams of light as they flew toward Meng Hao. The old woman's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She looked around coolly at her fellow eccentrics, saying nothing. They were all circumspect and far-seeing. If Meng Hao swallowed one poison pill, he might as well swallow more. This way, he wouldn't just be under the control of the old woman. This was the most fair method. Seeing the fellow Taoist's actions, I must humbly act to save my own face. Lord Revelation smiled and waved his right hand. A 3-colored medicinal pill appeared and raced toward Meng Hao. Compared to the other medicinal pills, this pill appeared extraordinary. Meng Hao wasn't sure why, but when his gaze fell onto this pill, his entire body felt jittery. "For poison pills," said Meng Hao, his voice grim and his expression unsightly. "I of the younger generation am worried that if I consume this pill, I won't be able to lead you forward. If the poison takes effect, I will die. If it doesn't take effect, then how will the elder generation ensure that I can dispel the poison later? Or have you not even considered that?" "Of course there is a poison-dispelling technique," said the red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect, his face expressionless. "Whether or not you chose to believe is up to you." In this, he used Meng Hao's own tactic against him. The complete resolution of all the various matters now rested on Meng Hao. He stood silently for a moment. As the man had said, the choice to believe lay in him alone. Unfortunately, if he chose not to believe, then the current situation would never be resolved. Meng Hao's eyes glanced over the 4 pills. 3 of them he recognized. This is a centipede dragon pill. This one is a frigid corpse pill, and this is a blood-withering pill. As for this one, the 3-colored pill from Lord Revelation was something he had never heard of before. There had been no information about it in the ancient Jade Slip. Patriarch Reliance's cultivation base is as high as the heavens. Meng Hao muttered to himself. He should be able to figure it out. He clenched his jaw, then lifted his hands and put one of the pills into his mouth. It appeared to contain something alive within it, and sure enough, Meng Hao felt a searing pain as it slid down his throat. And yet, the pain didn't cause him to hesitate. His eyes bloodshot, he forced down all of the pills. As he swallowed the pill given to him by Lord Revelation, he looked the man in the eyes. Lord Revelation smiled the entire time. Meng Hao didn't hesitate at all. He knew that he had to swallow the pills to allay everyone's suspicious. The instant Lord Revelation's pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into an aura which seeped into his flesh and blood. Seeing Meng Hao swallow the 4 pills in succession left Lu Daoyun feeling quite pleased. The 10 or more Foundation establishment cultivators watched Meng Hao with strange expressions in their eyes. Seeing his resoluteness left them feeling the need to be more vigilant. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His expression grim, he looked up at the eccentrics. He said nothing. "Let's go," said the old woman with a nod. She waved a finger toward Meng Hao, then turned into a prismatic rainbow and shot away. The other cultivators present followed, one by one. Her wave of a finger caused the bag of holding that lay on the ground at Meng Hao's feet to suddenly transform into a hideous mist spirit. Its body flickered as it wrapped around Meng Hao and then shot into the sky. Lu Daoyun followed along, looking at Meng Hao with a cold smile. "You're dead," he said grimly. Meng Hao didn't reply. He just looked coldly at Lu Daoyun's twisted face. "After you take the patriarchs into the Immortal's cave, just wait until you come back out. You're dead for sure. Even if you dispel the poison, I won't let you go." There's nowhere you can run to in the state of Zhao. By the way, you're a Reliance inner sect disciple, yet you have no choice but to lead people to kill your own sect's patriarch. How does that feel? Lu Daoyun's malicious words were filled with ridicule. You killed Sun Hua over a silver spear. How does that feel? Said Meng Hao coolly. Looking down at Lu Daoyun below him, the earth sped past beneath him. This was a speed Meng Hao had never achieved before. As far as Lu Daoyun went, Meng Hao didn't care about him at all. But Meng Hao's words hit him like a stick jabbed into a fresh wound. His eyes were red through and through, and he looked at Meng Hao with a matchless hatred. He wished to rip him into pieces. The incident with Sun Hua was the most humiliating thing that had ever happened in his life. In fact, it had ruined any future prospects within his sect. He had basically been cast aside. Right now, his eyes seemed as if they would shoot flames. He clenched his fists tightly as he glared murderously at Meng Hao. Seeing Meng Hao's lack of expression arose a hard-to-describe feeling that threatened to drive him mad. He punched the air with his fist. Panting, he gritted his teeth for a long moment before saying, "You swallowed 4 poison pills. I'll just wait until the poison takes effect. Your body will rot and your heart will be torn apart. Today, you will die beneath my sword," said Meng Hao coolly, sounding neither happy nor angry. He looked down at the barren mountains whizzing by beneath him, and then at the 4 mountain peaks of the Reliance sect off in the distance. "You sure can talk big," said Lu Daoyun with a cold laugh and a sinister expression. It seemed he didn't take Meng Hao's words seriously at all. "You'll do that all by yourself? I can't wait to see the poison kick in." After he finished speaking, a booming sound rang out. The group of people had arrived at the Reliance sect main square. It was deserted, occupied only by fallen leaves, bird droppings and a few animals which scattered in fright. A fierce wind accompanied the group's arrival, sweeping clean the outer sect square. Seeing the place, Meng Hao's face flickered with a variety of expressions. "What does it feel like to see your sect become like this, Meng Hao?" said Lu Daoyun with a sneer. As he spoke, Meng Hao turned and looked at him, killing intent springing from his eyes. He had already begun moving. He lifted his hand, and 50 flying swords appeared, flying straight toward Lu Daoyun. "I think this place is the perfect location to bury you in." There had been no indication whatsoever that Meng Hao would attack. Even as his words echoed out, the swords were upon Lu Daoyun. His expression changed. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would dare to attack him in the presence of all the patriarchs. He shot backward quickly, biting down on his tongue and spitting out some blood, along with a pearl. This pearl was different than the treasures he had used before. As soon as it flew out of his mouth, it began to radiate an intense killing aura. It transformed into a hideous, black demonic face, which then slammed into Meng Hao's 50 flying swords. An explosion reverberated out as the demonic face blocked most of the flying swords. However, one flying sword pierced through and continued on toward Lu Daoyun. Lu Daoyun's face twisted. He knew that he was in a dangerous life-or-death situation. A critical juncture. He let out a howl, throwing up his arm to defend against the sword. The sword stabbed through his right shoulder, sending blood spraying about. A horrified shriek rang out throughout the deserted Reliance sect. Even as the sword stabbed into his shoulder, it suddenly exploded, causing Lu Daoyun's right arm to disappear into a cloud of blood. Blood also sprayed from his mouth, and he retreated backward, face pale and eyes shining with fear and astonishment. Everything happened too quickly, in the space of time it takes for a spark to fly up. His right arm was destroyed, and his horrified screams still echoed through the air. The eccentrics from the 3 great sects looked back one by one, their eyes cold. This was especially so of the people from the Cold Wind sect. Lu Daoyun retreated, shrieking and howling. "Patriarchs, this guy." His expression cold, Meng Hao stepped forward. Even as Lu Daoyun was in the middle of speaking, Meng Hao waved his right hand, and 100 flying swords appeared, covering the entire square in a massive sword rain. It descended upon Lu Daoyun. Lu Daoyun might have been at the 9th level of qi condensation, but so was Meng Hao. Furthermore, Meng Hao's cultivation was based on the sublime spirit scripture, and he had a golden core C. He even has a sliver of spiritual sense in his mind. This was more than enough to crush Lu Daoyun. The sword rain whistled through the air. Lu Daoyun had no more time for speaking. There was a boom, and Lu Daoyun spit up more blood. A glittering light shone in front of him as his crystalline sword defied the might of Meng Hao's 100 flying swords. And yet, this in itself caused more injury to Lu Daoyun, who retreated further, howling. "Patriarchs, save me! Meng Hao, hold your hand!" came a voice from among the 4 formation establishment experts from the Cold Wind sect. They frowned, obviously unwilling to allow Meng Hao to slay Lu Daoyun in front of all these people. Their bodies turned into beams of light as they sped forward. "This is between me and him," said Meng Hao, not even looking at the 4 foundation establishment experts. "Even if the poison takes effect on me right now, I will kill this man." His expression was filled with murder and resolve. The person he wanted to kill was Lu Daoyun of the Cold Wind sect. But there were others present from the 3 great sects other than the Cold Wind sect. They, of course, would not stand by idly and watch Meng Hao be poisoned to death before opening the Immortal's cave. They would not allow small matters from other sects to interfere with their interests. The others flew forward, blocking the path of the Cold Wind sect foundation establishment experts. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, there's no need to pay attention to the trifling matters of qi condensation cultivators. Come, we haven't seen each other for years. Why don't we chat a bit about the old days?" "Correct. Brother Chun, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. I have a few questions about cultivation that I was hoping to discuss with you." The 4 Cold Wind sect foundation establishment cultivators' faces grew livid when they heard all of these words. They were about to speak when suddenly Lu Daoyun let out another horrified scream. Meng Hao's fingers flickered in incantation patterns, and 200 flying swords filled the sky. They descended upon Lu Daoyun with ear-piercing whistling sounds. Meng Hao took another step forward and flashed an incantation pattern. A flame python emerged, several dozen meters long. Its roars reverberated out across the square. Blood sprayed from Lu Daoyun's mouth as his crystalline sword shattered into pieces. He retreated backward constantly, desperation filling his eyes. On the other hand, Meng Hao's eyes shone with killing intent and determination. He flew forward, and a sword appeared in his right hand. It was the wooden sword, and it sped toward Lu Daoyun with unstoppable force. "Get out of my way!" The faces of the 4 foundation establishment experts changed. They howled and attempted to force their way through to block Meng Hao. "This man tried to kill me many times. This is a personal grudge. If anyone gets in my way, I'll kill myself before opening the Patriarch's Immortal's cave." As his voice rang out, he completely ignored the 4 foundation establishment experts. Without a shred of hesitation, he shot toward Lu Daoyun, the wooden sword outstretched, clearly intending to slay him. "Patriarchs, save me!" screamed Lu Daoyun shrilly. It seemed the foundation establishment experts were about to attack, when a dry cough could be heard. Came from the old woman. Shock filled the hearts of the 4 experts, and they instantly stood stock still, their faces pale. The dry cough had slammed into their hearts like a lightning bolt from the heavens, sending their minds spinning. "This is too much," said the red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect. He snorted, and a cold look appeared in his eye, which shot out toward Meng Hao. Even as this happened, Lord Revelation let out a hearty laugh. He flicked his sleeve. The cold look that had been shooting toward Meng Hao instantly fell apart. "You," said the red-faced old man, his eyes filled with rage. "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to lose your temper," said Lord Revelation, smiling. "As far as these trifling issues amongst the junior generation, why don't we just watch on?" As these words were exchanged between the 2 of them, Lu Daoyun let out another miserable cry. Meng Hao stepped forward, and with the slice of a sword, sent Lu Daoyun's left arm flying off from his body. Blood sprayed everywhere. More flying swords flew out from Meng Hao's bag of holding. One after another, they stabbed into his opponent. Blood spread out everywhere. In the space of an instant, Lu Daoyun's body was penetrated by a dozen swords. Leaning up toward him, Meng Hao quietly said, "If I say that you will die this day, then die you shall." Despair filled Lu Daoyun's wide eyes. Blood seeped out of his mouth. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators watched in shock as the scene unfolded. They were especially astounded by Meng Hao's vicious expression. "Enough," said one of the core formation eccentrics from the Cold Wind sect, his face extremely unsightly. He waved his finger, and suddenly the spiritual energy in the area seemed to churn into motion and race toward Meng Hao. It wrapped around his body, leaving his own spiritual energy untouched, but pulling him away from Lu Daoyun. As Meng Hao drifted away from him, hope gleamed within Lu Daoyun's eyes, despite his severe wounds. "Boom!" said Meng Hao coolly, the killing intent in his eyes flashing. At the same time as the word left his mouth, the dozen flying swords impaled in Lu Daoyun's body suddenly detonated. A blood-curdling scream echoed out in all directions. Lu Daoyun's body was torn to pieces. Not even his head was left intact as chunks of flesh flew out in all directions. As for the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, the pupils of their eyes shrank to dots. They stared at the gore, and then at Meng Hao, whose face was expressionless. They would never forget this moment for the rest of their lives. Especially memorable was the speed with which Meng Hao attacked, and the decisiveness in his voice. It revealed that his way of thinking was anything but ordinary. He had turned everyone who was not a member of the Cold Wind sect into his assistants. The grisly result revealed how stubborn he truly was. Anyone else might be able to think of such a plan, but few people would have the gall to pull it off. As of this day, they had witnessed Meng Hao's first true kill. "He's dead. You can release me now," said Meng Hao, his voice indifferent. The core formation eccentrics floated in the air, staring down at Meng Hao. His resoluteness to kill left a deep impression in their hearts. Even Lord Revelation took a long look at him. Everything that had happened just now gave him a glimpse of the cruelty Meng Hao was capable of. The core formation patriarch from the Cold Wind sect who currently held Meng Hao bound had a grim look on his face. Meng Hao had killed Lu Daoyun right in front of him, even after he had intervened. He had lost face because of this. With a mere thought, he could rip Meng Hao to pieces in much the same fashion as Lu Daoyun had died. But considering the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, that was not an option. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve, and the invisible bonds around Meng Hao disappeared. But he still hit Meng Hao with an invisible attack, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao looked at him, his face pale, but his eyes shining with a dark look. "Lu Daoyun constantly ridiculed me and swore to kill me," said Meng Hao, looking at the core formation eccentric who had injured him just now. "I of the junior generation had no choice but to attack first. I request that you members of the senior generation preside over manners in an impartial manner. At the moment, I am somewhat worried that the Cold Wind sect will withhold their antidote pill. Could you please produce the pill, so that I of the junior generation can rest at ease when I open Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's cave?" The eyes of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators flashed as they suddenly seemed to comprehend how cruel and treacherous Meng Hao was. The core formation eccentrics had been around a long time, and their eyes flickered upon hearing Meng Hao's words. They instantly understood what he was thinking, and they frowned as they looked toward the 2 Cold Wind sect core formation experts. Their faces were as cold as ice. "With a scheming heart like yours, you will find it hard to stay behind in the state of Zhao," said Lord Revelation. "I have an opening for a servant, Meng Hao. You should consider it." His eyes twinkled as he looked at Meng Hao. His smile seemed as grim and mysterious as the decoration on his long robe, a solitary eye set in the middle of a mystical square. The red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect harumphed. The 3 great sects didn't usually get along, and at the moment, he was well aware that the surrounding cultivators were gazing at him with flashing eyes. He didn't want to cause further complications, but in his heart, he had marked Meng Hao for death. He waved his right hand, and a white-colored medicinal pill appeared and shot toward Meng Hao. It emitted a fragrant aroma. From his study of the ancient jade slip, Meng Hao could tell at a glance that this was the antidote for the frigid corpse pill. He grabbed it. He didn't eat it, though, but put it into his bag of holding. Then he took a breath and headed toward the peak of the East Mountain. As for the experts from the three great sects, they watched him closely, ready to make a move in an instant if he tried to do anything out of the ordinary. Lord Revelation floated next to them, eyes glittering as he gazed at the East Mountain. Meng Hao didn't soar directly up to the top of the peak. The eccentrics would just have to be patient. Meng Hao walked the path up to the East Mountain, passing Wang Tengfei's Immortal's cave. He also caught sight of Elder Brother Chen's and Elder Sister Su's caves. Images from the past coalesced in his mind, and he let out a sigh. Finally, he stopped in front of the Immortal's cave that had belonged to him. He looked at it quietly, then moved on, eventually reaching the peak of the East Mountain and the Reliance sect's main temple hall. The setting sun shone onto the hall, making it look very dignified. Taking broad steps, Meng Hao strode inside. His gaze swept over the statues inside, coming to rest on the statue of Patriarch Reliance. The day that Patriarch Reliance had frightened off the cultivators from the other sects, he had told Meng Hao of the secret method to open the way to his Immortal's cave. Now, over a year later, Meng Hao had finally returned. The appointed year had already passed, actually. As Meng Hao approached the statue of Patriarch Reliance, the experts from the state of Zhao watched him from behind. He took a deep breath, then lifted his right hand and pushed his finger against a spot on the statue. Every few seconds, he would push his finger against the same spot. Again and again he pushed until he had pushed it 179 times. Suddenly, the temple hall began to shudder. The statues shook violently, then shattered, causing the entire hall to collapse into pieces. Then, a brilliant light shined out from the statue of Patriarch Reliance, sweeping away all the debris and rubble, leaving only the statue itself. Underneath the statue was a stone platform. When the surrounding cultivators caught sight of this, their eyes shone with anticipation. The statue radiated an incredible power, and its eyes shone as if they were alive. This caused the cultivators to be even more excited, although none of them dared to approach the statue. Meng Hao took a few steps back, then cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Disciple Meng Hao wishes to disturb the Patriarch's slumber. Patriarch, can you please open the door to your Immortal's cave? He lifted his head, and his eyes glittered. His back to the state of Zhao experts, his lips moved as he murmured some complicated sounds. Converge. The instant the word left his mouth, the statue began to vibrate, and an even more brilliant light shone from its eyes. The light grew intensely bright, and a fierce wind kicked up. Looks of astonishment covered the faces of the state of Zhao experts. Cracks appeared on the surface of the statue, more and more. Within the space of a few breaths, it exploded with a bang, sending pieces flying around in all directions. Now, the stone platform which the statue had stood on began to issue a blinding light. The blinding light issued by the rotating spell caused the state of Zhao experts to breath heavily. Anyone familiar with spells like this could tell that it was a sealing spell which was being unbound. A thunderous roar echoed out, and a wide beam of light shot up into the sky. Then the beam began to twist around until it formed a giant ring. The inside of the ring grew blurry, and then transformed into a vortex, a passageway to another location. As soon as the ring of light formed, Meng Hao leaped into the air and shot forward. He disappeared into the ring. Behind him, the experts from the state of Zhao hesitated, their faces twisting. Foundation Establishment disciples, you go first, said Lord Revelation. The 6 core formation cultivators nodded their agreement, and the dozen or so Foundation Establishment cultivators gritted their teeth and flew forward. They disappeared into the vortex. After the space of 10 or so breaths, Lord Revelation and the core formation eccentrics exchanged glances. One member from each of the 3 great sects went next. After they entered, the remaining eccentrics as well as Lord Revelation followed. Upon entering the vortex, their minds spun, and they began to breathe hard. Looking around, the first thing they caught sight of was an enormous stone stele. Golden characters were inscribed onto the steel. The characters at the very top instantly sent their eyes shining. Sublime Spirit Scripture.